that supports the development of evidence-based coverage and payment revenue.
We got 2 minutes. We got the 2-minute clock. We got to wait 2 more minutes for the reboot. Strike that. We are good to go. So we're now turning our attention to Senate Bill 338. We've got the Senate President to present the bill. We do have one sponsor panelist in person, Peter Canham from the Baltimore City Public Schools, and we have one virtual witness who's on our Zoom queue. We'll get to him next. So, Mr. Senate President, you've got the time you need to present Senate Bill 338.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. It is a pleasure to be here with you. I do not have a retired 5-star general with me today, but I do have someone that is even better, someone that is in the field every single day, the principal of Henderson Hopkins, doing remarkable work, Peter Canham, who's a friend, but also just an incredible practitioner. And we are here to talk about an issue that you just heard about. It was very similar to the one that was just presented by Senator Beidel. And I think that we were trying to get to the same problem. Although there was signs of concern before the pandemic, what we know is that the world changed with the pandemic. And those who were most impacted were the young folks who, for unfortunately, too many did not have successful years in this virtual learning environment, hybrid environment, in the midst of what was a traumatic experience for all of us. And so the real question is, what do we do about it? Well, we are moving forward with fidelity in the implementation of the blueprint. And the fundamental question that I come back to over and over and over again is whether it's enough. And often that has to do with money, but really it actually has to do with programming and time. And so when we consider the impact of what happened over these last 2 years, I have come to the fundamental sense that in cases where students have fallen so far behind because of being out of school in a traditional environment for the last 2 years, the only thing that will make a difference is to have more quality time. That doesn't mean just sitting in a seat and the same teacher saying the same thing, drilling and killing over and over again. It's about how do we think creatively about extending and expanding opportunities in schools and in classrooms for more days so that we can get more quality time to catch kids up and then also hopefully help them to excel. Now, we know this is not right for every family, right? And it's not right for every school. And so the bill that you have in front of you tries to set up an innovation grant program that gives autonomy to schools to, if this is something that they would like to pursue, if this is an option that they think is right for them, that they would be able to apply for an extended school year model that does not prescribe exactly how many days, in what format or configuration, but gives the opportunity for great school leaders, like you'll hear from Peter Canham, to set up an innovative model to help students and families catch back up and excel. I do want to highlight a couple points here. The other individual that we'll have testify is from Texas. So he is zooming in from Texas and oversees this model in Dallas and has been really an effective. They have each individual schools can apply to have innovative school year models. And so this individual oversees a lot of those programs and wanted to make sure that senators had the opportunity to ask questions about how that works practically as it's been applied in Texas. A couple of amendments that you will see and hopefully are included in your packet. And we've worked with MSDE to incorporate a number of amendments from the initial bill draft. First is to note that any funds that are accessed through the grant program can also be used for capital, because while it certainly is programmatic in salaries, in some cases there are issues about the use of the school or air conditioning or other variety of things that when you extend the year, capital costs are incurred as well. This says that it will put a cap on the 25 million, that no more than 25 million. I also am trying to model behavior that we are encouraging for everybody in the Senate this year. Now that we have question 1, the bill is drafted, says shall spend 25 million, have put in an amendment to turn that shall to a may. Now that we have budgeting authority in the legislature, I think that every year we should decide whether or not it's the appropriate amount of funds. And so we are making this a discretionary funding that should we believe that this program works, it's a discretionary, not a mandatory appropriation. The requirement is that, or in the amendment, we say that the 180-day must be met and includes all the holidays, outlines all the holidays that are listed in state law, but says that priority will be given to extended day. There may be the opportunity for those who want to do, The priority is for extended school year, not extended day. It doesn't exclude extended day. But the priority for those, if there were a lot of applications and the scoring rubric were laid out, extended school years are where the priority is, more days as opposed to just more time. And then there's a little minor technical amendment about DLS record keeping and adds required reporting that would come in through MSD, not through the individual schools. So that's the heart and soul of it. The fundamental point here is we have to find a way to deal with this once in generation moment of learning loss that we're experiencing across the state. And I think that the best way that we can do that is to put it into the hands of great school leaders who can create interesting and new models for how to create more quality time for students and their teachers across the board. With that, I would urge a favorable report with amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Would you suggest we hear from Mr. Canham first and then take questions?
To your discretion.
Okay, why don't we do that, sir? And if you, since we have a long schedule ahead, if you could limit your
Yep.
testimony to 2.5 minutes, something to that effect, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here. And thank you, Senate Energy, Education and Environmental Committee for having me come out. My name is Peter Canham. Currently, I'm the proud principal of Henderson Hopkins, which is a Title I school in East Baltimore. And previously, I served 2 terms on the Baltimore City School Board. And I've been 30 years within education, along with 3 of my children who went to public schools. And my kids, and probably your kids, and Senator Ferguson's kids are probably not going to be happy about this, but I recommend strongly that we find more time. My 30 years of experience, I've seen that our kids can do it. When we put the appropriate supports in place, our kids can excel. Even our kids that are behind, we can get them to grade level. My school was before the pandemic, the most improved school in Baltimore City within 2 years. We can accelerate achievement for all of our students, but they need the right supports. Then the pandemic hit. And we know what happened, the disruptions in learning, the remote learning. Our students that we were looking really hard to catch up fell even further behind. So how are we going to address this once in a lifetime issue is I think of what innovative districts and innovative places are doing and what the blueprint calls for. It calls for more time in learning. And what does more time get us? Obviously, it gets us increased learning time. We are really working hard at Henderson Hopkins to catch our kids up in reading, and that takes a lot of skill. And we're seeing the growth. But if we had 20 or 25 more days, I know I can get more kids on grade level. We can do it. Increased learning time for students matters. The curriculums that we're expecting and the standards we're expecting our students to master requires them to go very, very deep. The more time would allow students, our teachers to be able to do that. They would allow them to do the deeper experiential learning projects, the projects that you'd want your students to be doing. And not that they have to rush through the curriculum, but to master a high level curriculum. Increase professional development for our teachers who need it. We could build that into a calendar. And then we all know the data on summer learning loss. When we take 10 weeks off, I can't tell you when I look at my data coming back, it's remarkable. The skills are harder for kids to master each year, and we take 10 weeks off. We break it. And summer learning loss, we know how it impacts our students of color as well. So this would address that as well. 20 or 25 more days, I think is really necessary for our students, and not calling it summer school, but calling it school. Teachers win because teachers get paid, and we can actually we can really benefit students. So I strongly believe that this pilot program that's being proposed in Senate Bill 338 can help and bring benefits to Maryland, all Maryland schools. By providing the $25 million in innovation grants to schools, it allows flexibility for us to kind of create calendars. There's a committee in Baltimore City right now that is exploring this, and this would kind of allow schools to kind of test this out. And this can make it more feasible for more schools to adopt over time. Therefore, I really do urge you to support Senate Bill 338 and the pilot program it proposes. It can be a really, really valuable tool in accelerating and improving student outcomes for our students in Maryland who really deserve it and can do it.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll take some questions now. We'll start with Senator Watson before we go to Mr. Mackey in Texas. We'll take him next after some Q&A. Senator Watson? And then Vice Chair Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm usually pretty quiet except when it comes to these education topics. But, and I agree with you. I think this is vitally important. I think during the pandemic, parents got an extraordinary wake-up call, and many found that they were not equipped to really help their students during that downtime. But my question is the scope of this. So we're only talking 3 schools per year, right? A rural, suburban, and an urban, right? 3 schools per year, where we know we have some areas and pockets in our state where the schools are well behind, right? And so I'm interested to know what is, I know they're going to apply for a grant, but what are the metrics of the grant that'll be used to make these decisions when I know we have some schools that could really, really use this?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And, you know, look, there is there's a question of viability, right? And we wanted to make sure that it's a proof point. And I don't think it is only 3 schools. It could be up, it's the amount of money would be up to 25 million, but the idea would be that it wouldn't just be a rural program, wouldn't just be an urban program, wouldn't just be a suburban program, but that if there was a competitive grant, that there would be at least one from each type of jurisdiction, so that there was a kind of a mix of the outcome data. So it could be more than 3. I would imagine it's probably ends up being more than 3, but $25 million. I mean, it's an expensive proposition. For each new day, there is a real cost on salaries, on operational costs. And so, you know, if this is a direction that the state were to move forward in, we'd want to have a better sense of what exactly those costs would be. And that's why the report is there, and that there would be a follow-up, so that, you know, it's a pilot to see whether or not expansion is justified.
Mr. President, I continue to be very, very sensitive on how we roll out the blueprint, because there's still so many unknown unknowns that are going to have to be taking place. And now we're providing a plethora of options, you know, under the umbrella of flexibility, and it'll help the local school administrators make specific decisions. So, you know, just moving forward, not so much of a question, but just kind of caution that we, you know, really think about the actual impact of implementing the biggest budget for school education that we've ever done in the history of the state of Maryland. Okay.
No question. And I would say
Thank
even more so, when we built the blueprint over 3 years, no one anticipated a once in 100-year pandemic. And that is a reality that I think all of us are trying to wrestle with, of what is the impact of that as we consider implementation moving forward.
Okay, we'll go to Vice Chair Kagan, then Senator Augustine. Okay, Senator Augustine's pulled back, so it's just Vice Chair Kagan.
Yeah, and I'm mostly going to pull back too. Senator Watson captured some of my questions and concerns. I think the concept is great. I have a first cousin who teaches in year-round schools in Nevada, and that doesn't mean the kids go to school 365. But it's good for teachers, good for families, it's good for kids. There's less learning loss, and I've always been intrigued by that. So I'm looking forward to learning more about this bill. And we don't all have the amendments. The chair was kind enough to give me his copy, but I think there are a bunch of details that I look forward to discussing with the staff and stuff.
Great.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we've got Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just kind of reading through this. How do you envision this working with the local school boards? We had the previous bill talked about, you know, having the local school boards determine some of these other scheduling issues. So how do you see that working, and the local control aspect with our local school boards? Yeah,
I mean, I think each school, the idea is the work really happens in a school at the end of the day. I think our school boards are absolutely critical and essential for a countywide perspective or a citywide perspective. These would be individual schools making the choice in conjunction. It would have to be done in conjunction, because it's through a collective. You have to deal with the collective bargaining agreements. You have to deal with transportation. All of these have to be in coordination and conjunction with the local school boards. That's just the reality. But the hope is that it would be an individual school community that moved forward in having the conversations about, you know, if you have a school and were to extend the days, I'm sure there are families, hopefully it would very much enjoy it. They're the ones driving the conversation, but there are, I'm sure, families that are not as thrilled about it. And so it's got to be done from that district perspective will continue to matter. But I really think that schools are the locus of control here that should really be driving the conversation, at least for the pilots, because you want the greatest level of buy-in for the operational integrity of the reform.
Okay, any additional questions for the Senate?
Oh, and the regulations would be, MSD would put up the regulations for the specific details.
Any additional questions of the panel or Senate President? Seeing none, we'll now go
Thank
to
you
Mr. Mackey from Texas. You're free to stick around.
Please, I will.
Or not. Mr. Mackey, we're going to try to get you in here. I see you, sir. And we're going to put you on the timer because again, we're time crunched a little bit this afternoon, but Mr. Mackey, you've got 2 minutes on the clock. Thank
Do
you.
my best. Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm thrilled to be here. My name is Ben Mackey. I am the executive director for the Texas Impact Network, and we support school districts across Texas and implemented legislatively funded research-backed initiatives. In 2019, Texas passed a sweeping finance bill that included funding for districts that wanted to do additional day school year and do exactly with what you're talking about and giving them a lot of leeway to do so. This was pre-pandemic, and the data back then from Texas showed that students from low-income backgrounds lost 2 to 3 months every single summer in learning. And by third grade, we had nearly 80,000 third graders behind in math. And 2 years later, only 7% of them caught up. And that was the impetus for putting additional day school year into effect. We've had districts do this a number of different ways, but some preliminary results 2 years in is we had 5 districts that really dove into the full year redesign. And the numbers that we got this year are pretty astounding. Those 5 districts, the schools in which they implemented a full year redesign, actually showed 8 times the amount of achievement that their relative districts did, significantly outperforming. Every single one of them outperformed in that aspect. This is still a small sample and we're still waiting on more data, but that is very positive just to see what happens when a district is able to do this. So some quick learnings, and I'm happy to talk more about it or answer any questions, but we're seeing across Texas, there's a growing appetite for additional day school year. We've got nearly 100 that are in process of it designing something now. And while this still shows really strong results preliminarily, we still need some more time to assess the continued efficacy of this as it continues to expand. The other big one is that this is a big lift for school systems if it's going to be done right, and there is need for consistent multi-year support for a district to kind of move through this process. And it really requires bold school leadership to put students learning first and the best interest of those students first and do something different. And finally, the research from RAND, which was instrumental in this, proves that the impact of summer learning can be eliminated if authentic academic instruction is offered for significantly more days, not necessarily more time in the day. So with that, I will conclude. Happy to talk more about it, and I thank you for the honor to be here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mackey. Any questions for the witness from Texas? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 338. And we're going to next go to, where do you want to go? To my bill? Okay, Vice Chair Kagan, you're going to.
Here is Senate Bill 341, Chair Feldman's bill, Public Senior Higher Education Institutions, Reproductive Health Services Plans Requirements. Mr. Chair, you are up and.
Yes, I've got.
And you've got a sponsor. Yep, you've got
Correct.
sponsor panels. I'm going to pull them up really quickly.
Yeah.
Isha Yardi, University of Maryland Student Government Association, Caroline Thorne, whom we've seen before, also University of Maryland, Jakia Johnson, and Ariel Garber. You may come on up and take seats at the table. Welcome to Annapolis. Welcome to EQuad. Mr. Chairman, you may begin.
Thank you. And Ms. Johnson is from Bowie State University, Senator Watson. I just want to throw that into the mix here. So Senate Bill 341 is one of the 4 the bills that were part of a package announced 2 weeks ago by Governor Moore and Senate President Ferguson and Speaker Jones around the topic of access to reproductive health services, including abortion. And so let me just say at the outset, I fully understand that several of you will not likely support the bill, but I just want to put that in, at the front end. So here's a little background. I think the statistics on this are important. The lack of reproductive health services in universities can lead to negative impacts on our college students. We've got some studies that are in the bill file from one progressive policy institute. 38% of college dropouts are a result of a pregnancy. Another study in the testimony from another organization says that 61% of women who have a baby drop out of college before they get their degree. We have more data from the Centers for Disease Control that report that the 15 to 24-year-olds account for half of all the sexually transmitted diseases in the United States. Maryland Coalition Against Sexual Assault. 1 in 5 women are sexually assaulted during college. And you're going to hear from our graduate student at Bowie State University, Jakia Johnson, who went ahead and conducted a research project to take a look at the expansion of access to emergency contraceptives on college campuses, and found that consistently throughout most college campuses in Maryland, there are simply no clear standardized guidelines, plans dealing with reproductive health care services. To complicate things even further, when it specifically deals with emergency contraception, that tends to be expensive. It's often age restricted in some stores. There's a lack of transportation or access to pharmacies, and hours are limited. So what does Senate Bill 341 do? I will say that it largely codifies what's already in place with many of our University System of Maryland institutions when it comes to reproductive health services. But it's not the policies in all those institutions. But I would suggest that access to these reproductive health services, which are after all legal in Maryland, should not be contingent upon which public higher education institution you happen to be attending at a given time. For example, College Park has a number of services on campus, but according to Ms. Johnson's research, that access to those same services at another university would require about an 1.5-hour ride by a public transportation if you didn't have your own car. So what the bill in effect specifically does, it requires our Maryland public universities in consultation with students at those universities to develop and implement a reproductive health services plan by August 1st, 2024, that encompasses a range of reproductive health services that should be updated each and every year. So here's what the plan shall include: a provision for a referral to students for obtaining a range of reproductive health services, which includes all methods of FDA-approved contraception, including prescription emergency contraception, prevention and treatment services for sexually transmitted infections, including HIV prevention, and abortion care services. Also, the plan should include 24-hour access to over-the-counter contraception from either the student health center, retail establishments on campus, or vending machines. Third, it should be provide for the availability of evidence-based reproductive health education services provided by the student health center, peer educators, or other health education programs. It should also develop a referral network of off-campus reproductive health services and service providers that includes close proximity to a pharmacy near campus, and also access to transportation off-campus reproductive health services. Now, other than the 24-hour access provisions involving over-the-counter contraception, I just want to make this point. None of the other reproductive health services in these plans would need to be on campus. Those can be done through a referral network system. The other thing is nothing in this bill requires that the university actually pay for the services. It only requires access. And again, most of the institutions and many of the institutions in Maryland already providing these services. This would simply codify that, but it would provide some standards, consistency around our state at our public institutions. And then with that, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I would proffer some amendments. If you look at the University of Maryland system testimony, they make the point, and I do agree with the point, that it's probably best to limit this plan requirement to our institutions that have on-campus health centers and also that have, residential higher education centers with health facility centers. So the amendments, I do take, I'm proffering here to the committee the amendments in the testimony from the University System of Maryland, which limits it to our four-year public institutions, again, that have residential housing and health facilities. And there are other institutions that have no residential provisions or health centers. So those are not a part of the requirement to come up with this plan by August 1st of 2024. With that, with those amendments, Madam Chair, I'd ask for a favorable on Senate Bill 341.
Mr. Chair, Isha Yardi, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, of course. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Isha Yardi, and I'm the Student Government Association's Director of Health and Wellness at the University of Maryland. And I'm also a member of the Student Health Advisory Committee at our university's health center. So in the spring of 2021, our student government committed $16,000 to a free emergency contraceptive pilot program, which gave students free access to Plan B. Which gave students free access to Plan B upon request from the university's health center pharmacy and dining services over a 2-year period. So since the program's soft launch, over 5,500 units of Plan B have been distributed to students across campus. The success of this program demonstrates an urgent need for universities to invest in the reproductive health of their students and how accessible reproductive resources should be inextricably linked to the robust physical health resources universities already provide their student body. So this should go well beyond Plan B, which is only used as a time-sensitive medication, to include other forms of preventative reproductive care, including birth control and referrals to outside providers. Since last summer, the landscape of reproductive care has significantly changed. Our health center has seen a per unit price of Plan B almost double over the past year, and we've witnessed a national increase in the demand for birth control. University health centers are crucial pillars of knowledge and support for students, many of whom are living away from home for the first time. Senate Bill 341 ensures that universities are committed to providing comprehensive reproductive health care, which is integral to the holistic well-being of students on campus. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 341. Thank you so much.
Ms. Lauren.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all again. My name is Caroline Thorne, and I serve as the Director of Government Affairs for the University of Maryland Student Government Association. And on behalf of our SGA, I would like to respectfully request a favorable report of this bill. As Isha mentioned, lack of access to reproductive health care is an issue which really distinctively impacts college students. We're fortunate to have emergency contraceptives available directly on our campus, and we believe that this should be available at every institution across the USM. Having access to reproductive health care, including contraceptives, birth control, and accurate information on preventing STDs or unwanted pregnancies is really essential to promoting students' well-being on campus. This bill is really important because it requires institutions to provide that on-campus healthcare or create that in-depth referral plan with wraparound services. This might include transportation, which is one of the factors cited by the NIH as preventing college students from accessing these important services. Additionally, these plans would be created in consultation with students, which increases their motivation and engagement with reproductive health on campus. In closing, I respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jakia Johnson, and I'm a graduate student at Bowie State University, working towards my master's in public policy and administration. I'm also here today on behalf of Maryland National Organization for Women, where I serve as the legislative task force chair. So this bill started as a research project for me. My assignment was to identify a public issue and propose a policy solution. I chose to focus on access to reproductive health care on college campuses. And while that project was just a semester long, this is something that I've been working on for over 1.5 years. I began by examining conditions at my own university. Our on-campus options were limited to pregnancy testing, a small selection of STI screenings and treatment, and breast and pelvic exams. For other services, students were referred to the Healthy Teen Center, which is located over 14 miles from campus. That's a trip that would take 1 hour and 40 minutes by public transportation. That is, if students were lucky enough to get someone on the phone to schedule an appointment. I called the Healthy Teen Center 3 times a day for a full week and never got to speak to anyone. Another university offered similar services that included some contraceptive options, which seemed like a step forward until I learned that students would be required to make an appointment or in some cases receive counseling for access to simple over-the-counter contraceptives. A separate university offered a more limited selection of reproductive health services. When questioned, the health center director stated that the services weren't offered because students wouldn't use them. However, a survey of those students proved that to be false. 84.3% said that 24/7 access to emergency contraception would be beneficial. 96% agreed that the university should provide easily accessible information on sexual health and contraception methods. When asked what barriers hinder access to reproductive health care, students agreed that cost, transportation, limited health center hours, and a general lack of knowledge were among the most prevalent. I researched national statistics and learned that, according to the CDC, 1 in 3 college students did not use a condom in their last sexual encounter, and 38% of college dropouts cited unintended pregnancy as the reason. With these and many other documented adverse outcomes associated with college-age sexual behaviors, it is clear that access to contraception, abortion, health education, and other preventative reproductive health services is vital to a successful college experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for extending your research project and bringing us this data. Appreciate your leadership. And wrapping us up on this panel is Dr. Ariel Garber. Welcome.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kagan and the members of the Education, Energy, and the Environment Committee. My name is Dr. Ariel Garber, and I'm a chief resident physician living and practicing in Baltimore City. I provide full spectrum obstetrical and gynecologic care. I'm here today to support this bill as a provider, a woman, and as a former college student. Senate Bill 341 offers our state student, both my patients and your constituents, the education, opportunity, and support to make their own decisions regarding reproductive health and safety, pregnancy, and parenting. Rather than providing a list of statistics, and given that I'll be happy to later field any questions that you might have, I would instead like to share the story of one of my patients. For her privacy, I'll call her Olivia. Already a mother, Olivia worked part-time to support her 4-year-old son and was taking courses to work towards a degree. She discovered that she was pregnant and had not used contraception in the month surrounding her pregnancy. She had little understanding of or access to emergency contraception, and she was in my prenatal care office grappling with the difficult decision to continue or to terminate her pregnancy. She knew that the financial burden of a second child and the health burden of pregnancy would likely preclude her from reaching her academic goals. I spent 45 minutes with her discussing her options so that she could be empowered to make her own decision. But if Olivia were here today, I know that she would tell you that she wished she was not in my office at all. The provisions outlined in this bill could have helped Olivia each step along the way, from the opportunities to obtain contraception, whether over the counter or prescribed, to immediate access to barrier and emergency contraception, and even to early referral for reproductive health specialists and comprehensive pregnancy counseling. Students like Olivia often feel stigma or encounter resistance when trying to purchase emergency contraception due to the misconception that this well-tolerated and extremely safe medication causes abortion. As a medical provider, I would like to underscore that emergency contraception prevents pregnancy before it occurs, and having it readily available at a health center in a vending machine on campus could help to reduce unintended pregnancy.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to be fair to everyone else who shows up to testify. I know I have a question, but deferring to colleagues first. Yes, Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard a little bit about some of the programs and expanding this with this bill. So for the folks at the college level, I just had a question for you. What kind of support services are offered for pregnant young ladies who decide that they want to keep the child and also want to stay in college? What kind of support services, if any, are offered for that?
I can answer that. This bill does not address services that are geared towards women who choose to continue pregnancies. This is for students who choose not to parent. There's a separate bill in the House right now that will address students who choose to continue a pregnancy and go into parenting. But the goal of this bill is for students who choose to go the other route.
That House bill that you mentioned, is it cross-filed? Is there a Senate bill, or why wouldn't you look at potentially combining it with this bill and covering the whole spectrum of whatever somebody chooses, whether they choose that they don't want to keep the child, or if they do, why wouldn't you also want to support the folks that decide they do want to keep that?
Well, can I just weigh in? Can I just weigh in? Delegate Healy has that bill and it's not cross-filed. I'll just give you that answer.
Suggest that that's the will of the committee and the witnesses can opine about that, but we have the capacity to consider amendments that you are. Yeah, but you asked why. Okay.
Anyway, Delegate Healy does have that bill. It's not cross-filed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Watson.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Johnson, BSU in the House, for doing this. And I agree, this is an issue. I've always had several concerns about this. In college, folks are adults, so the parental, notification is kind of out the window, which I wish it wasn't. But when it comes to this, you use the term, most of you, emergency contraception, emergency. Something has already occurred and now swift action needs to be taken. On a college campus, my real question is, what is being done on college campuses to prevent the bad decisions, the poor judgment, the lapse in judgment from occurring in the first place, so we don't have to resort to these emergency methods? Can somebody talk to me about that?
I can talk a little bit about what College Park is doing. So we have a very robust health promotion and wellness services unit specifically within sexual health, and they do a lot of outreach on safe sexual behaviors. We have condoms that get passed out for free on campus, and that unit does a really excellent job of preventative services before any risky sexual behaviors. Any students engage in risky sexual behaviors. I'm not really sure about the landscape of other universities though, so.
Can you speak to BSU?
I can add to that, not just BSU, but the intent in this bill, the language in the bill outlines that universities will refer or offer a full range of FDA-approved contraceptive methods. So that includes regular birth control, barrier contraception, not just emergency contraception. So students will have access to not just those contraceptive methods, but also education, science-based education, so that they understand before they make those choices.
My last question is, somebody mentioned metrics. I do like the metrics. Is it possible from your study to get the details on the demographics or the race and age of the individuals who have had to undergo the emergency contraception? And I like correlations, and I want to see, does this correlate to specific subgroups in my community where this knowledge needs to be provided way ahead of time, even before they go to college? I'm just concerned that a lot of folks in various communities don't have the proper education, aren't being taught what can occur should certain choices be made. And my intent is to ensure they never have to get to the point where they have to resort to emergency contraception. So I'd appreciate that if you have that type of data available.
I can get you all the information that I have based on my research. And I think you had some metrics about emergency contraception at College Park. If you have any data on race, we can get that to you also. But I do want to reiterate that the bill does include science-based education. So that information will be available to students that they hopefully can access before the need for emergency contraception arises. And I do agree with you that education should be in place well before students get to college. And I'd be more than happy to work with you to make that happen.
The chair referenced testimony from the University System of Maryland and favorable with an amendment. And I've been texting the president of Montgomery College. They're talking about four-year institutions. They're talking about residential and those with an on-campus health center. I'd love to know your thoughts. My instinct would be community colleges should have something, at the very least referrals, if not whether or not they have an on-campus health center or something. Do you have, either Ms. Johnson or any of you, have thoughts, opinions, or data on that idea? Whether we should limit it to four-year institutions, just residentials and just with health centers, or whether it should be more broadly available and cover a wider range of higher education institutions?
I can answer that question. My hope is that we'll be able to expand this bill to cover community colleges and other residential colleges. But the way that those schools run is very different than public four-year institutions that we're working with right now. And so it's a stepping stone. We do hope to get there.
And all I would add is, clearly the community college would have an opportunity to have weighed in. The only folks who did strongly support this bill is our University System Maryland, which is why the bill is crafted to them. As Ms. Johnson was mentioning, I think when you start going down to two-year community colleges, there are, I think the issues are a little bit different. for example, the issue of not having residential housing and all the other kinds of issues that we do have at four-year institutions. So I think that's a conversation to have, but is beyond the scope of this particular piece of legislation.
As you mentioned, vending machines are an option and you don't need a health center for that. And you don't need to have residential halls to
Right.
have that. But anyway, we can totally talk offline. Senator Carozza has a question.
Madam Chair, and probably this is for Ms. Johnson with your research. Last year, when Maryland went forward with the expansion of abortion services, including non-physicians to provide those services, there's been a concern that with the increase of that expansion and the different the system behind that, that the risk of abortion coercion increases. And so when you have a bill like this, I think it's realistic to ask the question. There are some studies where the majority of women have said in some reports that they were pressured into an abortion. So, when you see something like this, that, you just said this might be a stepping stone with the public universities, and the vice chair mentioned, community colleges, which I really would ask those presidents, before including them. But, it just seems to me when you have some research indicating that you have women who have been pressured and coerced into abortion. And I just, to me, that is something that if, it should be considered when you're talking about an expansion along these lines.
So I'm happy to field this question. The standard of care and what I believe will be established from this bill will be for a referral to a provider. The standard of care from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists is that a patient receive full counseling for all options regarding pregnancy continuation, termination, including parenting. The most established student health facilities certainly would not have the capabilities to provide prenatal care at their student health facility, but the goal of this bill is to establish referral so that perhaps these students would then be able to be referred to a provider who would be able to set them up with prenatal care. So I don't think that establishing these referrals will be funneling patients into any particular pressure in one direction or the other. It's just allowing them the opportunity to speak with a provider who has experience and is able to review those options with the patient.
Consider is that, when I was in school and I cracked up my car, I didn't want my parents to know about it. I was just going to handle it. Okay. Something like, a student becoming pregnant, if they go in talking about, I don't want my parents to know about it. And if there's certain counselors that steer them in a certain direction, I think it is a legitimate concern when you expand in this direction that there could be an increase in abortion coercion, and there should be sensitivity to that.
I mean, I just, as I said at the outset, this is the nature of this issue is such that I understand there's going to be folks that, because of the nature of the bill and the topic, aren't going to be able to support it. I just would make the broader point when you look at the statistics of what the leading cause of young women dropping out of college are, which is a pretty dramatic. There are some public policy considerations here. This is simply asking the universities to create a plan. It's not forcing anybody to do anything. It's not coercing anybody, but to come up with a plan, a network, information, education is part of the bill. And at some institutions, they already have this in place. I want to reiterate, this is codifying existing practice at places like College Park. But if you're at some other institution, you have to drive an hour and 40 minutes to take advantage of something that is legal. And so if we're going to have this in place, there should be some standardized consistency throughout our university system in Maryland. This is not impacting private institutions. This is our public institutions, four-year institutions, and it shouldn't depend on where you happen to be going to school. And so I think that's maybe the broader point, but I know where you're coming from. I respect that, but I don't know that that's going to be resolved here, that the back and forth about your point. So.
No other questions by senators. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you for your leadership on campus and off. And we now have 4 witnesses who are unfavorable for the bill. 2 are in person and 2 are virtual. We can call up Laura Bogley from Maryland Right to Life, Valerie Walters. Those are both in person. And then we will have virtual from Eileen Roberts and Benjamin Mackey coming back from Texas again. So Ms. Bogley and Ms. Walters. Are you both here?
Sure.
Well, why don't
Good
you start?
afternoon,
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair,
Welcome.
members of the committee. I'm Laura Bogley, Executive Director of Maryland Right to Life. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and ask for your opposition to Senate Bill 341. Parents send their daughters to college for an education, not for an abortion. But this bill is an unfunded mandate on Maryland colleges to actively participate in predatory abortion practices using existing taxpayer funding. The bill provides no conscience clause to protect faculty and staff who do not want to participate in abortion violence. Parents have a right to know if they will be forced to pay higher tuition to subsidize abortion on campus, even without their knowledge or consent. We support any policy that supports pregnant students in continuing both their pregnancy and their education, but this bill creates a legal framework to position the abortion industry to prey on vulnerable young women without offering them medically accurate information, quality care, or life-saving alternatives to abortion. Planned Parenthood is in the business of selling abortions, not providing prenatal care. But that is the primary organization that the Maryland Department of Health refers these girls to. They already are entrenched on most college campuses, but this bill will subsidize their operations with additional public funding. This is despite the fact that 60% of people polled are opposed to public funding for abortion. Sponsors of the abortion industry using taxpayers' funds to contract out educational curriculum development, program training, and school health services to questionable third-party organizations that are financially interested in abortion sales, including Planned Parenthood. But radical abortion policies like the Abortion Care Access Act and do-it-yourself abortion pills have completely removed abortion from the spectrum of healthcare, making abortion unsafe for women and girls in Maryland. Abortion kills a living human being who begins at fertilization, not as at implantation, and often leaves physical and psychological scars for women. Pregnant students do not need to choose between their education and their preborn children. In my 3rd year of law school, I gave birth to my first son. I took off 1 semester and he motivated me to succeed. I went on to become an executive at a Fortune 100 corporation.
Thank
We
you very
urge your
much for your
unfavorable
testimony.
report. Thank you.
Thank you. May I assume that you might be daughter or granddaughter of our former Lieutenant Governor?
I am Chairman Kagan.
There.
Kagan.
Okay. All right. Well, welcome. I just want to give one more chance here. If Valerie Walters is here. I do not see her. Are there questions for Ms. Bogley? I see none. Ms. Bogley, thank you for coming. We have Eileen Roberts and Benjamin Mackey, who are going to. Mr. Mackey checked out, so we will not hear from Mr. Mackey from Texas, but we will have Eileen Roberts, Parents for Life, who will join us for 2 minutes virtually.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Eileen Roberts, and I'm the founder and president of Parents for Life. Parents for Life serves as a collective voice for parents, educating the public and legislators throughout the country for the need of public policy that protects minors and daughters, empowering parents for their right to know. Most importantly, I am the mother of a daughter who had an abortion. When we discovered she became severely depressed, we looked for answers, but instead of thinking that her boyfriend had introduced her to drugs, we found a questionnaire from an abortion clinic under her pillow. While in the hospital for depression, it was determined that she had to have follow-up surgery, but my daughter could not have that surgery unless I signed a consent form. And to add insult to injury, my husband and I were responsible for the follow-up cost in the amount of $27,000. I'm not naive knowing that there are college students from abusive homes. And we now have the incredible increase in sex trafficking, predators who roam around the campuses, and of course, social media. I am here today to oppose Senate Bill 341 because Maryland parents deserve better. The bill denies parental involvement and treats parents as an afterthought, or even worse, as enemies to the educational process. If this committee really wants to help our children and our daughters, the committee should involve parents. And just because abortion is legal in this country, it's not necessarily safe. Denying the rights of parents destroys families. Remember, when things go wrong, parents are still responsible for follow-up medical costs to repair the damage done to their child, both physically and mentally. For my family, that cost was over $27,000. You can help parents of Maryland by standing with them and oppose Senate Bill 341. And when you do, you will restore family rights and protect our daughters.
Thank you for your testimony. Just so you know, you had some connection issues, but while we didn't have reliable and moving video, we were able to hear you clearly. So thank you for submitting your testimony.
And I'll answer any questions if you may.
I am looking around. I see no questions from senators. So that concludes your testimony, and that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 341 from the chairman, and passing it back to you.
Okay, I see two of my friend colleagues, Senator Zucker, you've only got one witness signed up, so we're going to call you up on Senate Bill 343. I'm going to call up Andy Culp from Maryland Development of Disabilities Coalition. And we do have actually a couple of folks, Kelly Nelson and Teresa Herbert are available for questions if any questions pop up. But Senator Zucker, take the time you need to explain Senate Bill 343.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. For the record, Senator Craig Zucker. Mr. Chairman, first I wanted to thank you for, you and I have been partners on achieving better life experience accounts for a while. When I was in the House of Delegates and the chair was in the Senate, he was a Senate sponsor, I was a House sponsor, basically creating achieving better life experiences accounts in the state of Maryland based on what the feds gave authorization to states. And what those are, just in a nutshell, is these are prior to ABLE accounts, that's the acronym, in order to get government services, services from providers, it would require an individual basically live in poverty who's developmentally disabled. So what these accounts provide is an opportunity for individuals with developmental disabilities or their families to save for providers, education without cutting against their benefits. Well, as time went on, there's been adjustments on the federal end, and other states are required to make modifications. So this legislation modifies in terms of who can open up an ABLE account, because when individuals get to the age 18, if they don't have a guardian, then they can run into trouble. So this just expands the opportunity for people to open up ABLE accounts. Mr. Chairman, the reason why I put this in is we kind of have to get this passed, because if we don't, we're not in compliance with the federal ABLE program. So that's why we put it in, is to make sure that we're in compliance, that the program doesn't get interrupted. And with that, I will turn the rest of my testimony over to Ms. Culp.
Yeah, and I just would add, today's DDA Lobby Day, I think, in Annapolis, and we participated this morning, and Senator Carrozza was there as well, and we touted the ABLE account and the ABLE legislation that we collaborated on. But it's, I think, as I said this morning, I think, whatever bills I pass, this is really one of the most significant piece of legislation for me personally, I think I've ever done here. So with that said, I'm going to turn it to you, Ms. Culp, and you've got, you're on the clock though. 2 minutes.
That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Andy Culp, and I'm here testifying in support of Senate Bill 343 on behalf of the Maryland Developmental Disabilities Coalition. The coalition is comprised of 5 statewide organizations, all dedicated to the rights and quality of life of people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And Maryland ABLE accounts have been a game changer for many people. As the senator said, before this program, people had to live in poverty because if they had assets over a certain limit, $2,000, they could lose their SSI and Medicaid. And they rely on their Medicaid to be able to get their services. So what these accounts do is a lot a person put money, their own money into the account to use for qualified medical expenses or qualified expenses, which include basic utilities, home costs that they have for their primary residence, medical bills, transportation, and things like that. So it's not outlandish vacations or anything like that. They have to meet certain criteria to be able to use this money for these expenses that they, for things that they need. And as the senator also pointed out, that Congress passed the Able Age Adjustment Act in 2022, December, which allows people who are, it used to be that you couldn't open an ABLE account if your disability happened after the age of 26. So the Able Age Adjustment Act lets people start an ABLE account if their disability was acquired before they turn 46. So it expands the program to more people to be able to put money away for the things that they need. And this is post-tax dollars, by the way. Also, it expands the changes in this bill will allow more people to create ABLE accounts for their loved ones, like representative payees. There's a federal list of people who are considered, qualified to help someone set up an ABLE account. So those are the two changes, and they mirror federal law. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for testimony. Any questions for either sponsor or our witness? Senator Carozza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Senator Zucker. I want to thank you for this bill. You were my first chair when I was in the House of Delegates, and when you took this and started running with it, you brought a lot of us along and educated us, and so I want to thank you for that. And as far as the you mentioned that the sense of urgency that we have to pass this in order to be in compliance with the feds. What is that exact? What is that exact piece of it that?
Just that when the omnibus spending bill passed, this was part of it. And so I can't remember how many other states, Betty Ann Mobley, who's over the ABLE account, would be able to tell you. A lot of states have already made changes to their state statutes to mirror federal law, and we're a little bit behind.
Was it specifically on the age piece, or was it on another piece?
Yeah, it's multiple pieces. I'll leave. Yeah. Do you want?
We can have the able, it's on multiple pieces
to meet the Fed requirements.
Correct. So I think it's on the guardianship. It's
and before you answer, tell us who you are.
Yes, hi, it's Kelly Nelson, Outreach and Communications Manager for Maryland ABLE Program. So the final regulations dropped in 2 years ago, and we had until November of 2022 to implement those. And that legislation impacted the ability for people to expand the number of people that could open ABLE accounts for a family member with a disability and manage those accounts. So there's 47 programs nationwide, and we are the only program that's currently not in compliance with those federal regulations.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel? You have a question? Yes, Vice Chair Kagan.
Super quick question for the sponsor, if you can. What's magical about the age of 46?
I guess, isn't that what's already in federal law? Isn't that what they were doing in feds?
When it was originally passed, it was tied into the bill that had being able to keep people on insurance at age 26. So that's what was adopted. And right away, ABLE program started advocating for people for that to be expanded. So they assigned age 46.
Okay. Let's hope no one gets a disability at age 47 then. Okay. Thank you, Senator Zucker.
Okay, any additional question for sponsor witness? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 343. We're next going to bring up Senator Kramer on Senate Bill 837. Senator Kramer, and I understand you have a truncated video. Are you still?
I do, Mr. Chair, and after.
And can I just bring up, you do have a designated sponsor panelist. If I could bring up Jason Brook, is Mr. Brook here? Okay, and then just for brevity, Senator Kramer, we do have two other in-person witnesses, both signed up straight favorable. Would you mind if maybe I brought them up to join you at the witness table?
Sure.
Okay, so we've got
anybody who's interested is welcome to
Sarah.
come on.
Sarah from the Baltimore Jewish Council. I see Rebecca Kotog from JCRC of Greater Washington. And again, Jason Brook, if you are here in the house, Mr. Brook, okay. So those are the three witnesses to join Senator Kramer at the table.
I'll signal you when to start. Okay, Tammy, go ahead and stay up there. We'll be ready. Thank you.
And all the witnesses after this are virtual. So this is our in-person, all signed up favorable. Senator Kramer, take the time you need to present Senate Bill 837.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Ben Kramer introducing Senate Bill 837, the Educate to Stop the Hate Act. Colleagues, as I'm sure all of you know, hate crimes and intolerance has been increasing dramatically over the past few years, both nationally and here in Maryland. Anti-Semitic hate crimes have increased at an alarming rate here in Maryland, which has drawn the attention of media outlets which have been reporting about it. Anti-Semitic incidents have occurred at businesses, in private schools, public places, private homes, Jewish institutions, our schools, and has been dramatically increasing on the campuses of our colleges and universities. Just last week, 2 men in Los Angeles were shot in 2 different incidents by a man who targeted them as Jews based on their attire. Just a few years ago, the attack on and murder of Jews worshiping in a Pittsburgh synagogue was sadly the expected result of the level of comfort that anti-Semites have in espousing and acting on their anti-Semitic prejudice. What is particularly disconcerting is that there is a direct correlation between the stunning rise in anti-Semitism and the declining knowledge of the Holocaust and its horrors and devastation. Ignorance, as defined by Merriam-Webster, is, quote, the lack of knowledge, education, or awareness. And with that, I'd like to pause for a moment and show a quick video that I think really makes this message clear.
But it's not gonna be 14 minutes, right?
No, sir, we're going to cut it off at minute 4.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, hi. I'm Rhonda Fink Whitman, author of 94 Maidens. It's a Holocaust story inspired by true events. It's a story about how my mother survived the Holocaust. Cute, isn't she? It's no secret I've been pushing my home state of Pennsylvania to make Holocaust education mandatory in classrooms. We're talking public and charter schools, grades 6 through 12. 5 other states in the country.
Is there a way to increase the volume, Mr. Chair, that you're aware of? Okay, hit pause for 1 minute.
So long. I mean, the Holocaust was 70 years ago. This is the last generation of survivors, liberators, eyewitnesses. Frankly, it's a little embarrassing. I'm concerned. I'm concerned as the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, as an educator, as a mother of college-age kids, and as a human being, because genocide is going on today, right now. While you watch this video, the lessons of the Holocaust still haven't been learned. But you can't blame the kids. No one's teaching it to them. By the time they get to a college campus, they should know a thing or two about the Holocaust and other genocides, so that when the plague of denial creeps onto their campus, they're armed and ready with the truth. Tell you what, I'll take that, thank you. Let's find out what they do or don't know about the Holocaust. You went to public school in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And I'm just going to ask you a few questions, some general history questions.
Okay.
What was the Holocaust?
The Holocaust, I'm on the spot now.
It was I don't know how to say it, like
It was something that happened in, oh my God, I know the answer, but I don't know how to explain it.
Where did the Holocaust happen?
I have no idea.
Where did it start? Which country?
I have no idea. Europe? No. Is it Europe? I don't think so.
Which country was Adolf Hitler the leader of?
I think it's Amsterdam.
I'm not sure. I forget.
About how many years ago do you think?
Older too. Is that like 1800? Or I want to say like 300 years ago, maybe?
What were the prison camps called? What are they commonly known as?
I know this. I don't remember.
Begins with a C.
Concentration camps.
There you go. Can you name one?
No.
Not one.
Nope.
Can you name a concentration camp?
No.
What was Auschwitz?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
What was the night of broken glass?
I don't know.
What was the night of broken glass?
I do not know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we here in the great state of Maryland are not teaching the Holocaust and its invaluable lessons. As a consequence, ignorance and the inevitable outcomes of ignorance are winning the day. Social media has become a magnet and hotbed for violent and extremist content. Our children are receiving their lessons about the Holocaust from Holocaust deniers and rabid racists. It should come as no surprise that a recent analysis of TikTok, a platform hugely popular with teens and tweens, indicates a 41% uptick in anti-Semitic posts, a 912% increase in anti-Semitic comments, pardon me, and a whopping 1,375% increase in anti-Semitic usernames in just 1 year. Just a few years ago, the results of a comprehensive study were released that revealed the knowledge and understanding by Americans of the Holocaust is shockingly lacking. Headlines in the media characterized this report's findings in the following ways. Quote, the startling statistics about people's lack of Holocaust knowledge. Quote, 4 in 10 millennials don't know about the Holocaust. And quote, the significant lack of Holocaust knowledge in the United States. Colleagues, the atrocities of the most notorious crime ever perpetrated against humanity is not some dusty relic of the past. Its barbarity occurred less than 80 years ago. We still have among us victims and survivors of that horror, although their voices are sadly being lost to the passage of time. It was once believed that the sheer magnitude of this mind-numbing event and the cries of never forget would keep the lessons of the Holocaust seared into our memories. Yet here we are, faced with a recently released survey that reveals that more than 1/5 of millennials have not heard of the Holocaust. 41% of millennials believe that fewer than 2 million Jews perished in the Holocaust, as opposed to the 6 million individual human beings, children, mothers, fathers, grandparents, students, teachers, doctors, all who died from shootings, beatings, poisonous gas, experimentation, starvation, freezing, and disease. Out of the hundreds of concentration and death camps placed throughout Europe, the most vile name that rises to the top is Auschwitz. Auschwitz, the largest of the Nazi concentration and death camps, where 1 million of Europe's Jews, along with others deemed unfit for survival, gypsies, homosexuals, intellectuals, the mentally and physically disabled, died. Auschwitz, where the poison gas chambers and the ovens used to cremate the corpses ran 24/7. Auschwitz, where thousands of Jews were subjected to barbaric medical and military experiments and given nothing to ease the pain of their torture. Auschwitz, where tens of thousands of kind, loving, sensitive, and caring people died from brutal weather conditions, overwork, and starvation. Auschwitz, a name that 2/3 of millennials could not identify. The survey I reference and many others similarly demonstrate that it is not just our young adults that lack knowledge of the Holocaust and its painfully important lessons, but older adults as well. An ABC Washington Post poll revealed that Americans who had never heard of the Holocaust were twice as likely to condone neo-Nazism than those with knowledge of the Holocaust. And 20% of those who have not heard of the Holocaust said it is acceptable to hold neo-Nazi beliefs. The Holocaust does not stand alone as the only human genocide in modern history. The Armenian genocide, Cambodia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Rwanda, Darfur, and others must be remembered and their lessons never forgotten. Colleagues, the video that you just saw at the beginning of this hearing now is a decade old when it was produced. At the time it was produced, 5 states had enacted requirements for Holocaust education. Today, there are 23 states that have such a requirement, including Pennsylvania, which is where the video was prepared, which did so 1 year after that video was made. Embarrassingly though, Maryland is not among the 23 states that require Holocaust education. Maryland, which is so often in the vanguard on important issues such as this, has been sitting on the sidelines, high up on the bleachers, watching state after state around the country, blue states, red states, states with large Jewish populations and those with very small Jewish populations, recognize the value and the benefit of requiring Holocaust education and learning for their children. Mr. Chair, colleagues, it is well past time that we make Holocaust and genocide education standardized and compulsory. The bill before you does just that. In fact, the bill simply requires that Maryland schools adopt bare minimum standards for Holocaust education as promised and committed to by the then state superintendent of schools in 2019. This bill reflects the commitment that had been made in 2019 and was not fulfilled. The president of the World Jewish Congress recently offered the following commentary, quote, "We cannot allow ourselves to remain in a situation where a vast majority of young people have no idea about the genocide that took place just 2 or 3 generations before them, when the word Auschwitz slips past their heads without any significance. Social media is an excellent way to spread the word, but this can similarly be used as a force of evil. with the spreading of Holocaust denial. We must lay the base foundation for proper education. Holocaust curriculum must be fundamental and obligatory in every education system. Tolerance training and bridge building between people of different faiths and nationalities must become a core requirement in every school. Mr. Chair, colleagues, this bill is one of a package that I prepared this legislative to respond to the dramatic uptick in hate and anti-Semitism. It is the cornerstone of the package, the foundation upon which the others will be built. I am pleased that and grateful to the Senate President for working very closely with me on this package of bills. Another one was heard just a little while ago in the Budget and Taxation Committee. Colleagues, if we do not remember the past through education, we are certainly doomed to repeat the nightmares and tragedies that occurred in the past. In remembrance and respect for the millions throughout the centuries that have been murdered because of racism and bigotry, and yes, religious beliefs, I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 837, Educate to Stop the Hate. Mr. Chair, there is an amendment that was submitted to the committee which clarifies the intent of the bill as drafted. It is an amendment that came from our friends at the Maryland State Education Association, who are in fact supporting this bill. So with that, I thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for hearing this important legislation.
Okay, thank you, Senator Kramer. I should have mentioned, is Rabbi Ariel Sadwin here in the audience? Because you actually had designated the rabbi as one of your sponsor panelists. I did not see that when I called up the witness. Is the rabbi here? Okay. In any event, let's go through the witnesses. Each of you, because we still have a long night ahead of us here, is going to be 2 minutes each. So we'll start with you and then we'll just go to the other panelists, 2 minutes. So tell us your name and then you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Mirsky-Mickey. I'm the Deputy Director of the Baltimore Jewish Council, which represents the Associated Jewish Community Federation of Baltimore and all of our agencies. We're here today in support of SB 837. This is not a mandate. This is simply a codification of changes that MSD stated they would make in 2019, but have yet to fully and adequately implement. The BJC follow it up several times with MSDE, each time with them extending implementation deadlines. See the letters in my written testimony. Further, even with the written changes that have already taken effect, it is clear that we need to have funding in order to teach our teachers about the Holocaust to properly educate on these changed guidelines. Just some quick numbers for Maryland specifically. In 2020, a survey by the Claims Conference of Millennials and Gen Zers about knowledge of the Holocaust showed that Maryland was in a bottom 10 state in terms of knowledge. Maryland, where we have one of the highest Jewish populations in the country, but where only in Maryland, about 40% of younger adults had heard of Auschwitz, and of that 40%, only 32% knew it was actually a concentration camp. This is the reality of Holocaust education in our state. Another example from Baltimore City Public Schools from a student who you have written testimony is she recently took U.S. World History course where origins of the Holocaust and U.S. response are supposed to be taught from the 2019 guidelines. She learned about Pearl Harbor, the Japanese internment camps, and other important parts of World War II. But the word Jew and Holocaust were rarely mentioned, if ever. This is why we need to codify MSD's unfulfilled promises to have and to also teach trainers with the funding. In this student's testimony the following year, a swastika was found in the school bathroom, showing lack of education among their peers. She took it upon herself to bring in a survivor and to also create a Jewish Student Association. But it shouldn't be the students that have to do this. It should be our schools, and they need to have the tools to educate properly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you pass it to your right and tell us your name and put that mic. Yep, there you go.
Hi. Hi, I'm Rachel Barold. I'm a 9th grader at Walt Whitman High School. Recently in December, our school marquee was graffitied with the words "Jews not welcome." I personally am proudly Jewish. I have been bat mitzvahed, and yet I still have received in the Walt Whitman district so much anti-Semitism. I personally am an avid TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter user. And even though the algorithm probably knows I'm Jewish, I personally have seen so much anti-Semitism online, etc. And I know that myself, I've been online for a really, really long time, and students as early as third grade are online seeing this misinformation. And there's stories that I've heard from teachers at my school, teachers in the Jews for Change Instagram, which I created after we held a walkout at our school that I organized with over 300 students attending, teachers telling us from elementary school about their experiences. And it's so key that we have this Holocaust education, because there's students in my grade, when I passed around a petition in September to have a Holocaust lesson at Whitman, that didn't know what the Holocaust was. And I was shocked when I heard that. I didn't know that there were people that didn't know what the Holocaust was. That's crazy, obviously. And it's so important that we educate people, because the basis of hate is ignorance. And the basis that students are standing upon in the status quo, where they are taking lessons about the Holocaust from the likes of Kanye West on Twitter, is not working. And we need to give our students the tools to fight hate in their lives.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, sir. Be clean up here.
Sure. Good
State
afternoon.
your name.
My name is Jason Brook. I'm here to support this bill because I think it's critical to the safety of the Jewish people in our community. I already cried in the House hearing, so I apologize in advance if I do that again here. My family came to the United States in the early 1900s, fleeing persecution in Russia. We have 5 generations of calling Maryland our home. My grandfathers fought in World War II. My grandmother was a proud member of the U.S. Women's Army Corps. And I have 2 young children, and I teach them to be proud Americans in Korean and Jewish heritage. And you know, it might be hard to imagine, but for some of you might appreciate that the Christmas time is an isolating time for a lot of young Jewish kids. And my daughter was, especially this last holiday, was pretty tough for my daughter because she was subjected to anti-Semitism in her kindergarten classroom. One day she came home from school and she looked sullen, and I asked her what was wrong. And she said that someone in her class told her that Hanukkah was bad, and another classmate told her that Jews are bad. And I asked her how it made her feel, and she just said sad, and she buried her head in my chest. And it broke my heart. You can probably see. Shortly thereafter, another kid in her classroom started laughing at her, and when she was washing her hands in the bathroom, and my daughter asked her what was going on, and she said, "I said something bad about Jews." And a few days ago, my daughter cried herself to sleep and just asked me, "Why do they say such hurtful things?" This is a kindergartner. I don't blame these kids. They don't know any better. They're innocent, just like my daughter is. But the fact of the matter is someone taught them these things, and we have to teach them that that's not correct, that they're wrong, and that it's dangerous to feel this way. And we also need to support educators so that they understand how to address these issues when they occur. For this reason, I hope you will support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Any questions for either Senator Kramer or his panel? Yes, Senator Gallion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill forward. The video spoke a lot, I think, to everybody here, and as well as your testimony. Thank you. And for the young lady that just spoke from her heart with, you don't have to come up and answer a question probably, but not one note in front of you. I wish I was that good.
I do debate.
Okay, well, that's one thing that pops out kind of from my memory. I can remember in middle school, our class like reading the Diary of Anne Frank, and I still remember that now, all these years later. And I was in high school when the Schindler's List came out, and I can remember our my high school teacher, Mr. Osmond, taking our class. We were able to go to the theater and probably 93, 94, somewhere around there, and watched that. And that kind of stuff really sticks out in my memory. With that being said, kind of off the video, isn't there just a concern, not just with the Holocaust, but I mean, it looks like we're really failing teaching history. I mean, isn't there I share a concern considering the Holocaust, but also just looking at even a little broader picture, it seems like some people, how are you passing an American history class without knowing not only about the Holocaust, but just World War II? Is that a concern? I mean, we're passing on people that really don't have a grasp of history at all.
Well, I don't want to dive too deeply into the notion of what is or isn't happening beyond the four corners of the bill, which do, I think, relate to this very the significant lack of teaching about the Holocaust and importantly, the lessons of the Holocaust, because those lessons relate to everything else in our society where there's a generalized hate towards others who are not like us. And I think those lessons are what's critically important, and for people to understand the value of embracing our differences and our uniqueness and our different interests and beliefs, our faiths, our nationalities. And I think that is what this curriculum would help address, not in its entirety. We've got, there's so much that could be done, but I think this is just a small critical piece, to address this aspect of a total lack of knowledge now about an event that happened just 80 years ago. But thank you for the question.
Okay, any additional questions for a sponsor of the panel? Okay, seeing none. We do have a number of virtual witnesses who signed up. I'm sorry. What's your name? I'm not sure did you sign up?
Yeah, Rebecca Kotak.
Oh, I apologize.
That's
Rebecca. Okay. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and committee members, thank you for providing me the opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 0837. And thank you, Senator Kramer, for introducing this important bill. My name is Rebecca Schnitzer-Kotak, a native Marylander and a Maryland certified school counselor working for the past decade as an elementary school counselor in Maryland's largest school district, Montgomery County Public Schools. I am also the granddaughter of Ethel and Stephen Schnitzer, survivors of Nazi labor and concentration camps during World War II. Whenever my grandma Ethel witnessed her grandchildren celebrating something Jewish, she shook her head back and forth and said, "I never could have imagined this." But if she were alive today, I would sadly have to tell her that she probably never could have imagined that in 2023, at the MCPS school that my children, her great-grandchildren, attend, just last week, in Gaithersburg, Maryland, a student dressed up like Hitler and gave the Nazi salute as another student photographed him and disseminated it on social media. I would tell her she never could have imagined that in 2023, 2 of my 5th grade students at the school I work at walked around asking kids if they were Jewish and then pretended to shoot those who said yes. Sadly, Senator Kagan, this was at a school that you have visited many times. As I processed this horrific incident with our students, it quickly became apparent that many of our non-Jewish students had never heard of the Holocaust, and those who had did not understand the connection between hate speech and the horrors perpetrated during the Holocaust. This is not their fault. This is our fault. We haven't taught them. I'm also the parent of 2 MCPS middle school students. They come home daily and tell me their classmates have never heard of the Holocaust. One of their teachers, English teacher, reading literature, posed the question, "What do you think the Jewish experience was like during World War II?" My daughter raised her hand and said, "Do you mean the Holocaust?" They said, "Well, we don't want to offend anyone with that term." Maya Angelou famously said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." How can we expect our students to do better if we are not helping them know better? I urge the state of Maryland to take action and codify the guidelines for instructional content on the Holocaust by passing Senate Bill 837. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the panel? Okay, seeing none. We will now go to the virtual witnesses. We've got Jared Bandos. signed up. He's in. Okay. Mr. Bandos, I see you. You've got 2 minutes to testify on Senate Bill 837. Signed up favorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, state senators, for hearing this bill today. My name is Jared Bandos. I teach chemistry and computer science at the Baltimore School for the Arts, which is in Baltimore City Public Schools. And I wanted to talk to you about how important it is for our children to have even just background knowledge on the Holocaust. The very first day of school, I teach my students about science, technology, and society. And we look at, in addition to just the facts of science, the practices of science, we look at the moral obligation of scientists. And one of the things that I talk to my students about is, for instance, the chemist who developed Zyklon B, which was originally a pesticide used in agricultural application. It eventually became used for the gassing of Jews. And does a scientist like that have a moral obligation to ensure that their work is not misused for evil intent? Or what about the scientists who believed in or supported eugenics, or the scientists at IBM who helped the Nazi war machine catalog people? What about, on the positive side, we look at the scientists like Niels Bohr, who fled Denmark and pretty much walked straight into the office of the King of Sweden and said, you need to give safe haven to the Jews of Denmark. And he used his power and privilege as a scientist to do that. Or Lisa Meitner, who was fleeing the Nazis because she was Jewish, and her discoveries explained nuclear fission, which led to the bomb that ended World War II. And my students in class are not prepared to have these rich discussions because they don't have the background. They don't have the fundamental knowledge. When my school had an anti-Semitic incident that there was swastikas graffitied in the bathrooms, that while the administrators were taking care of the disciplinary response, I was taking care of the restorative response for the school, giving out Holocaust information. We hosted a speaker. We hosted the Ken Burns documentary. But the students didn't have the background to engage deeply. So please give a favorable report to this so that we have the tools to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next move to the next witness, Sarah Winkleman. Ms. Winkleman, are you on the line? There you are. Ms. Winkleman, you've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the Senate Education, Energy, and Environment Committee. My name is Sarah Winkleman. I'm the Director of Education Program and Services for the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 837. I want to thank Senator Ben Cramer for sponsoring this bill. The JCRC is the umbrella group representing over 100 Jewish agencies, synagogues, and schools in the DC region. One of our most sacred responsibilities is to facilitate Holocaust remembrance and education. SB 837 combats rising anti-Semitism by seeking accountability for a curriculum already agreed to by the Maryland State Department of Education in 2019 to bolster Holocaust education. Sadly, we're seeing a significant uptick of anti-Semitism, both nationally and locally. As Rachel mentioned, in our own area, we've had highly publicized incidents, including the high school marquee defaced with the phrase "Jews not welcome," swastikas scrawled on desks, and alleged anti-Jewish statements made by students during extracurricular activities. Besides these publicized occurrences, I deal daily with anti-Semitic incidents that are unpublicized. Just in the last 2 months, we've responded to 2 separate anti-Semitic bullying incidents among children as young as 5th grade. Both incidents involved Nazi symbols and words that left parents and students fearing for their safety. This bill will help increase Holocaust education in our schools for these young learners, many of whom have been exposed to these symbols elsewhere without the proper context to understand their harmful impact. As it stands, MCBS students can go through 10 years of school without learning about the Holocaust until 10th grade world history. That is clearly too late. Anti-Semitism has been around for thousands of years, waxing and waning over time. We have an opportunity to attack anti-Semitic beliefs and attitudes at the age where they often begin. For these reasons, we ask for a favorable report on SB 837. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Questions for Ms. Winkleman? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next move to Martha Wyman, also saying up favorable virtuals. Ms. Wyman, we've got Ms. Wyman. Trying to locate Ms. Wyman. Okay, Ms. Wyman, we see you and you've got 2 minutes to weigh in on Senate Bill 837.
Thank you for hearing this bill. I am grateful to the Baltimore Jewish Council for giving me the opportunity to speak to students, which I have continued to do even during this pandemic, and we've switched to Zoom. I'm actually doing another one in a couple of weeks. So the opportunity to talk to kids, and we start with children that are in the 4th grade, and it is amazing to me how they can understand, and they seem to, what I'm trying to say. And now, of course, we're talking about hate. Hate has no foundational reasons. It was the catalyst of the Nazis to make Germany Judenrein. And I see now there is such an uptick in anti-Semitism that it's always been there. We all know that. But now it's beginning to rise to the surface again. So we need to educate and continue to educate our children. I speak very frequently to students and to teachers regarding my own Holocaust experience and the ensuing trauma, which, although you might not know it to meet me, but it really never goes away. It's always there. So I hope that we continue to do better in teaching Stop the Hate. Sadly, today, many of our children are better versed in the constant barrage of hate than they are in the good in our society and what they can do as children and then grow up and continue to advocate. The committee manifests your commitment to making things better, and I hope that in the future, I won't have to testify here again. This is not the first time I've testified. Last time it was in person. But I hope that in the future, things will start to look up so that my 5 great-grandchildren don't have to experience what we're all experiencing again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next move to Meredith Weisel. Ms. Weisel, are we also signed up favorable? Okay, Meredith, who's a constituent of mine, is not on there, so we'll move on to Anne-Marie Fournier.
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Anne-Marie Fournier, and I've been a language arts teacher in Anne Arundel County for 12 years. I currently serve the children and families of AACPS Virtual Academy. I am testifying in favor of Senate Bill 837, the Educate to Stop the Hate Act. As a teacher, I believe that this bill will serve as a necessary and appreciated framework. In my language arts curriculum, the Diary of Anne Frank has been relegated to the study of excerpts over the course of 5 days without resources to explain the historical content which is required. My colleagues and I found this to be insufficient and spent many unpaid hours creating materials on our own time to facilitate a more respectful and thoughtful study that is demanded of this text. Students are appreciative of truth and history and feel empowered when they interact with complex questions. And the dialectical process that will occur when teachers provide Holocaust instruction from the support of this bill can only lead to inquiry, empathy, and the modeling of the very democracy we hope to preserve. The spread of Holocaust distortion and denial and other hate speech via social media has been an ongoing concern amongst educators, including myself. And it encourages me to see that legislators seek to address the complexities of Holocaust education in our modern era by empowering Maryland teachers with the support we need with SB 837. I thank you sincerely.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for our witness? Seeing none, we'll next move to next virtual witness, Marcia Tischler. Ms. Tischler?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Tischler, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of this committee for the privilege of testifying in support of Senate Bill 837. I was 13 weeks old when my parents were forced to give me away in order to save my life. In the police station where I ended up, half of the men wanted to kill me because they figured I was Jewish. The rest refused, but only because they felt I might be Polish. I survived the Holocaust by the grace of God and the courage and compassion of the Ukrainian couple. Sadly, 33 members of my parents' immediate family were murdered by collaborators. My parents were hunted like animals. My father at times was shot at when he begged for bread. My elderly grandparents were robbed of their shoes and coats by kids who prodded them with sticks, yelling, "Jew, Jew." It would have been easy for my parents to give up their bleak existence. However, they chose not to. They persevered, and victims became survivors. Today, our students grapple with another bleak landscape: mass shootings, racism, anti-Semitism, all also fueled by prejudice and hatred. Many of the students face harassment, bullying, abuse, even rape and depression and thoughts of suicide. A careful study of the Holocaust in an age-appropriate setting will encourage students not to give up, to see themselves as survivors, not to live with hatred, and to treat others with civility, respect, and even empathy. Thank you, Senator Kramer, for this bill, and thank you, committee, for considering it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Tischler, witness? Okay, seeing none, we have one final witness signed up unfavorable, Vince McAvoy. Is Mr. McAvoy, Mr. McAvoy, you are signed up unfavorable and you have 2 minutes to testify.
Thank you so much, Chair. I appreciate it. I'm against this bill because I believe it a propagation of a religion at state expense. And I find it a stretch when I hear teachers who, not coincidentally speak in terms of wokeness, try to tie hate speech of the current day with the Holocaust. I think that's a stretch of victimhood. It should be put in context that over 100 million individuals died during World War II, many in combat in battle. And I juxtapose that with what's going on today in our society, in Montgomery County, in Baltimore City, where I live, in Baltimore County, experiencing actual death, carjackings, and violence daily. It's on the news. So I find this disingenuous. The population representation, Jewish population, it's about 2%. And there are many groups with historically larger populations which have no such representation in our historical books, in our classrooms. And that's what I want to get to. This ought to be guided by the timeline, not by choosing particular characters or particular countries. It should be a timeline. And sometimes that's an ugly timeline, as was World War II. As I said earlier, lawlessness is teaching our kids not to behave, to be unruly, and is it any wonder that they act the way they do? It has nothing to do with history. We don't even hold them to curricula in school. So I want to pivot a little bit off Senator Gallian's point. In Baltimore City, only 2% of our kids are graduating with any knowledge that's useful. And so I think this is a mandate. I don't like that there's funding for it. I think it's fine if teachers want to introduce it. The chemistry teacher, he gave his own particular nod to that, his own variation. Nothing wrong with that. But when we have a mandate, we're going against the autonomy of our county superintendents. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McAvoy. Any questions? Mr. McAvoy?
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think the case for the bill was just made.
Okay. Okay, seeing none, okay. No applause now. Okay, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 837. I see, I know that Senator Hedelman had been back and forth in and out, and I know Senator Guile is here. Senator Hedelman only has one witness, so Senator Hedelman, I'm going to bring you up here for Senate Bill 620, and then we'll go right to Senator Guile after your very short.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Senator Kramer. Senator Hedelman is on Senate Bill 620, and your one sponsor panelist witness is Caroline Thorne. Is Ms. Thorne up here? And that's the extent of the in-person testimony. Then we'll go to Senator Guile. Senator Hedelman, you've got 620. You've got the time you need to present it.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Shelley Hedelman from District 11, and I am here today on Senate Bill 620. And this bill is about sports. It's about online betting, and it's about the relationship between online betting and our institutions of higher education. Back in December, I read a big series in the New York Times, and I have it and willing to share it with anybody who is interested, about the proliferation of online gaming. And as part of this series, they focused in on colleges and sports betting companies. And I read in that article about an arrangement that an online gaming company had with the University of Colorado at Boulder. And in addition to paying the University of Colorado Boulder a substantial sum of money, they also had an arrangement whereby each time a student downloaded an app and used that app with regard to this online gaming platform, the university would get $30. And honestly, I was sort of horrified at that. It felt to me very predatory, and it felt to me that why should a university, who is also supported by public dollars, be making money off of students, many of whom are there on financial aid, students online gambling? So I picked up the phone and I called my friends at the University of Maryland College Park, and I said, do we do this? And I was assured that we do not. And I was very pleased at that response. So that started me thinking. I did not call all of the other universities, both public and private in the state, but I thought this is a practice that should not happen in Maryland. It is happening in other states. We should prevent this from happening in Maryland. So that is the impetus for this bill. It does two main things. It says those kinds of relationships can't happen. And it also provides a measure of transparency about what the arrangements are between the online gambling companies and these institutions of higher education. One of the other pieces that this series focused on is the ability of universities, and I'm not going to put this at the feet of the universities, but there are sports marketing firms, and it describes how universities have arrangements with sports marketing firms about online gambling on campus. And because technically the arrangement is between the sports marketing firm and the university, those contracts don't have to be made public. And I thought this is such an important issue. It is an important issue that involves a lot of money. There should be transparency about what these relationships are. So that's the other piece of what this bill does. It says that those arrangements have to be made public. And that's it. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. To my knowledge, there's no opposition to it. It has, there's a letter of information from the University System of Maryland, which I really do appreciate. It says they do not object to it. Also, our gaming regulators, I think, do not object to it. I believe there's a letter of information there, and I'd like to turn it over.
Okay,
Thank you.
We'll go with you, Ms. Thorne, and then we'll open up Q&A from the committee. So Ms. Thorne, you got 2 minutes.
Thank you. As I said before, my name is Caroline Thorne, and I'm from the University of Maryland Student Government Association. And I just wanted to echo a lot of what Senator Hedelman was saying. This legislation really prevents higher education institutions from entering into these contracts where universities can really kind of exploit students in a way. At UMD, I'm very grateful to not attend a school which does not have a contract of this nature. But I do really would like to prevent this from occurring in the future.
Institutions of higher education have a responsibility to foster an environment that's conducive to learning. Promoting gambling to students through their platforms, as is described in the article that Senator Heddleman was mentioning, some of these schools with these contracts were doing, really does not promote that responsibility. College-age students are often in new and unfamiliar environments without their usual support systems, and therefore they may be more likely to fall victim to addictive practices like gambling. Schools might also not have the resources to support students facing these unhealthy habits or addiction. The bottom line is that schools should not exploit students for profit, and this bill prevents that from happening in this way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for either Senator Heddleman or witness? Senator Washington.
Thank you. And thank you so much for this bill. I don't want to get outside of the bill itself, but are there other ways that universities potentially can make money on the information for students? In other words, is there a prohibition from selling data or selling the student information, majors, or do we have any type of prohibition around those? Or
to be honest, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, that's all. Just got me thinking now.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for this bill.
Okay, any additional questions for the panel, the sponsor? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing
Thank you.
on Senate Bill 620, and we're going to now move to Senator Gile. Thank you for your patience, Senator Gile, on Senate Bill 280, and I've got two in-person sponsored panelists designated by you, and then a virtual witness. So we'll call up Allison Taylor and Lynn Nash. Allison Taylor is a former alumnus of the Senate Finance Committee when I was there as committee counsel. So Allison, very well. And Lynn Nash. And then we have one witness signed up as part of your panel virtually. We'll get to Christopher Arnold next. So take your time to present the bill, Senator Gile, on Senate Bill 280.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. For the record, Senator Don Gile, District 33, here to present SB 280. This bill is a simple win-win bill that will help ameliorate two significant problems: military spouse unemployment and access to childcare for military families. With respect to the first problem, the military spouse unemployment rate is several times higher than the national average, and there is a number of reasons for that. Military spouses, who are overwhelmingly women, about 95% women, move from state to state to follow their service member spouse, often finding themselves in new states, and if they have kids, at the bottom of daycare waiting lists. They're also often living outside of their home state, and thus do not have that grandparent, aunt, uncle, or other family member to help with childcare. Military spouses are often also in a profession or career that requires a license or a certification, and moving to a new state requires that military spouse to navigate each state's licensing requirements, timelines, and costs. Add in a frequently deploying spouse, and it's no wonder that the military spouse unemployment rate is so high. This bill would help that problem in a simple way. It would allow military spouses licensed by the Department of Defense or certified by the Department of Defense to provide in-home child care to military dependents without a need for a license for the state. There are child care centers on military installations to provide child care for military dependents. However, waiting lists for those child care facilities are often extensively long. And the Department of Defense also licenses in-home child care programs, both off-base and on-base. For military spouses who move to Maryland, if they want to provide in-home child care, they must go through the Maryland's child care licensure process. To illustrate, let's take an Army spouse in Virginia who's licensed to provide in-home child care. If her spouse gets orders to Fort Meade and they move into a home in the Odenton area, my district, she needs to get licensed by the state to provide in-home childcare to military kids, despite already being licensed by the Department of Defense to do so. This can delay her ability to start working and stifle the supply of much needed military childcare providers. And to alleviate any concerns, and I mean this with all due respect to the Maryland State Department of Education, the Department of Defense is considered by many to have more vigorous safety regulations and training requirements. Consequently, this bill would help increase the supply of childcare providers for military families, speed up the process for military spouses to secure gainful employment. SB 280 would exempt Department of Defense childcare providers from Maryland licensure requirements
if the child care provider is located on a military installation or if they are certified as an in-home child care provider off base by a branch of the Department of Defense and the U.S. Coast Guard. Lastly, note that I'm offering a technical amendment that just clarifies that the children served by these providers are military dependents only, and that an installation commander has the discretion to determine which military dependents may be served. I'm not sure if it made it into the bill packet, but I believe there's also a letter from the Veterans Caucus in support of this bill. As a military spouse myself, addressing issues related to military spouse unemployment and access to childcare for military families is something near and dear to my heart, and I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 280. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Why don't we go to your two panelists, then we'll open up for some questions. Ms. Taylor?
All right. Good afternoon, Mr.
You each have 2 minutes each. for your
Okay,
testimony.
thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Feldman, members of the committee. My name is Allison Taylor, and I'm here today as a parent of a child who attends a Department of Defense certified daycare. I'm also a resident of District 30. When I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, one of the first things I wanted to do to prepare for our future was put her on a wait list for a Department of Defense certified daycare, which we have access to through affiliation with the U.S. Naval Academy. We had a very long wait list. It took about 1.5 years to when my daughter was 1 year old before we could get a slot in that space. We did send her to a civilian daycare in the intervening time, which was very high quality. It did cost us about $21,000 a year. When we were able to switch into the DoD certified facility, we did notice a step up in quality because of the increased safety standards and that sort of thing. And we, because of the federal funding available for this, now we only pay $8,700 a year, which is really, really amazing. So I think all around this is a win-win thing. I have heard from other parents in the area who are specifically interested in the in-home daycares, like what this bill is trying to address. There aren't as many options here as there are in other places where these families have been, and they do attribute that to the state licensure. So I urge a very favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's hear from Ms. Nash, and then we'll take some questions. And then after that, we'll go to the virtual witness.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Nash, and I represent the Maryland Military Coalition. I'm a 30-year nurse, active duty nurse, and one of my jobs was as a community health nurse to do the inspections on both in-home and daycare facilities. My kids went to daycare facilities. We were lucky. There was no list. But as my colleague mentioned, the cost of care is very high, no matter where you live. In Montgomery County, it's not unusual to pay up to $15,000 for an infant in a center and $10,000 in a private home. So I'd like to address the rigorous standards that are required. And in fact, I took a couple of hours and put together a comparison table for you all. So in addition to the change in ratio, the number of adults to child, the training requirements are significantly different. So in Maryland, you can start with as little as 24 hours in 6 core areas, whereas in the DoD, it's 90 hours no matter what. There's a difference in annual recertification, 12 versus 24 hours. There are a number of policy differences. So in care home in Maryland, only the adults get the background check. In a DoD home, it drops to anyone that's 12 years old and older. And I gave you the references that they use on the DoD side to be able to adjust those. So I very much support this bill. We're short about 1,500 caregivers in the state of Maryland alone. I strongly urge your support.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. I see Senator Washington has some questions.
Thank you, Senator Gile, very much for this bill. You'll note, well, later on, I have a bill around childcare stabilization. And we went through and we realized we didn't contemplate the military. So I'd like to talk with you about how to work on that bill. So I have a question. The Maryland Family Network is suggesting an amendment. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see that.
Yeah.
Did you incorporate that in your remarks?
Yeah,
Sounded
that's
like
an
you might.
amendment that I mentioned. It's amendment where it just clarifies, it's a technical amendment that just clarifies it's for military dependents only. So this is, military families, military spouses typically providing childcare to military dependents.
Great. And I just wanted to make sure that was the case, and that if they are doing off-base programs, they would have to seek Maryland state licensure.
No, this would say that if you are if you are living on base or if you're living off base, if you are participating in the Department of Defense has the FCC, Family Child Care. So they're essentially in-home child care. If you are doing that off base, then you get licensed by the Department of Defense. So if you're not, you don't have to be living on a military installation in order to get certified by the Department of Defense to provide childcare as an in-home childcare provider. So this would remove that redundancy, I guess is to say.
Okay.
So this way you can provide that in-home childcare to military kids through the Department of Defense Family Child Care Program, and you don't have to also get licensed by the state of Maryland to do that.
But because we do need more childcare providers, if someone who is licensed in another, is DOD licensed, comes to Maryland, and if they wanted to set up a program that wasn't officially related to the base, but they wanted to provide care to civilian children, their suggestion in their suggested amendment is that in that case, you would need to seek state child care licensure.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
With that.
Yep. If you're providing care to civilian kids, then you would need to get licensed by the state.
So because I'm doing it in another area, I might want to contemplate a temporary licensure. So if you already have a DOD, that you can start working in some kind of temporary capacity and then have a certain amount of time to get licensure. Would that be something you think?
Yeah.
Would work? Okay.
Right. That's something we can talk off.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to get it on the record.
Yeah.
So we're saying that's what we're doing.
I'm all about providing greater access for childcare for families, regardless of their military or civilian senator.
Very
So
good.
happy to talk about
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the sponsor or the panel? Okay, seeing none, we're going to just go now to our online virtual witness, Christopher Arnold, who's from the United States Department of Defense State Liaison Office. Do we have Mr. Arnold? Yes, Mr. Arnold, thank you for zooming in. You've got 2 minutes to weigh in. You signed up favorable.
We do, Chairman, and good to be here in front of EEE or E cubed. Appreciate the restyling. I'm Christopher Arnold, the Mid-Atlantic Region Liaison for the United States Department of Defense State Liaison Office, operating under the direction of the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. Senate Bill 280 exempts our family child care providers from Maryland state certification and registration, creating a pathway for additional family child care homes, adds capacity to Maryland's child care infrastructure. This legislation furthers the nationwide effort to ease duplicative licensing requirements for military spouses and support their economic livelihood and career development, which is often sacrificed due to frequent moves to support their service member. Our providers are certified by the military departments, and almost all our military spouses operate as independent business owners. The policy reflected in this bill would allow these providers to bypass additional duplicative requirements from Maryland when they arrive at their new duty station. Our family child care providers undergo rigorous certification process and ongoing monitoring, including background checks, and receive extensive orientation and training prior to receiving their certification. Federal regulations limit the number of children in care and reflect Maryland's child to staff ratios, and immunizations are required of the provider and all household members. By exempting our family child care providers already certified through the military service process through the policies reflected in Senate Bill 280, Maryland will enhance the quality of life and economic security of both the provider and military families seeking qualified childcare options. We are especially grateful to Senator Guile and the many co-sponsors for introducing this important legislation. And as always, as liaison to the Mid-Atlantic, I stand ready to answer whatever questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arnold. Any questions for Mr. Arnold? Okay, but do you want to, thank you, Mr. Arnold. Just to clarify the amendment, the technical clarifying amendment you were referencing with Senator Washington, where did that, who sent that? Okay, it's the same one. No, she was asking me, we have that. Just want to make sure. Yeah, we went through that. Okay, any additional questions for any of the witnesses or the sponsor? Seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill.
Thank you.
Senate Bill 280, and we're going to next move to, before I go to Senator King, you can come up here, Nancy. Is there anybody here from Senator Hershey's office? I know he had to leave. We'll take you next after Senator King. I know that you're stepping in for Senator Hershey. I know he had to leave town. So Senator King, we're here on Senate Bill 846, and you have one witness designated, Irene Padilla. Ms. Padilla, if you want to come up here and take a seat next to Senator Padilla. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Ms. Padilla, could you can take a seat next to Senator King? And Senator King on Senate Bill 846.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, our state's librarians are committed to the protection of patron privacy. They recognize their ethical obligation to protect each library user's right to privacy and confidentiality with respect to information sought or received in resources consulted, borrowed, acquired, or transmitted at our libraries. Senate Bill 846 supports this right to privacy by updating language in the Education Code and building in components of the Public Information Act. Under this bill, a public school, college, or university library in the state shall permit inspection, use, or disclosure of the circulation of an individual only if necessary for the reasonable operation of the library, on written consent of the individual, or by subpoena or court order. Our library users should be able to select, access, and consider information and ideas without fear of embarrassment or judgment. Senate Bill 846 will tighten up our circulation laws and allow our librarians to stand behind their users' rights to privacy and freedom of inquiry. And I respectfully request a favorable report for Senate Bill 846.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Padilla, you've got 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes. I apologize. 2 minutes.
That's okay. I think I'll need less than that. I'm Irene Padilla. I'm the Maryland State Librarian, and I represent the Maryland State Library Agency and the Maryland State Library Board. The board asked me to do a periodic review of our statutes that relate to libraries, and this was one that we looked at that was initially adopted in 1957, and we realized that there were quite a few things that needed to be tightened up and updated. So we took this task on. We met with all of the stakeholders, and I think we've done a good job of making sure that library directors and library board members can continue to rely on this statute to make sure that they have the answers when somebody comes forward and says, I need somebody's library record. They know exactly how to deal with that. So thank you.
Okay, any questions for either the sponsor or Ms. Padilla? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 846.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to call up Senator Hershey's aide from the back. Come up here on Senate Bill 831. And we've got 4 witnesses signed up in person. Those are the only, Ms. Padilla, you can, yeah, you're good. We're done with.
I'm on.
Are you in this bill?
Yeah.
Oh, I do see you on there. Okay. I thought, okay, the 4 witnesses I'm going to bring up here are John Vendetta, Elizabeth Hewlett, Irene Padilla, and Ashley Teagle, all signed up favorable, all in person. And sir, tell us who you are, and then you get to present the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Daniel Granzo, representing Senator Hershey today for Senate Bill 831, Libraries, Regional Resource Centers, and Governance Requirements. Senate Bill 831 alters the governance structure of 3 public libraries designated as regional resource centers located on the Eastern Shore Southern Maryland, and Western Maryland, and brings them into compliance with a community-based approach. Senate Bill 831 also establishes a governing board for each of the regional resource centers. These changes will not affect the state funding for the centers or change the capital budget process. Local control of library funding, policies, and operations will remain the same. I ask for your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 831, and I can direct you to my panel for any questions.
Okay, yeah, good job. You have a sequence, Ms. Padilla, why don't you start and then we'll just go
Okay,
through the rest.
again, I'm Irene Padilla, the Maryland State Librarian, and as I said, we're doing a review of all of our statutes affecting libraries. This was another one that was established in 1957, and we felt that there were a number of changes that would be very effective in strengthening the regional libraries. The regional libraries are a major component of our state library network. They represent 14 of the 24 library systems in the state. And the libraries they represent are small. They don't have the resources that larger libraries do. So what happens with this, with the regionals, is they provide support they wouldn't otherwise have: delivery, computer systems, technology, and staff development, et cetera. So we really want to make sure they have everything they need to continue to move forward and be strong. And we feel that this bill does that. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, my name is John Vendetta. I am the Director of the Eastern Shore Regional Library. As you've heard, we've got a 1957 statute governing 2023 organizations. In those 60 some years, the regional libraries have all evolved in different ways to fill different needs of their regions. There are some where the boards are made up of, in my case, library directors and library board members. There are some that use citizen board members. There are some that use just library board members. It's kind of a mess right now. This.
Hey, Justin, how are you?
Doing fine, thanks.
Keep going.
This bill contains specific language that defines the governance of the regional resource centers, and it has been vetted and approved by all the regional resource library directors, their current boards, all the directors of the libraries we serve, as well as all the trustees of all the libraries we serve, as well as our state librarian. I'm deeply grateful to Maryland for all the support that we get for public libraries and resource libraries. And I would ask for approval of this bill. And I want to shout out to Senators Carrozza and Gallion for co-sponsoring on this bill. Thank you very much.
Okay, why don't we go to the end here and get to put the mic in front of you and tell us who you are.
Hello, Chairman Feldman and Vice Chairman Kagan and the distinguished committee members. My name is Elizabeth Hewlett, and I am the Director of the Western Maryland Regional Library, here representing the boards of trustees and the directors of the public libraries of Western Maryland. We concur with SB 831 as it's written and fully support the passage of this bill. You have my written testimony explaining that position. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them, and we appreciate your support on passing SB 831.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Teagle. I am the CEO of the Southern Maryland Regional Library down in St. Mary's County. And I echo my colleagues here to please support SB 831. I agree with John's assessment. The Southern Maryland Regional Library has experienced many changes over the years, and we need an updated governance structure that meets the needs of our current organization. And I look forward to your hopeful support of this bill. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 831. Sarah Washington, before we go to your two bills, would you mind if I have Senator McCrae's legislative aide who wants to present his bill? I'd like to get her up here to do that bill, and then we'll go to Senator McCrae's. Yep, there you are. And let's knock that out, and then we're going to go to Senator Washington's two bills. But I've got, let's see, 4 witnesses. Well, we've got several witnesses. You don't have any designated sponsor panelists, so I'm just going to call up some folks who are signed up in person, signed up favorable, if you don't mind, to join you at the table.
Yeah.
Morgan Miller, Tamar Sarnoff, Christine Crone.
Yes.
Okay, are there any of them here? Okay, why don't you come up here again? Tamara Sarnoff, Morgan Miller, Christine Crone, and then we have a few virtual witnesses. Then we'll go to Senator Washington's bills. Yes.
How you doing, guys? We have Miss Susan here from the State Library. She's
Who?
Miss Susan.
Oh, okay. You know what? We do have a note. Let's see. Who is that again?
Oh, let me see. Here you go a second. Miss Susan.
Oh, Susan. Okay, she was signed up virtual though. Is she
Oh,
here
okay.
in person?
Yes.
Okay, she's virtual. She's
Oh, okay.
here, but she's on the Zoom queue. So we'll get to her after
Thank you.
we're done with you two. Okay. Okay, tell us who you are.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tamika Winkler. I'm here on behalf of Senator McRae. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Please excuse me, I'm a little nervous. I'm here to present on behalf of Senator McRae. He sends his apologies that he's not able to be here with you guys today. I'm sorry. I'm here to present Senate Bill 300, the Young Readers Expansion Program, on behalf of Senator McRae. You guys heard this bill last year, and it's 2 things that they would like to add to the bill. It would be 1, we are building on last year's bill, which establishes the matching grant program. And number 2 is to put the program in the state library agency, which is what a number of other states do for similar gifting book programs. Overall, the state library is a much more appropriate agency to manage the program than the Governor's Crime and Control Office. Am I able to have permission to go into?
Yes. So why don't you pass the mic on to your witness, and then
Thank you.
you've got 2 minutes to explain your position on the bill, and then we'll open up to questions.
Great, thank you. Ms. Miller is outside. She'll be joining us.
Okay, if somebody could go.
Yeah, somebody's
her?
gone to.
Okay,
fetch
go
her.
on.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon-ish. And thank you, Chairman Feldman and Vice Chair Kagan and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tamar Sarnoff, and I am the Director of the Public Libraries and State Networking Branch of the Maryland State Library Agency. I'm joined today by Mary Ramey, our Grants Coordinator at the agency. We are here on behalf of the agency and its board, which supports SB 300 and encourages its favorable review. Funding for this program will have a widespread positive impact across the state. Studies have shown that initiatives such as the Young Readers Program have a positive impact on school readiness and language and life skills development. It is notable that these programs are gaining popularity around the country, as well as Washington, D.C., and nearly every county abutting Maryland hosts similar programs. Passing SB 300 could make Maryland more appealing to families relocating to and within the Delmarva area. This program would enhance the workforce now by attracting young families and in a generation when participating Maryland's children join the workforce. The expansion of the Readers Program, as described in SB 300, would subsidize the distribution of books to more than 35,000 additional Maryland children under 5, nearly doubling the number of children who currently participate in a Young Readers Program. With the passage of SB 300, 20% of Marylanders under 5 will be able to receive a new book every month to encourage a love for reading and learning and to prepare children for school. Expanding the program detailed in SB 300 would enhance the work done by Maryland's public library community in providing high-demand services and resources to children under 5. Every year, Maryland Public Libraries lend millions of early reader materials and provide thousands of programs for the very young and their caregivers across nearly 200 locations. MSLA has produced, the Maryland State Library Agency has produced a popular day-by-day early literacy calendar and Hatchlings, which teaches early literacy skills to expectant parents and parents of newborns. MSLA fully supports the passage of this bill, which will benefit all of Maryland now and in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Was Ms. Miller located out there?
She had to leave.
Okay,
Oh.
okay. Any questions for either Senator McRae's designee or our witness? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to go to the virtual witnesses. Susan Greif, Grief. Virtual. Find her. Okay, there you are. Okay, you're here, signed up favorable. Senate Bill 300, you got 2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you. I'm Susan Greif of Imagination Library of Montgomery County. We mail books to 2,800 children between birth and age 5. We are one of 17 nonprofit Maryland affiliates of Dolly Parton's Imagination Library, and together we serve 38,000 of the youngest children in Maryland. Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is no small operation. Over 2 million books are sent in the mail every month to children around the United States. An astounding 1 in 10 children in the country gets Imagination Library books that reflect a diversity of cultures and topics. Here in Maryland, we know that over half the children entering kindergarten do not have the early literacy skills they need to be successful. Reading to and talking with children about books jumpstarts their academic and social development. We need new programs to get books into homes, and no one can match our $2.20 per book cost. 15 other states already offer funding for local programs. Maryland affiliates, and not Dolly Parton, pay for all the books that we send out. So enrollment is limited by the money available, and Senate Bill 300 would be a game changer. I think I can. Good night air and good night noises everywhere. Yes, the little engine that could and good night moon. Lines that you probably remember no matter how long ago you've last read them. This is the power of books that you can pass along to Maryland children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, I do see Christine Crone did show up. She was one of the in-person panelists. Why don't you come up, Ms. Crone? You've got 2 minutes to weigh in. Thank you, Ms. Grave.
Good afternoon, and I apologize for my tardiness. My name is Christine Crone, and I am here on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, testifying in support of Senate Bill 300. This bill expands the Baltimore City Young Readers Program to be a statewide Young Readers Program. I would like to begin with the American Academy of Pediatrics official policy statement addressing early childhood literacy. In 2014, the American Academy of Pediatrics recommended that pediatric providers promote early literacy development for children beginning in infancy and continuing at least until the age of kindergarten entry by doing the following. They advise all parents that reading aloud with young children can enhance parent-child relationships and prepare young minds to learn language and early literacy skills. They counsel all parents about developmentally appropriate shared reading activities that are enjoyable for children and their parents, and offer language-rich exposure to books, pictures, and the written word. They provide developmentally appropriate books given at health supervision visits for all high-risk, low-income young children. They use a robust spectrum of options to support and promote these efforts. And lastly, they partner with other child advocates and programs such as the Baltimore City Young Readers Program to support these key policy areas. Pediatricians, by the nature of their work, are at the forefront of the effort to promote literacy. Because of this unique opportunity, many pediatricians play an active role in encouraging families and caregivers to begin reading to their children at an early age. Sadly, more than 1 in 3 American children start kindergarten without the language skills they need to learn to read. And each year, approximately 2/3 of children in the US and 80% of those living below the poverty threshold fail to develop reading proficiency by the end of 3rd grade. For the reasons stated above, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 300.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Crone? Okay, seeing none. We're now going to move to, we do have 3 virtual witnesses still signed up. We're going to start with, and they're all signed up favorable, Tanya Akins. Ms. Akins. Okay, Ms. Akins not present. The next virtual witness, Pam Gregory.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Gregory is in the queue. Ms. Gregory, you've got 2 minutes. You've signed up favorable, and the panel, you're welcome to leave. You don't have to sit there. You can, but okay, Ms. Gregory, you got 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of Senate Bill 300. I'm with United Way of the Lower Eastern Shore, based in Salisbury, and we have been providing a free book program via Dolly Parton's Imagination Library for 10 and a half, almost 11 years. We serve Dorchester, Somerset, Wycomico, and Worcester counties. As the second larger provider in Maryland of this program, to date, we have served 12,500 children and over 370,000 books have been distributed throughout our 4 counties. Currently, we average around 4,600 to 5,000 children a month are now active, and this costs us about $10,000 a month to provide this program, funded through individual donors and various foundation grants. The opportunity for state support would significantly help our desire and need to reach more children. Enrollment's targeted to low-income populations, but is open to all children. As we know, low literacy can impact children of any socioeconomic or racial background. However, low-income and minority households have higher risk, often due to less access to books. On the lower shore, this risk is amplified as 2 of our 4 counties, Somerset and Dorchester, are the poorest in the state. Plus, 46% of households across our 4 counties struggle to make ends meet, according to United Way's statewide Maryland ALICE report. And that was pre-pandemic data, so we know it's higher now. Further, being primarily rural, like other areas of our state, inadequate transportation prohibits many from regularly accessing public libraries. We saw this especially to be true during the pandemic. We partner with our local libraries and many community partners to prioritize enrollment for those at-risk populations. We collaborate with other program affiliates so children in other parts of the state can be served where the program is available, like many of our colleagues you're hearing from today. The program allows us to provide high-quality, age-appropriate books delivered directly to children's homes. Bilingual titles are introduced each year, and that is equally important for helping all household members where English is not the first language. We receive countless feedback from families who share how excited their children get each month when their book arrives and how they ask for books to be read over and over again. This is an important added value of the program beyond promoting.
We blew through the 2 minutes. If you could begin to wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we have data that supports the need for this program to support kindergarten readiness. Here in Wycomico County, even after the pandemic, 39% of our participants demonstrate readiness on their kindergarten readiness versus the 33% not enrolled. And that's completely a win. Certainly that was declined from the pandemic, but that spread is consistent across our counties. Exciting development here is that we are now launching on Monday, as a matter of fact, enrolling every child born in our health system, Title Health, through a Smart Start initiative in this program automatically. And we're integrating bilingual books for both Spanish.
Ms. Gregory, I'm going to have to sort of cut you off. I think at this point, did you submit any written testimony or?
I did not. I followed up. We had that last year, but I'm more than happy to send this in if still available.
That would be helpful. Okay. Any questions for the witness? Okay. Well, Senator Carosa can ask you a question so you can.
Hello, Ms. Gregory, Pam.
Hi, how are you?
It's your senator. I just wanted to ask you just very quickly, I think it would be helpful, the follow-up. You all, from my meetings with you all do a lot of the tracking, and I'd be interested, especially in the 3 counties that I represent and you specifically referenced. So my request would be if you could send in that data, that would be helpful.
We can. I can send you enrollment data prior to this last year for all 4 counties. We've only received Wycomico so far for this past school year. So we're waiting on that other data, but the previous.
Whatever you have.
Yeah, whatever we have, we'll send it. It's very consistent and it's not just composite, it's all domains, which is impactful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we have one final witness, Brianna January from Mako. It's January. You're going to be the final witness on this bill. She's there. Yeah, she's there. You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, esteemed committee members. Brianna January here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of SB 300. Last year, the General Assembly passed a bill to help jurisdictions interested in starting a young readers program, and counties were very happy to support that bill. And I promise it was not just because of its ties to Dolly Parton, though it does have a place in my heart because of that. But SB 300 this year simply builds off of last year's bill by appropriating a little bit of extra seed money, seed grant money to start these local readers programs in other counties. Again, counties, thank you so much for your support of local early reading initiatives last year, and we hope that you'll do so again this year. With that, NACO urges a favorable report for SB 300. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. January? Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on Senate Bill 300. We're going to now turn to Senator Washington. First two bills, starting with Senate Bill 353. And I know got several folks signed up in person and virtual. I'm going to just, they're not part of, well, I've got Rob Friedland is sponsor witness. So is he here in person?
I'm here online.
Okay, well, why don't you, okay, well, why don't you pull back, because we're going to get some in-person testimony, and then we'll go to the virtual. So yeah. I've got, we've got some folks signed up favorable. They're not part of a designated panel. Can I call these folks up from you? Ariel Barboza from UMBC, and Gannon Sprinkle from University of Maryland College Park. They're both signed up straight favorable, so they could join you. That'd be helpful. So Senator Washington, Senate Bill 353.
Thank you, colleagues. In the interest of time, since you're most of you are familiar with this bill and this issue, I'll just say that hunger strikes not just in our public schools or our private elementary schools, but we also have a problem with hunger on our college campuses. This body last year, 2 years ago, we passed and we created the Hunger-Free Campus Grant Program. And I want to thank Hunger Solutions and their executive director, Michael Wilson, for bringing this issue to me 2 years ago and giving us an opportunity to have Maryland join the Hunger-Free Campus movement. There are so many invisible barriers to obtaining a higher education and continue with a higher education. And one of the silent ones, and the ones that we often don't know about, is access to food. I'm sure you're aware of the increase in the cost of food, that hunger insecurity has been a topic of research by the Hope Center. And they found an astounding number that nearly 40% of our students in both our 4-year and our 2-year institutions have, over the course of 30 days, experienced hunger or food insecurity. These are older students, former foster care students, parents, all range of students. And it impacts their educational outcomes, their ability to finish, as well as their public health. So the bill that we passed 2 years ago allowed for the creation of the Swipe Out Hunger program on campus that enabled students to transfer if they had some extra money on their cards, they could give that to another student. It established an opportunity to create food pantries, to facilitate the enrollment in SNAP programs, and then also allow flexibility at the colleges and universities to create whatever program they felt appropriate. We also created a fund of $150,000. That number, that allocation is woefully low and is quite lower than most of the other states that have attributed 1.5 million. In New Jersey, California, 7.5 million, Massachusetts, 3.7 million, Pennsylvania, 1 million, and North Carolina, 1.6 million. I'm sure we don't want to be beat out by North Carolina. So additionally, we made a change to the matching. We didn't want to, we wanted to remove any disincentive for participation. So we allowed flexibility of the matching of the grant program to include in-kind contributions. We do require a minimum of $25,000. We want the institutions to have an investment, but we would like in this legislation to allow them to do that in kind. Additionally, we'd like to allow for a percentage of the overall allocation for the program to go to MHEP for the implementation of the program. I have done this, so I will plead guilty in creating programs that are great ideas, that are good public policy, but not giving our agencies the resources they need to sufficiently implement them. So I will have an amendment. The way it's drafted in the bill currently is not the number I wanted, but there is an amendment to allow up to 10%. Not for each grant, but rather 10% of the overall funding. We also wanted to set a minimum grant level at $50,000. Before it was 25. That's very small. It's very little to actually set up a sustainable program. So we wanted to raise the minimum grant allocation so that this is a real serious program. Also, we want to allow the funding to not just go to providing services, but to also provide for the administration of the program. And also, we've tightened up some reporting requirements. Have a few amendments that as drafted that I said when removing this 150,000 as a startup, that's a lot. So we brought that down to 50,000. We want MHEC to be able to get overhead of 10%. That's actually below the federal overhead and way below my former universities of like 60%. And so from that, I'd like to ask your favorable report on increasing allocation from 150,000 to 1.5 million to put us in line with what is really needed, and also increase flexibility in the administration of the program. I have two people who've been a part of this from not the very beginning, but from the beginning to talk with you more about this. I stand ready to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, why don't we hear from your two witnesses? Each of you will have 2 minutes and then we'll open up for some questions. So tell us who you are. You've got a mic right in front of you. Why don't you start and then you'll pass it to your right. Thank you.
Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and community members. UMBC, University of Maryland, Baltimore County is very grateful for this opportunity to express our insights regarding Senate Bill 353, Higher Education Hunger-Free Campus Grant Program alterations. The grant opportunities offered within this bill widen the capacity of institutions like ours to meet the needs of our students. Too many students at UMBC are experiencing food or housing insecurity and sometimes are living unsheltered. Nationally, up to 50% of students report that their academics have been affected by not having enough food, based on a 2018 study by Broughton and Koldrick-Reb. Food insecurity is a problem that extends beyond UMBC. Estimates put rates of food insecurity at 30 to 50% on college campuses nationally. Although the trope of a starving student living off of ramen is pervasive and even joked about, the consequences can be serious. Students experiencing food insecurity report negative effects on their physical, mental, and academic health, including heightened levels of anxiety and depression, weight changes and disordered eating habits, an inability to stay awake or concentrate in class, and social isolation and withdrawal from their peers. This burden falls unequally on already marginalized students, including students of color, first-generation students, and students with disabilities, and represents a barrier to equitable access to education. I, Ariel Barbosa, work as program coordinator of Retriever Essentials at UMBC, which is our food access network supported by our Division of Student Affairs. We offer many resources, including but not limited to a free grocery store staffed by 4 federal work studies students, a Save a Swipe meal swipe donation program, a weekly farmers market supplied with free recovered food by an organization called So What Else, and mini pantries across campus. In 2022, our program relied on 1,500 hours of volunteer hours and distributed 38,600 pounds of donated or recovered food via 4,195 bags to UMBC students and community members. So far this semester, we have distributed 7,000 pounds in the past 3 weeks. The program and grant outlined in Senate Bill 353 would greatly help our efforts, ensuring that our program would not have to rely mainly on volunteer hours and donations to operate a program necessary at UMBC to meet students' basic needs. Thank you so much for allowing UMBC to share our favorable position on Senate Bill 353.
Okay, thank you. Why don't you hand the mic to your right, and sir, tell us who you are. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Education, Energy, and Environment Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify to that. My name is Gannon Sprinkle. I'm an active student at the University of Maryland, College Park. This bill ensures that all college students, regardless of their financial situation, have access to basic needs like food. By funding programs like Swipe Out Hunger and SNAP enrollment opportunities and increasing funding for on-campus food pantries, we are providing a level playing field for all students to succeed. This is an investment in Maryland's future. We are filling the stomachs, hearts, and minds of our friends and families, our loved ones, and our community. One day, a friend told me to visit a food pantry on campus. When I finally worked up the courage to visit, the staff was incredibly welcoming and non-judgmental. They provide students with enough food to get through the week, including fresh produce, canned goods, and some personal hygiene items. It is a lifesaver for students. Very specifically, food pantries save the life of a student each week. I cannot even begin to express how much it means for our community to have access to nutritious and healthy food. The food pantry not only helps our society to survive, but it also gives us a sense of hope that we can continue our education and achieve our goals. I urge you to support this bill and provide funding to expand food pantry and other food security programs on college campuses across the state. No student should have to choose between paying for textbooks or buying food. We need your support to ensure that all students have access to the basic necessities of life. I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 353. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or the panelists? Seeing none, we're going to go now to the virtual witnesses. Maybe we'll start with Rob Friedland, who was on there just a little earlier.
Hi, yeah, I am here, but I'm unable to start my video because.
Okay, well, we can hear you, so we're having a little video problem potentially, but why don't you just proceed with your testimony, and we can hear you pretty loud and clear, okay?
All right, sounds great. Thank you. Hi, Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee. My name is Rob Friedlander. I'm the Director of Advocacy with Swipe Out Hunger, a national college student anti-hunger organization that works across the country. And I'm here today in support of SB 353. As original architects of the Hunger-Free Campus Act, we have helped pass the bill in 8 states across the country and introduced it in more than a dozen, providing over $100 million in state funds to campuses to end hunger. The crisis of college food insecurity continues to wreak havoc on Maryland students while holding Maryland back from growing into a more thriving and self-sufficient state. The aftershocks of the pandemic and the current crisis of inflation continues to exacerbate this issue as groceries have risen more in price than any other category of items, more than 13% than this time last year. This inflationary increase not only hurts at home, but hurts our campuses and our community food pantries. If food pantries are buying food at retail cost, their dollars are spread thinner. And if pantries are receiving food from the Maryland Food Bank, most food banks are having to send smaller shipments, putting even more of a strain on their ability to serve the growing need. This year, the end of the federal pandemic programs are washing onto Maryland shores like a tidal wave. If a Maryland college student was able to jump through the hoops needed to qualify for SNAP benefits over the last 2 years, those benefits this month were reduced from an average of $238 a month to just $23 a month. This coming May, with the end of the public health emergency, over 3 million students nationwide will lose access to the SNAP program. Whether your ultimate goal is to strengthen Maryland's economy or build self-sustaining and self-sufficient communities, the best way to do that is through enabling students to earn their higher education degree. According to the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities, the average college student graduates are 24% more likely to be employed and have an average earnings of $1.2 million higher over their lifetime. Simply put, an investment in Maryland college students today pays major economic dividends tomorrow. This is why we support Hunger-Free Campus, to build a stronger Maryland built on an educated and thriving communities across the state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Friedlander? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next go. Yes. Okay, well, Senator Benson, you're gonna have to come up to a mic here because we're Zooming and virtual and streaming, so. Okay, but get by the mic and put on the mic, turn on the mic. Sit at Senator Hester's desk there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening, our wonderful people, or is it afternoon?
Yes, this is Senator Joanne C. Benson asking the questions. I'll identify
Yes,
her.
thank you all very much. Thank you. When I was a student going to college, included in my tuition was money that was available for me to get my meals on campus. Is that not happening now? And when you pay your tuition to go to the University of Maryland or any college, I thought that money for your food was included in your tuition. That's not the case now? That's not what's happening now?
Senator Benson, if you're a student on campus and you're in on-campus housing, you can participate in the food.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, you may participate. It's not included in the tuition, it's added onto. So there are students that are able to do it that way. But there are many students who live off campus or can't afford the food program, and that's what this program would serve.
So this bill is specifically targeting those students who are not necessarily students who live on campus.
Well, there are students who are hungry that live on campus. It's targeting students that don't have access to food and are food insecure. So in other words, you can live on campus and not participate in the food program. On the meal plan, you have to have a separate meal plan.
Attend the University of Maryland, but you don't have to pay for meals.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right.
Senator Benson, okay, let's go to the next witness, Rachel Sumek, virtual, Ms. Sumek. Okay, Ms. Sumek does not appear to be in the queue. Heather Grice? No. Cheyenne Roach? Roach, okay, Roach.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you're on and you've got 2 minutes.
Excellent. Well, good evening, Education, Energy, and Environmental Committee. Thank you. My name is Cheyenne Roach. I am the Director of First Year Experience at Chesapeake College, and I'm here to support Bill 353. Chesapeake College is a community college on the Eastern Shore, serving about 1,600 students from the 5 surrounding counties: Caroline, Dorchester, Kent, Queen Anne's, and Talbot. 40% of our students receive financial aid. And currently, to support our student population, we offer an on-campus food pantry called the Corner of Care that provides food as well as transportation assistance that can be picked up or delivered to a student's home. So far this year, the Corner of Care has processed about 800 requests for assistance. 300 were unique students, reaching about 20% of our population. We currently have a partnership with the Benefits Data Trust to better reach students who are eligible but are not receiving SNAP benefits. And we are beginning a partnership with the Maryland Food Bank with hopes to roll out in the fall semester. With all of this, we know that Chesapeake College has to do more and can do with the help of the Hunger Free Grant Program. This program could provide a profound step forward in supporting the very real and immediate need of our Chesapeake College students. We could see a more robust food pantry with healthy and fresh options, allowance for students to use SNAP benefits at our campus cafeteria, implementation of cooking and nutrition programs, options for students to have food over weekends or over breaks into the semester. All this can happen with the support of the Hunger Free Campus program. That's all I have for today. I thank you for your time and I truly appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we have one final unfavorable, Vince McAvoy. Mr. McAvoy, you're back, and you're signed up unfavorable on Senate Bill 353. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate your graciousness, as well as the committees. I want to say that when I was working, I'm going to tell you the story of walking through the snow both ways uphill. But I worked in abject poverty to get my education. I appreciate Senator Benson, her wisdom, talking about meals on campus. Toward the end of my education, there was a school where I didn't go every day, but they had unlimited food and they had it discounted for students. It was $5. It had an ice cream bar. I couldn't believe it. It was education. I had food pantry or in our school, Towson University, are regarding the is obesity. Right now, through struggling. I'm alarmed that the state wants that this bill would have spend millions. We have food those who have weighed the cost and not gone to school. In other words, they're working because they know they can't afford that. So I don't feel that this is a right or somehow a an entitlement for these students. They have to learn how to balance life's issues while they learn, and perhaps, as I did, work one and actually at 1.2 jobs. I'm against this bill, and for the waste, I think that it will teach our students a lot to struggle through this. They can do it, as we all did. Thank you, committee, and have a great night.
Okay, any questions for Mr. McAvoy? Okay, seeing none, that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 353, and we're going to next turn back to Senator Washington for Senate Bill 873, and I've got a sponsor panel list that includes Terry Kavanaugh, who I see back there, Clinton McSherry, who I saw earlier, and Christina Peusch. I don't want to botch the name. So those are your three designated sponsor panelists, and we do have some virtual witnesses after that. But we're going to start back with you, Senator Washington, on Senate Bill 873.
Absolutely. So now we're going to begin our children's education, early childhood education and childcare. Chair Feldman, Vice Chair Kagan, and members of the committee, I'm honored to ask for your favorable report on the Child Care Provider Stabilization program. Our state's been losing child care providers at an alarming rate due to issues of pay, cost of training, lower parental wages, non-competitive salaries, and so forth. You know the picture. Almost 2/3 of child care centers are serving less than 75 children and are struggling to break even. And even with these issues, since 2020, almost 900 child care providers across the state have closed their doors. This bill is an extension of our Senator Hester's bill from 2022, I believe it was your bill, SB 480 Child Care Stabilization Grant. Remember that? It was an emergency bill designed to end in fiscal year 23. Well, due to the success of the program and the ongoing need, continuing need to invest not only in our child care workforce, but our child care centers, this bill will be continuing that program. It will increase the eligibility for child care providers to give them $2,500 per month if they have children enrolled in our programs. If the child care provider does not have children enrolled in certain programs, they're eligible to receive up to $300 because they are providing a service. They can use the funding for all kinds of things: cleaning, food, employee wages, offsetting expenses, promotional materials, any number of things. This was a great program. It was good that we utilized it in response to COVID and an emergency basis. But as these needs are ongoing, and you'll hear from my panel, we should continue to fund the program and have it as being part of our early childhood delivery system.
Do you have a sequence, a preference on who goes first?
It's listed as, I'll start with Terry Clinton. Let Ms. Christina close us out.
Okay, Mr. Kavanaugh, restate who you are, and
sure,
got 2 minutes.
Terry Kavanaugh with SEIU, representing SEIU Local 500. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Chairman Feldman, members of the committee. I'll be brief. We submitted written testimony. First, I want to thank Senator Washington for sponsoring this bill. Also want to add that we're proud to call her a member of SEIU Local 500. We asked for a favorable report. Just as far as background, SEIU across the country, of our 2 million members, over 200,000 are child care providers. And in Maryland, Local 500 represents child care providers. Senator Washington covered a lot of what I was going to say, but and I'll just echo some of the things from our perspective. Based on information that was given to us by the state as the representative of the child care providers, in 2010, the list we were given had 8,000 providers, family child care providers. Today, that list is only 3,900. And of those, only about 1,200 accept children in the child care scholarship program. And that overall, this bill takes a pretty simple approach. It's simple, it's straightforward. It creates a financial incentive to draw more people into the program, because if we don't do that, more Maryland kids and families are going to be struggling even more than they are now. So we ask for a favorable report, and thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. McSherry. Why don't you go next, and then we'll go on. You got 2 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, good evening. My name is Clinton McSherry, and I'm the Director of Public Policy at Maryland Family Network, which is a statewide advocacy organization. Thanks for this opportunity to testify in favor of Senate Bill 873. You have my written testimony, so I'll be very brief. Mr. Chairman, the pandemic taught us a lot about ourselves. And one of the most unflattering things we learned is how, as a society, we have so consistently over the decades devalued childcare and childcare providers. Parents will commiserate with each other privately. Employers will lament yet another employee's absence due to childcare problems. And yet we have failed to come to terms with the fact that childcare is an essential public good that we've left to flounder in a dysfunctional private system. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has called childcare, quote, a textbook example of a broken market. Mr. Chairman, this legislation is a great chance to start to fix that. And so with that, I'll thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions when the time comes.
Okay. Ma'am.
Great. Good evening. I'm Christina Push, Executive Director of the Maryland State Child Care Association. Thank you, Chair and esteemed committee, and thank you to Senator Washington. MSCCA's priorities agenda aligns with Senate Bill 873, as we believe children are our most important natural resource, and we know that access to quality, affordable childcare leads to better outcomes for Maryland's youngest citizens. Childcare sites across the country are facing immense challenges, as the hiring and retaining of staff and the shortage of good jobs leaves parents struggling to find affordable care and placing increasing stress on the workers that remain. Senate Bill 873 recognizes the need to establish a stabilization program to invest in the essential childcare industry at the state level by providing funds for childcare in a variety of ways, including funding for wages and bonuses as we compete for DC with the 15,000 bonuses they receive for childcare to retain and recruit workforce, for cleaning and food supplies, which have skyrocketed from inflation, and for offsetting expenses not covered with subsidies and scholarship payments and more. Senate Bill 873 also provides additional incentives for providers to enroll more childcare scholarship families. According to MFN's Public Policy Report in 2022, Maryland early childhood center-based teachers earn an average of $25,000 per year, and a Maryland center's aide averages an annual salary of $17,000 and change, barely a living wage for an individual, let alone an EC provider with a family. Degrees can make EC providers eligible to teach in K-12 education, where the average salary in Maryland is about $63,000. Even without a degree, providers can earn more working at Amazon, fast food restaurants, and other places where workers earn more than the minimum wage and get benefits. As a result, there's a shortage of educators to serve our youngest and most vulnerable children. The child care providers need a stabilization program that addresses the unique challenges this essential industry faces. Child care programs cannot automate or work remotely. They are struggling to keep up with costs of goods and services like many businesses, but are concerned about passing on these costs to already strapped parents. Child care allows families to work and contribute to the economy, and child care is an economic and equity imperative that requires stabilization and investment, which benefits children, families, and businesses serves them. MSC recommends a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next move to the virtual witnesses who were signed up favorable. We've got Mary Beth Testa. Is she in the Okay, Ms. Testa, you've got 2 minutes. You're signed up favorable.
Senator Washington, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mary Beth Testa, and I've had the privilege to be a part of the Prince George's Child Resource Center team since 2015. As you consider this bill, I want you to notice, please, that the field of early childhood educators, they are amazing, but they aren't okay. These are people who need to be healthy and well, compensated and supported to show up every day. They're part of the fabric of our communities. They're necessary so that parents can confidently go to work and children are in safe, nurturing, learning environments, but we're taking them for granted. Nationally, 81% of center and 73% of family child care providers report stress, anxiety, depression as a result of staff shortages, feelings they know are impacting their abilities to provide high quality care. Stabilization grants approved by Congress in 2021 made a huge difference. These investments rolled out in Maryland in a few rounds and ended in 2022. Two things I want to tell you about that. One, it is not reasonable to expect those funds to last. They arrived in a moment of mounting debt for childcare programs and personally for the childcare workforce. They ended in a moment of intensity of gas prices and grocery prices, while competition for wages pulled more and more people away from this work, like Chris said. And two, providers in Maryland share that they're still here because of those grants, but for how much longer? The number one thing they need to stay? Competitive wages. We must make this a field that educators and program leaders can be a part of, where they can support themselves and their own families as they support all of our families. So what are the interventions? They need dollars to operate. They need professional wages for themselves and their staff. They have housing bills and grocery bills. This is dire. The core of the quality of childcare is the caregiver educator herself. Please see what it takes to do this every day and make a favorable report on this bill. Thanks so much.
Okay, any questions for our witness? Okay, seeing none, we're going to next go to next virtual witness, Brianna January from MACO.
Good evening again, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. Brianna January again, representing the Maryland Association of Counties, this time in strong support of SB 873. Committee, as always, you have my written testimony and it's getting late, so I'll be brief with a simple me too, and thank you.
Okay, we welcome that. And our final witness is, of course, unfavorable. Mr. McAvoy had signed up, but he is no longer on the call. So that concludes bill hearing on Senate Bill 873. And we've got, we're going to go to Senator Jackson, who is sitting right in front of me, and we're going to take up from the Charles County Senators, Senate Bill 491. We do have a number of in-person witnesses signed up. Can I bring some of those folks up? They're all signed up favorable straight up.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to call Earl Beatty, Shirley Washington, Jerome Ned, Marvin Weathersby. Just call folks up until we fill up the table. John Lyons.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, as you're calling folks up, do you all have, should have an amendment on your computer?
Okay, I'll check with committee counsel and Matthew Girardi. Is Mr. Girardi here? Okay, let's see. Okay, that's the extent of our in-person favorables. So we're going to go with this panel and then we'll go to some additional witnesses after that. So Senator Jackson, we haven't located those amendments yet, but I'm sure we'll find them at some point. Why don't you take the time to present Senate Bill 491?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Education, Energy and Environment Committee. I'm Senator Michael Jackson on behalf of Senate Bill 491 here in my capacity as a representative of Charles County's senators. Senate Bill 491, Mr. Chairman, the amendment actually is the bill now, and I'll explain that to you as I move forward. Senate Bill 491 is the Charles County as you have it on your computer, it'll read Charles County Board of Education, School Bus Contractors, Employees, Negotiations. Well, again, the amendment is the bill. So it now will read Charles County Task Force to Study School Bus Operator Contracts and Wages. The bill will establish a task force to study school bus operator contracts and wages in Charles County, and generally relating to the task force to study school bus operator contracts and wages. There's what the bill will do, what the task force will do is to study school bus operator contracts and wages in Charles County. The task force will consist of the following members: one member of the Senate of Maryland who represents Charles County. There's two of us, so that's I'll probably figure out who that's going to be. Secondly, one member of the House of Delegates who represents Charles County. That person will be appointed by the Speaker. The Senator will be appointed by the President of the Senate. One member of the County Commissioners designated by the Commission President, the Chair of the Charles County Board of Education or the Chair's designee, the Superintendent of the Charles County Public Schools or their designee. Three members of the Charles County Bus Contractors Association designated by the President of the Association, and three members of the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 689 ATU designated by the President of the Union. The President of the Commission shall designate the Chair of the task force. The Maryland Department of Labor shall provide staff for the task force. A member of the task force may not, and then further, it will stipulate the membership and compensation matters there. The task force shall study issues related to student transportation, bus driver wages, multi-year contracts for bus contractors in Charles County, research best practices in surrounding jurisdictions. It has a finite date on the report. Members of the committee, look, we've been working with employees across our state, ensuring that they have livable wages, and that they're treated fairly. And this bill is seeking to do that. The bill in its original form sought to bring all members to the table. That's why we put the bill in. Unfortunately, that did not do it. So we amended the bill to create the work group, which will get everybody to the table. This is an effort to make sure that those who are charged with our most precious asset, our children, feel good and comfortable about the jobs that they perform and have a certain level of respect that's due them for the service that they provide. So that's the gist of our bill. You will hear from the panelists that are signed up who are eager to ensure that those who provide this service are treated fairly and that our children feel that they are getting the best service possible. So with that, Madam Chair, I will pass it on to our panel unless there are questions for me.
Why don't we hold on questions for you, Senator Jackson? And if it's okay, we'll just go the order that it's on the list. We have Earl Beatty, followed by Shirley Washington. Mr. Beatty, there we go. You have 2 minutes. Welcome to EQuad.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. It's a great honor to have the opportunity to come before you and address some of the problems that we're having here in Charles County. My career started with the Washington Metropolitan Transit Authority about 30 years ago, and I eventually became the assistant business agent for bus. I retired 2015 and got involved here in Charles County. And I'm here to speak on the voiceless, ones who don't have a voice and what's happening with their wages, retirement, etc. I'll start with a young lady by the name of Teresa Proctor. Teresa Proctor has driven a school bus for 51 years. That's enough time to go to the moon and halfway back, okay? And if she would have been part of the county plan or working for the county, she would have been able to retire with a decent pension a long time ago. There's a dual pension system here. The county employees get what's called the defined benefit, and the others get hardly nothing. Another lady worked 40 years, Tricia Bowman. worked 40 years, decided that it's time to buy a home because she couldn't qualify to buy a home. She cashed her pension in, and after tax and everything, she had $16,000 and she was charged $1,500 for a fee. This is what these drivers go through. They have a system designed to keep people in the poorhouse. Takes you 5 years to get from one pay grade to the other. I started and I will drive now until I'm 91 years old before I get to top pay. It's unheard of. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your passion and your testimony. You may have an opportunity to add more if somebody has a question for you, but thank you for being with us. And thank you for your work with WMATA. Metro needed good people.
Thank you.
Ms. Washington, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Shirley Washington. I am one of the core group that's helping bus drivers and attendants to move forward. I support Bill SBO 491 with amendments supported by Senator Michael Jackson. I have worked in Charles County, Maryland for 33 years. I am a professional certified school bus driver with no hope of real retirement. About 4 years ago, I thought of retiring, just to discover I only had $25,000 total in my retirement. After penalties and taxes, I would receive approximately $17,000. How would that support my remaining years of life? This system, or systems like this, that needs to be changed. Retirement should never be set as an annuity, and that's what that was. This is why I support this bill with the amendment. Also, this is not just retirement, but healthcare insurance that's extremely expensive with high copays and no short-term or long-term disability care. It is for these reasons that not only myself, but other drivers have sought to get some type of relief. And this is why we turn to ATU for assistance. We're hoping that you hear our cry and feel our pain and will understand that something needs to change. Thank you for your time.
Washington. Next up is Jerome Ned, followed by Marvin Weathersby.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerome Ned. I'm a professional certified bus operator.
Mr. Ned, could you just pull the microphone a little closer? We want to hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
To give you a little background, 50 years ago, the Charles County Public School Board of Education transferred student transportation to several private contractors. County employees who were bus operators at that time were dismissed and sent to work as contracted employees for the private contractors. Since that time, private contractors have generated generational wealth for themselves and their families, while the transition allowed Charles County Board of Education to continually underpay school bus drivers, school bus operators, with obviously poverty wages, no defined retirement. The Charles County Board of Education totally controls all contractor employees' compensation, benefits, and retirement contributions. The private contractors acknowledge that Charles County Board of Education totally controls certification for hiring drivers, setting the rules and regulations. They control the training, the testing, the decertification, and the dismissal of employees. The only thing that a private contractor provides is the actual bus that's driven by the contracted employee and the parking location where the bus is left overnight. Bus contractors acknowledge that they are unable to negotiate with Charles County Board of Education for contracted employees' compensation, benefits, or working conditions. That's part of their concern that they present, as I see, in opposition. With a united effort, the vast majority of contracted workers voted to become members of ATU Local 689.
Mr. Ned, next up, Marvin Weathersby, followed by John Lyons.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. My name is Marvin Weathersby, and I've been a Charles County school bus operator for over 15 years. A fundamental right as an American citizen is the right to choose your representatives. As professional and certified operators and attendants, we have that right. No other advocates, representatives, or anyone claiming to be that can supplant that right. The unionized professional and certified operators and attendants have voted and chosen ATU Local 689 to be their exclusive representative, representing them regarding their wages, their benefits, and working conditions. And that's a fact. So if there's to be discussion and any determinations made regarding any of those issues, they should be done through their elected representatives, ATU, Local 689, and no one else. One of the aspects you need to know is that when it comes to retirement, the contractors, out of the multitude of money that they make, they only pay $8 a month. That's $80 for 10 months of schoolwork into our retirement plans. So when you hear him say the retirement plan is short, that's the reason why. Now, I support the bill, SB 0491 and its amendments. It will put us on the path to bring better wages, benefits, and working conditions to our members, and it will help get them out of receiving poverty wages. Only with your support and your help will they be able to do so. Thank you very much.
Weathersby and Mr. Lyons. Is he in the room? Calling John Lyons with ATU, the Amalgamated Transit Worker Transit Union.
He would not be here.
Okay, he's not here. Let's call Matthew Girardi. Is Mr. Girardi here?
He's not here.
Okay, ATU Local 689. Maybe he had to go. All right. And that is it for in-person favorable. Are there questions for Senator Jackson or anyone on the panel? Senator Washington.
Thank you very much. And thank you for testifying, and thank you for being here, Ms. Washington. I'm confused. I want to understand particularly your testimony. So there's a contractor. So the board, are the bus drivers employees of the school board, or are they employees of the contractor?
They are employees of the contractor. The county drivers that did work for the county, when the county chose to bring on contractors, were told they were dismissed and told they had to work for contractors as contracted employees. And that's the system that's been set up and has basically been in place now for the last 50 years in Charles County.
So is each bus driver or attendant an individual contractor, or are they part of a company that provides bus drivers and attendants?
The latter. They are part of a private contractor, has a contract with the Board of Education, and that private contractor hires supposedly, quote unquote, drivers and attendants, the bus operators, but all control.
That was my next question. So the definition of, however, according to their contract with the school board, they control all the conditions of work.
All conditions of work are controlled by the school board.
Okay. And when the bus drivers and attendants sought to collectively bargain, did they present that to the school board or to the contractor?
to the school board. We've had several presentations before the school board where we've explained clearly, and they understand.
Okay, let me bring a little clarity, a little bit to what Mr. Ned has said, and I think it will help your question. We started off with there's 17 different contractors. They listed at 24 because you have 3 contractors, sometimes 3 and 1. So we filed the original petition. I filed the original petition with the National Labor Relations Board, and I filed it against the county. And I was later called and told that you can't file it against the county because you guys are private. You are employed by these contractors, these 17 contractors. Well, if the county controls everything, it's a joint employer. There's no way to get around it. They control the wages, they control the pay, they control who gets certified, hiring, your fingerprints, so everything. So then I had to refile it with the National Labor Relations Board, and we had an election. Election went from April to May, and out of that we captured roughly 10 lots, 10 out of the 17. Now I had to withdraw one because some people that had started to work for the contractor, the one contractor, had not been there long enough to be considered employees. So we were able to capture 10 lots, roughly a little better than 200 operators and attendants out of at the time 289. So that's kind of how the process got started, and we reached the point where the school board wouldn't talk to us. They said, "Well, you belong to the contractors." Well, we raised the issue of joint employer. So basically, that's where we're up. If you have an employee, you have the school system that controls everything. They give the contractors a 1-year contract, and they tell them, your wages, your package is in there, and the driver's package in there. And if you don't like it, you don't sign it, then the contractors don't have a job. So it's a catch-22, and you have a system where we lost. When I said 10 lots, we did lose 1 lot. The guy went out of business. He said, "I'm not going to deal with a union coming in here telling me how to run my business." So he folded. After 50 years, he folded. And these people that had worked for him, some of them didn't even have pension plans. One guy I talked to had been there 10 years. They said, "Nobody told me about a pension plan." So that's some of the cases. We got a young lady at the same lot who, for the last 10 years, they have kept her at 1 pay grade, not every 5 going to another one. It's crazy. It's the craziest system I've ever seen. Coming from the Washington Metropolitan Transit Union and being an assistant business agent for 10 years and on the board for 50, on the ATU board for 15 years and negotiating contracts and doing all this. This is a system I have never seen, when a contractor can only put $8 in someone's pension for 10 months. And yet and still they're getting millions and millions of dollars to run 20-some.
Yeah, let me just thank you so much for your courage in doing that. I have heard of those systems. They're called peonage. Thank you so much, Senator Jackson, for raising this. This is, yes, it's very concerning, and we look forward to finding out that we resolve it, but it absolutely sounds like something post-Reconstruction, and that should not be happening in the state of Maryland.
And thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Beatty. Thank you, Senator Jackson. So oh yes, I do see another. So Senator Brooks, so I just want to remind witnesses and colleagues that it's late. We have a lot of witnesses who've been waiting for many hours, and I'm not sure how much opposition there will be to creating a task force. Since we're not enacting a law, we are asking folks to come to the table. So if we can be brief in our questions and our answers, and there are other witnesses on this bill. So just want to remind you of that too. Senator Brooks, all yours.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. Mr. Beatty, the W-2 statements, they are issued under whose name? The school board or the contractors?
It's a good question. The W-2 forms are issued under the contractor. The contractor does two things. They maintain the buses and payroll, and maintain the payroll and maintenance of the buses. Other than that, that's it.
They don't actually offer the funding for payroll. They process the checks and hand them out to the drivers.
Right.
The payment comes from the county.
Right.
The county controls all payments. The contractors are paid once a month from those funds. They just process the check and hand it to the employees.
Thank you. Senator Brooks, if I could ask you to speak into the mic. So
Oh,
people
I'm
at
sorry.
home
Yes.
can
So
listen.
whose employee ID numbers on the on the W-2 statement?
The contractor's employee ID number
Okay.
is on the actual W-2 statement.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Thanks, Chair.
So thank you. Thank you to all of you. And I have to tell you, Senator Watson has a question I did not see. I apologize, please.
Yeah, no, a lot of it's been cleared up. So it literally, this is really fascinating. And it is very, very disturbing. So each of you are employees of this contractor who has the contract with the school system. School system, of course, can't talk to you because of privity of contract. That is what it is. And like most contractors, they wait till they get paid and then they pay their employees. My issue is how much you're getting paid. So I only have two quick questions. One is, are any other school districts in the state of Maryland that contract out school bus services? And number two, I know you've already done kind of what the average salary of a bus driver is. How does that rate with what you guys are currently being paid?
Well, let me see if I can remember your line of questioning there, but basically, I think you're asking me, the second half of your question had to do with how we got paid. I think that's what you're asking. How much I get paid. Okay.
Based on what the average rate is
The
for other
average
school
is,
systems.
okay. We're on the lower end of the scale. We did recently have a pay raise, but we're still in poverty wages.
Mhm.
We're one of the lowest paid counties there is in the state of Maryland. It's an issue here with us, but it's also an issue around the state. As a matter of fact, it's an issue around the country. Retention of drivers is very difficult, and that's one of the issues they look at, is how much money they're getting paid here.
Understand. And are any other school districts in the state that have this type of agreement, contracting out all their bus drivers, to your knowledge?
Yes, there are.
I can give you a specific while he responds. Until the union was formed and the Board of Education saw that we were actually able to unite drivers, a driver who worked for 50 years only made $1 more than somebody who started the job. So in other words, you could start the job on day one, but that driver who had been working for 50 years only made $1 more.
And to add to, there are other jurisdictions that have a similar program. I can think of St. Mary's County went out, the drivers went out because of medical issues, and they wound up bringing them back and taking all their retirement, but upping their wages. So give you an example, we start now in Charles County at $23 an hour for 6 hours guaranteed. $23 an hour for 6 hours, and you stay at that pay grade for 5 years. 5 years before you go on to the next pay grade. Takes 25 years to get to top pay. So if I can keep you at pay level for 5 years, then I'm keeping you in poverty for 5 years. And to add to that, this pension, that's a annuity, and that's keeping you in poverty more. The average driver filed taxes on about $24,000 to $25,000 a year.
Thank you, Mr. Beatty. Thank you all. And I suspect that any of us who ever took a bus to school when we were kids loved our bus driver. I loved Miss Nora, and she kept us safe, and she was always so friendly and stuff. So thank you for what you do. And thank you for sharing your personal financial information and some of your stories, because it does help us understand your situation and your challenges more. So Senator Jackson, thank you. We do have two people unfavorable on this issue. Want to call up Jessica Beckman from Stanley Bus, and we have Michelle Goodwin from CCSBCA, which is an acronym that I am sure she is going to translate for us. And they are both unfavorable. Then we have two favorable people, one favorable with amendment, Senator Jackson, who will be available virtually. So, Ms. Beckman, would you like to start? Did you want me to start? Whichever one you want to go ahead and get started. You have 2 minutes. Welcome to EQuad.
Thank you very much. I think I'll start. My name is Michelle Goodwin.
Perfect.
Good evening, Chair Feldman and committee. I'm Michelle Goodwin from GS Proctor and Associates, and I'm here to represent the Charles County School Bus Contractor Association. The association is made up of 24 local small businesses that have been transporting the children of Charles County to their schools, to and from their schools, for decades, almost 100 years. So they are small businesses. They employ their own bus drivers, attendants, and they pay for their own buses, fuel, and everything that goes along with student transportation. We are in opposition of the original bill, Senate Bill 491, excuse me, but do support it with the amendment that Senator Jackson was so graciously willing to bring forth this evening. So thank you very much. There was probably a little bit of confusion and a little misinformation previously from the speakers, from Mr. Beatty. But I'm here to say it's late, and we have all the faith in the world in our legislators and the people that we will work with that are included in the amendment to form this task force. And I know that we will get where we want to be with bus driver wages, with benefits, and with all the other issues that are surrounding the bus contractors, their bus companies. They have families and they are trying to make a living as well. Really, we all want the same thing. The bus drivers, the contractors, we're really all in this together and want the same thing. So we thank you very much and look very, very much forward to working together on this task force.
Ms. Beckman.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Feldman and members. First of all, I personally want to thank all of the bus drivers and attendants in Charles County and across Maryland for all the hard work that they do each and every day due to today being Bus Driver Appreciation Day. My name is Jessica Beckman. I'm the Vice President of Stanley Bus Company Incorporated. I am a school bus contractor for Charles County Public Schools. My grandfather, Edward Stanley, started this company back in 1983. And in 2010, my mom, Jo Beckman, and I have been running the company together. I am here today to express to you that I did not support Bill SB 491, but however, I do support it with the amendments. As a small business owner here in Charles County, Maryland, Stanley Bus Company Incorporated has 17 employees that I consider as extended family. I love every single employee that I employ like I love my family. I will continue to fight for my employees just like I have always fought for them in the past. I am always putting my employees first when it comes to any type of contract negotiations with the school board. Over the past years, all of our contractors and I have continually asked the Board of Education for improved wages and health benefits for our drivers. The Chief of Operations at CCPS has created this awful situation holding back wages, hours, benefits over the past decades, and it's time the superintendent looks closer at her transportation budget and operations. What is in the CCPS transportation budget? We have no idea. Do you? the Board of Education always listens to us when it comes to the contractors negotiations. And then they come back to us and says, well, you're getting this. And it's basically nothing, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Due to the lack of respect from the Board of Education, my employees went and voted for ATU Local 689. I do not have any problems with them wanting to join the union, but my issue that I do have is outside parties telling me how to run my company and having a seat to discuss the outcome of our contract with Charles County Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Beckman.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your testimony. Are there questions? Yes, Senator Washington.
Thank you so much, Ms. Beckman. Your business model and what's happening is very curious, because it just seems like you and your workers are similarly disgruntled and don't like the system. And so that to me is very interesting. And so I do look forward to
It's
us.
not just me and my employees, it's basically all of the contractors and everybody.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I just have a question. So does CCPS contract with 26 different bus companies?
There is listed as.
I just wanted to ask the lobbyist. I wanted to ask the lobbyist.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That and there are 718 different routes. So it's just is there, because my colleague asked the question, does anyone else contract out? And I know Baltimore City, but I'm fairly certain we don't contract out to 27 different independent contractors and use them as a pass-through to pay. So
the contractors have a leadership team. The 24 companies have a leadership team that they work with the Charles County Public School System to try to negotiate. But as Jesse said, here it is, here's your budget, take it or leave it. Well, they can't leave it because they're in business. And there's one contract. So there is one contract between the association, it's 24 companies, and the public school system. And then they all get paid out separately. So that's how that works. St. Mary's County is the same, Calvert County is the same.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much for that. So yeah, you're not in opposition to the bill itself, but you all are on the same page to get things right. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Questions, but I have a question, and I don't know if this is for Senator Jackson or whether you guys can answer it. Certainly the proponents are eager to have conversations and to find resolution. Creating in law a task force. I just wonder, are you guys willing to come to the table? Who's not willing to participate in these conversations and figure this out? The school system. So there is one member, the chair of the Board of Ed, or his or her designee, and that's it. Superintendent. Okay, I was just reading the amendments. Okay, thank you. My colleagues answered the question because I was looking at the list. I was confused. Okay, I see no other questions for these witnesses. Thank you. We have two online. Crystal Stoney is here favorable, and then followed by Carlos Childs, who is favorable with amendments. Carlos Childs. No, Crystal Stoney first. Okay, Crystal Stoney. We'll be right with you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson and committee members. I'm in support of the amendment of the bill because I have a memo from the president of the Contractors Association where he mentioned they've been trying for 11 years to get the things that they desire and what the drivers ourselves have been asking for. This is year 13, and they have yet to come up with any type of resolution or get a resolution to help us with wages, benefits, and retirement. And I think it's sad when you have a driver that requires surgery, but she has to put it off because she need to come up with the $3,000 deductible in order to have this surgery. Now, the contractors that are sitting before you today actually stood with us when we started this fight. And then she flipped on us. So I'm supporting this bill because it needs to be some type of resolution and positive resolution, because we have drivers and attendants that are literally living from paycheck to paycheck and robbing Peter to pay Paul. Some can't even, they hide their cars because they can't afford to pay the car notes. Some have lost their homes because they can't afford the high cost of rent in Charles County right now. Something needs to be done. And I'm a retiree from the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. There needs to be a substantial change in retirement where they can live once they decide to leave this job comfortably without having to pick up another job. And I picked up this job because they were in dire need of drivers and attendants. And if it's a change in these benefits and wages, it will change the shortage because it will make this job attractive to new hirees and retaining the. Thank you.
Ms. Tony, you can finish your sentence, please. Are you good?
The current employees stay. They're leaving in volume because other jurisdictions are paying more.
Okay.
Benefits are better and retirement is better. Thank you.
We appreciate your time and your testimony. Thank you. Carlos Childs is going to wrap us up on this bill, favorable with amendment. Carlos Childs, welcome to eQuad. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I want to first start out to say I was favorable with amendments to the original bill. I vehemently oppose Senator Jackson's amendments to this bill. To me, all his amendments do is create an unnecessary work group to bring in more people into a conversation which may not have any resolution at all. One of the contractors who sit before you mentioned that they do not want the union to come in and have conversations. What needs to happen is there needs to be an amendment to the original bill to require the Charles County Board of Education to include any and all unions representing contracted employees to be included in the negotiations for the master school bus contracts. These school bus contracts determine their wages, their benefits. It is funny, isn't it? Their wages, their benefits, and their working conditions as well. It doesn't make sense to create a pointless work group when they already have these negotiations going on between the school board and between the contractors. Just include the union and let them have a voice in for what they deserve, because the workers decided to join the union to advocate with them, not for them. And as well, there needs to also be an amendment to the original bill for binding arbitration as well. In the case that you have the school board and you have the school bus contractors acting in bad faith, which if you talk to the day-to-day worker, the day-to-day contract workers, they will tell you have been negotiating in bad faith with the contracted out employees. The contracted out employees unionized before the last school bus contract was signed. And what happened was the superintendent, as the contractor said, went to them and said, here's the contract. No input was taken from the union. No input was taken from the workers. Just concluding, I urge the committee to do a favorable report of the original bill with the provided amendments and to oppose in the amendment put on by Michael Jackson. Thank you all.
Thank you. So any questions for Carlos Childs? Seeing none, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 491. Thank you, Mr. Childs, and all the rest of the witnesses. Thank you, Senator Jackson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Kagan.
Yes. I think you're gone.
Just saying thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. We're going to do one more bill here before we get to yours, folks. I'm sorry, but you're learning so much this afternoon. Senator Lewis Young has Senate Bill 482, the Janet L. Hoffman Loan Assistance Repayment Program, Mental Health Professionals in Public Schools. And she's got a great House cross-file partner in this bill too. So Senator Lewis Young, please begin your testimony.
You're correct. Good evening, everyone. While I'm waiting for my panel to come up, I just want to thank them as well as my staff for their patience and perseverance. This is actually a fairly simple bill. It's the Janet Hoffman Loan Assistance Repayment Program, and I'm recommending an expansion of that That program is also known as LARP. And what that does is it's a loan assistance program for certain service commitments to help ensure that underserved areas of the state have sufficient number of primary care physicians, dentists, police officers, and physician assistants. So what this bill does is expand that loan assistance program. And by the way, it's a sliding scale. It's not 100% loan assistance. Depending upon how much your outstanding balance is, a certain percentage would be qualified for assistance. So it would expand it to school psychologists, psychologist coordinators, social worker supervisors, and mental health coordinators. I want to say a few words about the rationalization for this. I want to talk about the state of mental health among our public school children. I want to talk about loan debt. And I also want to say a little bit about how understaffed we are in these professions. I have a lot of data for you, but I'm not going to share it. I'm going to give you, just given the hour, top line findings on each of those three topics. So let's start out with the state of mental health among our high school children. 60% are suffering from depression, and about 28% have actually contemplated suicide. These numbers have been reinforced by the CDC. You may have seen a report that just came out within the last week or two talking about the fact that 60% of teen girls report feelings of persistent sadness or hopelessness. The director of the CDC's Adolescent and School Health Division said in 30 years of collecting similar data, we've never seen this kind of devastating and consistent findings. So there's no doubt about the fact that young people are telling us they're in crisis. And if they're not adequately serviced or treated, they're not ready to learn. And you may recall that we put extra money into the blueprint exactly for this problem. So let me talk about those particular professions that this bill would extend loan assistance to. Experts recommend that schools employ one counselor and one social worker for every 25 students. In Maryland, there's only one school counselor for every 383 students and one social worker for every 2,324 students, so nearly 1/10 of the recommended number. Additionally, experts recommend schools have one school psychologist for every 500 to 700 students. Maryland has one for every 1,198 students. We had a shortage in these professions before the COVID pandemic, but the student loan crisis, as well as the pandemic, has exacerbated this shortage of mental health workers. Many are leaving the field because of stress or pressure, but many are leaving for higher paying jobs in other fields. I mentioned student debt. We all know there's a student debt crisis as well. Nearly 2/3 or 65% of the educators under 35 years of age had to take out student loans to complete their education, and 59% of educators with unpaid loans reported that their student debt impacted their ability to save for the future. So, given this level of student debt, it particularly affects some of these fields we're talking about. For example, to be a school psychologist, you have to complete 3 years of graduate school beyond your undergraduate degree. The average school psychologist salary in Maryland is $88,610. And social workers average $58,000 a year. So you can imagine just paying for your basic needs is a challenge, no less repaying your student debt. So where does that bring us today with this bill to try to not only attract, but to retain these much needed professions? So this current bill won't increase who's eligible to apply for a loan repayment assistance, or it does increase who's eligible to apply. It doesn't increase the amount of funds that are allocated to the program. Loan forgiveness is really a critical component of attracting and retaining a larger and more diverse workforce, because I mentioned earlier that the people with the most debt tend to be younger. They also tend to be disproportionately minorities, and we want to have diversity, particularly in this field. Now, you're going to see a bunch of amendments. I'm certainly not going to go through those either. A lot of favorable with amendments. I would just ask that we focus on those areas that are most needed for our public school students and those that have the most pressing financial challenges. So thank you very much. Going to turn it over to the panel now.
A clear explanation of the bill, and I see that Delegate Vogel is with us, and he just presented it on the House side recently. Let's see, Levi Bradford from the Public Justice Center, Colleen O'Neill from the University of Maryland College Park, Lauren Lamb from Maryland State Education Association, and Laura Stewart with Free State PTA. If you'd like to start in that order, if you'd like.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Levi Bradford. I'm an education attorney at the Public Justice Center. We're a legal services organization which advocates for social justice and economic and racial equality in Maryland. We work to uphold the rights of historically excluded and underserved students. The Public Justice Center strongly supports Senate Bill 482. Here in Maryland, we have a shortage of mental health professionals in schools. This bill, the shortage you heard about in the numbers cited by Senator Lewis Young. This bill helps address those severe shortages by making school-based jobs more accessible to a wider range of mental health professionals. The private sector has long recognized student loan repayment assistance as an effective means to help recruit and retain diverse, high-quality talent. Maryland particularly has the second highest average student loan debt in the nation. And across the nation, the average Black college graduate holds more student loan debt than their white peers. By attacking this one source of inequity, Senate Bill 482 will open the door to underrepresented applicants. When the workforce is more diverse, students have a greater opportunity to connect with someone who looks like them, has had similar experiences as them, or even potentially speaks the same native language as them. We know that school safety is a priority for this committee and for Maryland families as it is for us at the Public Justice Center. That's why it's important that we take every opportunity to bolster student access to mental health services. When students regularly connect with a trusted adult, they're more likely to go to that person when they're experiencing crisis, and they're more likely to have the supports they need to work through issues in a healthy, non-disruptive way. These preventative measures that SB 482 helps put in place improve the psychological and physical safety of all students, those who need mental health services, and their peers who are in school with them each day. For those reasons, Public Justice Center strongly supports Senate Bill 482. Thank you.
Mr. Bradford, and thank you for the work of the Public Justice Center. Ms. O'Neill, welcome to EQUAD.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this bill forward. I really appreciate it. Delegate Vogel and Senator Lewis Young, and thank you for having us. I am Dr. Colleen O'Neill. I am at University of Maryland College Park. I'm with the College of Education. I'm head of the school psychology and school counseling programs. This is a real issue. We are really lucky that we have school mental health professionals, because where kids get the most mental health care is in schools. We're also lucky because that leads to equity. That leads to equity and access, because they can get access in the public schools to this mental health support. In Maryland, I think we provide really, really good quality school mental health support. In fact, I think that we have some of the best training in Maryland in the nation, if I say so myself. But you need to know that there are only 13 school psychologists who graduate every year from our programs. Yeah, 13. We have Bowie State, we have Towson, and we have University of Maryland College Park. So I think this loan relief program will make a big difference. I was just speaking with some students who are interested from all over the nation, they were, in coming to our program and getting trained. And they were like, yes, we want to stay in Maryland, 30K or whatever sliding scale, we'll take it. But we don't have enough faculty. That's why there are only 13 people that come out every year. We have 3 faculty in our program, and the same is true in Bowie State. So anyway, I hope we continue to put more resources. This loan relief will be great, but we need to continue putting more resources into training also.
Thank you for being here. Lauren Lamb, welcome.
Thank you for having me today. For the record, my name is Lauren Lamb. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Education Association, and we represent 75,000 members across the state, which is not just teachers, it's also education support professionals, including school social workers and school psychologists, like those included in this bill. So our members will tell you our schools are a complex ecosystem, and as others have well explained, students can't learn without good mental health support. And we are very fortunate to have the mental health professionals that we do, and we need to attract and retain more. The student loan crisis has been a serious obstacle to recruiting and diversifying the mental health profession in our schools. And others have provided some great data on that. So I will just add, for educator experience, including social workers and school psychologists, 65% of educators under 35 years old say that they had to take out loans to complete their education. And 59% with unpaid loans say that the loans are a primary barrier to them planning for the future and saving. This move, expanding eligibility under this program, does not increase expenses. In fact, it helps us take advantage of a program that is being underutilized at this point. So expanding eligibility will help us attract, retain school-based mental health professionals and incentivize more people to consider this as a viable profession. Thank you.
Wrapping up this panel, Laura Stewart, welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to see you. My name is Laura Stewart, and I am again representing Free State PTA, which is our statewide PTA organization. And this bill, Senate Bill 482, aligns with our legislative priority. In fact, our top priority this year, which is on the mental health support for school communities. This is the issue we hear about from parents from across the state. And I'm not going to repeat all the statistics that you've already heard, but I do want to point out that COVID-19 closures and the readjustment to in-person school added to the stress for students and families. Social media has also added to the stress children face every day. We have seen increased drug overdosing and suicide, especially in marginalized groups and girls, which you've heard about. It is recognized that we need more health professionals in schools, but it is difficult to fill these positions. And I'll give you an example in Montgomery County. It took a year to hire newly funded social workers, and MCPS Careers shows 11 openings for psychologists today, but only 1 in the pool. Now we know why. We have been consistently short of psychologists for years. An incentive to fill any incentive to fill and expand the number of mental health professional positions are needed. We could literally save lives. I've also want to add that this could be an incentive for our own MCPS students to look at this career. We want to grow our own. We want kids coming back and staying in Maryland and having great Maryland jobs. And this is one way to do it. So thank you so much. And I thank you because my own family has struggled as well. We're getting through it, but we could do it so much better. Thank you so much. Free State PTA urges the passage of SB 482.
Your testimony, Senator Croza has a question.
Very brief. First of all, Senator, thank you for the bill. My nephew is a school psychologist, and he has talked about, just even if you have somebody that's really strong, they can only handle so many students. So, he's brought that to my attention. I did want to ask, the issue of school safety was brought up, and then you have your mental health issues. And I'm not sure which witness can answer this, maybe the person who's, actually in the schools, but I'd like to know a little bit more about the relationships between the school psychologists and the SROs, because I think if you have strong individuals in both those positions, I have to believe that is a really good service providing the students. Does anybody have any just direct knowledge of if there's any of that coordination? So in other words, when an SRO might be able to say, hey, I think, either say, I think we need to there might be some issues here, or the other way around, a mental health professional could say, there are some safety issues here. And I'm thinking about not just the individual student, but how do we protect as many students as possible?
Or just for anyone watching at home who doesn't know what an SRO is, it's a school resource officer, and it's like a security person, and it's different in a lot of different counties that have them or don't and use them in different ways. Doctor, do you have direct knowledge, or we might have to kind of punt and see if
I'm happy to speak to that.
Okay.
I think that partnership has been important. I think school psychologists, I can speak to them, have done a lot of systemic consultation to improve the safety of schools. And they have done that interdisciplinary across SROs, across paraprofessionals, across school counselors. And they have done, and I think as a society also, we want that kind of mental health plus safety officer partnership in general. And I've seen it work very well. And sometimes I've been concerned about the imbalance in different schools and school districts.
Oh,
Thank you,
sure. As a parent, really, we'd like to see teachers to be the first line there, right? So that they could refer students to a psychologist because they are the ones that see the behavior every day.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stewart. Thank you, Senator Croza. I see no other questions. We have two virtual witnesses who are favorable. First up is Katie Phipps from MSPA, and I'm guessing that's the Maryland School Psychologists Association. Welcome, Ms. Phipps. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. My name is Katie Phipps. I'm a school psychologist at Harford County Public Schools and the chair of the Maryland School Psychologists Association's Legislative Committee. I'm urging the Senate committee to provide a favorable report on Senate Bill 482. We've heard about the critical shortage of school psychologists in Maryland's public schools. We do provide a variety of direct services, interventions, assessments, and consultation. We do work with, I've conducted threat assessments along with school resource officers, suicide risk assessments, working with teachers to collaborate regarding behavioral concerns, mental health concerns, emotional concerns, a whole variety of things. We work with some of the most vulnerable populations of students. You guys heard the CDC and Youth Risk Behavior Survey data as well. I know personally my caseload has tripled since the pandemic, and we are burning out very, very fast. I currently serve over 1,100 middle school students in a designated low performing school that has a lot of needs. So you guys know the need. And I just want to explain a little bit. To become certified as a school psychologist in the state of Maryland, you need a 4 years bachelor degree minimum. Then you need at least a 3-year program to get your master's degree, specialist degree, and a 1,200-hour internship. So it's at least 7 years of school, with many going on to achieve their doctoral degree, which could be, again, an additional 5 years of school on top of that. So it's a massive financial burden. Everybody that I know, and myself included, rely on student loans in order to gain the training that we need to adequately serve our students. So by adding school psychologists to the loan assistance program, we can ease the financial burden impacting psychologists already in the field, and also incentivize. I love the idea of incentivizing school psychologists across the country to come to Maryland to help with this shortage as much as possible. Thank you for your time, and I urge a favorable report of this bill.
And I just have to take a quick moment because Katie Mendelson, my cousin, is the statewide school counselor of the year, middle school counselor of the year. So I just have to give her a shout out. Different Katie, my cousin Katie, who this is not my cousin. Brianna January, we're going to go out of order here. Maryland Association of Counties, welcome back to EQuad. You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you once again, Madam Vice Chair and Committee. Brianna January with MACO, this time in support of SB 482. Honorable Committee, I am so very sure that you have seen enough of me today, so I'll once again be brief. Counties like those who tested before me see HB 482 as just an additional tool in our toolbox to get more professionals into Maryland schools to provide our students with critical mental health services. You've heard a lot this evening about how important this bill is. As such, MACO urges a favorable report, and I will yield the rest of my time back.
Bonus points for that, Ms. January. Thank you. Gail Martin, National Association of Social Workers, Maryland chapter. Do we have Ms. Martin here? We do. Welcome.
Yes, ma'am, you have me. Thank you very
Excellent.
much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this afternoon. My name is Gail Martin. I am the chair of the Social Work and Schools Committee at the NASW Maryland chapter, and we are here in strong support of Senate Bill 482. This is, and I don't want to repeat things that I have this paper. I don't want to repeat things that were already said. It's been a long day for all of us. There are 3 problems here. We have a problem with the pipeline in the beginning with needing scholarships. There's another bill in front of the legislature this year to address that. We need this loan repayment, and we also need salary addressed because so we've got 2 out of the 3 things we need here. The third, the salaries, kind of got cut out of the blueprint when the career ladder went in for teachers. Those of us doing this work were eliminated from the bill. So we don't have that incentive to be in low performing schools, sadly. We'll leave that for another day. One of my concerns about this bill, though, it has to do, I'll be interested in seeing what the regulations say, because the current regulations, school social workers have been applying for this loan, but they aren't always in low performing schools enough to qualify. So a lot of times school social workers are assigned to multiple schools. And if you're in a high school, that's much less likely to be designated as a Title I or as a high farms rate school than an elementary school is, just because of housing patterns. But nonetheless, we are in strong support of this, and I thank you for your attention.
For your leadership and for all that social workers do for Marylanders every day. We're going to close up. I don't know if we have a person. Maryland Coalition to Reform School Discipline. Do we have someone from the Maryland Coalition to Reform School Discipline going once, twice? I think we do not have someone from them. Unless there are questions for any of these witnesses. Seeing none, that completes the hearing on Senate Bill 482. Thank you, Senator Lewis Young. Thanks to all our witnesses. And I'm tossing it back to the chair to conclude with a big bill coming up.
Yes, and let me just start by thanking the crowd in red
Maybe this was civics 101 lesson you didn't want to participate. It seems like Wes Moore, the governor, was here 3 weeks ago, candidly. I mean, I can't believe we started, but look, I do want to say to you all, thank you so much for, but we didn't want to short drift this issue by sticking you in the middle. We want to leave you to the end because you got a big group here, and you know, I just want to say that we're waiting for 10 seconds here. Senator Klausmeyer is on her way down here. You should know that today is her birthday. So the timing here, you know, is what it is. No, we're not doing that. No singing a birthday. But let me just, why don't I bring up, because we have a lot of witnesses. I want everybody to, let's start the process. I know you've been eager to weigh in here. So I'm going to just reel off some names. We're going to fill up the witness stand. And when Senator Klausmeyer walks in, which should be in the next, you know, 10 seconds or 20, she'll present the bill and then we'll go through this and take it from there. So I've got John Spano. And by the way, if I name a name and you know they couldn't stick around all day, I'm sure there's a few folks that are in that category. Just tell me that so we can kind of move on. But John Spano, Mr. Spano, why don't you come up? Okay, well, we don't, this is the birthday girl, Senator Klausmeyer. Okay, why not? Let's just go ahead and do it. Birthday, dear Kath. Happy birthday. Yes, you are the final bill, and the witnesses have been sitting around. Okay. Well, you know, there was a reason for all this. Okay. Correct. Heather Boley, Ms. Boley.
Wait a minute, I have one person I wanted to come up.
Sure. Who is it? Brett Leininger? Okay, Brett. Okay, that's fine. Come on up, Brett. Kirk Litton, Mr. Litton. Brian Savoy, I do know Brian. I've met Brian many times on this. Why don't you guys sit down so we can assess the how many seats we have. Mr. Spano, yeah, take that middle seat. And okay, well, we got Mr. Savoy. Well, who else did I call here? We'll just take in the order I called people. So, and Ms. Savoy, you'll be up on the next panel when we get that. Okay, so Senator Klausmeyer, you tell us what the bill does, and again, we may end up modifying this bill a little bit and doing some other things.
You know what, I will.
Yeah.
I mean, because I know everybody back
Yeah.
behind me has a whole lot more to say than I do.
Absolutely. Okay.
But you know what, I'm not even going to read my testimony. I'm just going to say that I had two lovely people in my office about how many weeks ago? A month. And the questions were things that I couldn't answer, but one thing I could answer was when they said, if you get a work group together, please put some parents on the work group. So I did a bill that has several different people. We have the treasurer, we have the comptroller, and several other people on this work group, but I wanted to make sure, I don't care who else is there, but I wanted the parents there, a couple parents, because they're the ones that have lived through this and have done all the work. So with that, that's what this bill is all about. And as you can see, there's a whole lot of support for this bill.
Right.
And I would appreciate your support of your committee. And with that,
Okay, well,
anybody
why
have
don't we
any
get to the
questions?
witnesses here? I will make this one point. Yesterday, we reelected our state treasurer, Derek Davis, and in his remarks, he singled out this issue as maybe, at the top of his priority list. So that was very prominent in yesterday's speech that he made in front of the full General Assembly. But before we go, are you, Brett, do you you say you have a very short, small amendment? Do you want to get that out of the way and tell us what, and then we can go to everybody in red here.
Real fast. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Brett Leininger, on behalf of NAFA Maryland, which is the National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors. It's our clients who have been dealing with a lot of these issues. We would just like to have representation on the work group. I think we provide a lot of very good substantive feedback.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Let's go right to Mr. Spano to lead things off, and put the mic in front of you and
Okay,
tell us who you are, announce who you are for each of the witnesses. We're going to, again, use 2 minutes. So Mr. Spano, you start.
Great, thank you. My name is John Spano. I'm a current resident of Gaithersburg, Maryland, and a lifelong resident of of Maryland. My journey in this 529 plan began in 2002, shortly after my first son was born. I talked to a financial advisor and he said, listen, college rates have been skyrocketing. The only way to pay for, you can't work your way through college anymore. You're either going to have to start investing now, take out loans, or your kid's going to have to join the military. Not knowing if you want to join the military, didn't want loans, I decided to go with the Maryland 529 plan. I originally invested in the investment plan. Then I kind of rode that through the Great Recession. I was getting kind of smashed in that, just like everyone's 401ks and everything. So come 2011, I bought a new house. I decided to take out a larger mortgage on that house to pay off my 2 kids. I now had 3 kids by the time, pay off 2 kids' prepaid college trust funds, because I wanted to feel safe, knowing that I had tuition paid for, or I had the interest saved on that tuition. I could pay for out-of-state tuition. In 2020, my son graduated. So these were the COVID kids, didn't get to go to graduation or anything like that. It came down to April of that year. I called the prepaid college trust, trying to figure out how to use this so we can figure out where to go. Couldn't get anybody on the phone because they were in COVID lockdowns. He decided to go to University of South Carolina. I started using the plan. And then last year, 2022, I got my FAFSA account, had these fantastic numbers on there with interest earnings and everything. My second son was in college, or we're in the decision-making process. Then I said, wow, I can have 2 kids go to out-of-state colleges based on that amount. And so we chose again. He wanted to go follow his brother to University of South Carolina. We have 2 kids there. I'm running out of time. And I decided to send him there. So I know I'm running out of time. I just want to know, is this still being called an interest miscalculation? If so, I'd like to see examples. Why am I getting a 1099-Q that says I have earnings? And what's going to happen to all the interest for all these folks over the years? Thank you.
Why don't you pass the mic on?
Yep.
And tell us your name. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to tell our stories today. My name is Heather Boley, and I'm from District 27B in Calvert County. We have a student debt crisis in our country in which students collectively owe $1.76 trillion. Our family took steps to prevent that for our children by enrolling in the Maryland Prepaid Trust Plan. On February 2022, my daughter was told she had $94,000 saved for college. Based on that, she decided to enroll at her first choice college, Pitt University. In January 2023, she was told she only had $35,000 after the freeze of our funds. We are now part of the student debt crisis, which she could be saddled with for the next 20 years. To compound our problem, based on the recent recalculation, her sister will face the same situation this coming fall, and her brother will face it in the summer of 2025. Like many others, we sacrificed putting money away for our children so they would be able to attend college without accruing major debt. I am a single mother of 3, and I work for Prince George's County Public Schools. I do not have the luxury of time nor the funds to change how I save for my kids' college. I entrusted that we were backed by the state of Maryland and that my children would be okay. I don't feel that way anymore. Instead, I feel fear about the financial future of my children, and as though I'm witnessing a train wreck that I don't know how to stop. I am not alone. To make this right, we need Maryland to honor its commitment to resolve this crisis. We need our rollover values restored to what was stated on our contract since the inception of the plan in 1998, which is that our rollover distribution amounts would be equal to all contributions plus or minus 100% of the trust investment earnings. This practice has been the precedent set for over 20 years. We need our December 20. Okay.
You can finish your thought. Yeah.
Okay. We need our 2021 statement values honored, as that statement was in line with prepaid's contractual terms, and we need action now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I was squishing the corner over here. No worries. I'm small, but not that small. Thank you. My name is Kirk Litton. I flew here this morning from South Carolina to be with you today. We paid $109,000 in lump sum payments for our 3 children's policies over 15 years ago. When we moved to South Carolina in 2012, we read every page of our contract. We found that our contracts had 2 clear exit doors to the trust, not just one, as the board continues to misstate. Door number one is a tuition guarantee benefit plus a minuscule interest currently being used for the recalculations. Door number two is the rollover benefit calculation defined in Article 6 or 7 of every contract disclosure from 1998 to 2021. That has been dismantled. That clause clearly states, oh, our rollover amount will equal our payments made to MPCT plus 100% of investment earnings realized on our payments. So we stayed in the plan. My oldest child neared college. As my oldest child neared college, I requested a manual rollover calculation in 2020. The written statement received back on Maryland 529 letterhead calculated by Maryland 529 staff showed my principal plus $80,000 in earnings. I requested another manual rollover calculation a year later in summer 2021. The statement from Maryland 529 now showed my principal plus $90,000 in earnings, a 6% year-over-year gain. I then called to execute a rollover. The Maryland 529 staffer told me, you don't want to do that, sir. 2021 was a very good year and earnings have not been applied yet. Wait a couple months. So I did. The December 2021 statements came. 2021 earnings were included. I executed a rollover of my daughter Madison's policy of $90,000 minus fees with $53,000 in earnings applied, exactly what my contract called for. In early 2022, then I called for my second and third kid and the agent told me, best to keep it in. You are guaranteed 6% now. Mackenzie will have $103,000 in 2025. Mason will have $110,000 in 2028. So I left it alone. Big mistake. These two accounts valued over as high as $155,000 that have been calculated multiple times in multiple years and stood at a value of over $130,000 as of October 31st, 2021. By this contract change, ambiguous language, recalculation formula, effectively 1 day later, November 1st, were devalued by over $75,000 to now basically my principal only. This is a clear breach of Article 9 to do no harm. We want what was written in our contracts. We want door number two, rollover investment earning benefits for prior years restored, calculated, unfrozen, and distributed now. Thank you.
Okay.
Try to get all that out fast. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
could I just ask all those that have these stories and I'll just email them to where? To me or you or?
I've blown up a lot of email boxes, I think, over the last
No,
2 months. Yes.
No, I mean, I just want.
You
them
all have my
to know
billboard copies and my radio spots that'll start tomorrow on all stations in Baltimore and DC.
that when we do have a work group, the work group has these stories.
Okay,
So-
well,
Thank you.
I think, I think probably the best if you don't feel you've communicated, send something to your senator and then that senator will probably funnel it through to Senator
Okay, if that
Klausmeyer
ain't
and
what
this
they'll-
committee.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think that'd probably be best.
Okay.
Any questions for any of the witnesses or Senator Klausmeyer? Because we have a lot of other folks who I think have similar stories. So, I think there'll be a theme here to be
Yeah.
Thank
candid
you for
with
your
you.
time.
So,
Yeah. thank
yeah,
you.
Senator Washington.
Thank you so much for your testimony and thank you, Senator Klausmeyer, for this bill very much. I just want to, when you're communicating with the prepaid trust or 529, who are you? What you said there was a sales, but who were you?
We call the staff, we call the office up until they changed over to Intuition in November 21.
Okay.
We would talk to the Maryland 529 staff and they would counsel us on what our options were. They weren't very transparent in the rollover option to most people. And that's what the kind of deception's been set before you guys has been. We were given statements every year that only show what we put in. They never showed our earnings and interest calculations or our FAFSA values until they accidentally did it in December 2021 and let the cat out of the bag. And now we all know what our values are worth.
Mr. Chair, if
I knew because I asked for those calculations manually multiple times. Yeah.
I think what would be interesting for us to see is the contract that you said that offered you these two doors. Because
Absolutely.
again, 529 continues.
It's
to tell
stated in
us that
every
there's
contract
only
disclosure.
one,
They've
one
now
option.
combined, they've added additional benefits and
Yeah.
simplified
Yeah.
and they've changed the disclosure,
we
but
could
for
have
20
that,
years. Yeah,
that
I
would
sent
be
those
very,
copies to all.
Very,
all-
very
yeah.
helpful.
Okay, we don't
Thank
want to
you.
talk over each other too much here,
Sorry.
but no, that's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, any additional questions of the witnesses? And again, I think several folks are going to weigh in. There'll be another opportunity. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to now call up Mr. Savoy, who I know has been very involved in this issue from the beginning. Kathleen Stisted, Robert Rowland, Monica Heinlein. And by the way, some of you have testified favor with amendments. So if you have a suggested amendment, tell us, try to describe that during your testimony. Okay, let's see. Is Patrick Stavros here? Mr. Stavros? Okay. Patricia, I apologize. There's a little typo in here. Patricia, you do definitely know. Okay, I think that'll do it for this panel. So Brian, why don't you start off there?
Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Savoy. It's great to see you all again. I stand in support of SB 475, but it does need some amendments. I received my manual calculation like you heard before. I was expecting to receive about $20,000 in earnings. I just received my calculations, and my net earnings are going to be a little less than $2,000. What does that difference mean to me? That's the difference in 1 year of tuition at Purdue. That means that my son goes into debt. Our family goes into debt. And we've heard all day about the student debt crisis. The state has failed me. The state has failed my son, and we critically need your help to fix this now. The legislature created the predecessor to Maryland 529, and now you need to rein it in. While Maryland 529 characterizes this as a calculation error, this was no calculation error. This was a series of contract changes gone wrong. Maryland 529 chose a fix that devalues accounts of more than 5,000 families, and they had other options. They chose the option that does the most harm to the most people. I'd like to suggest 4 amendments. I'd like to suggest shortening the timeline for the working group to act to December 2023, so that you have the time to review a complete report during the next session. Second, dissolve Maryland 529 as an independent state agency and have it fall under the Maryland Higher Education Commission or the treasurer to increase transparency and oversight. In so doing, also dissolve the Maryland 529 board, as it would not be necessary. Third, dissolve the Maryland Prepaid College Trust. While that may sound like an extreme position, doing so would allow an expeditious division of shares to all of the plan participants quickly and easily. Another prepaid trust could be formed, but the current prepaid trust must be dissolved.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Steistead, and I'm testifying regarding how the recent retroactive trust contract changes have affected the ability of disabled beneficiaries to obtain post-high school education. I opened a trust account for my son in 2001 when he was an infant, excited to give him the opportunity to receive a quality Maryland college education. I'm a College Park grad. Go Terps. In 2002, our son was diagnosed with autism. Understanding that this diagnosis may impact his ability to attend college, we reviewed our trust contract and were comforted to see that he could withdraw or roll over his contract value, along with associated earnings should he need to pursue another form of education. Our 2021 account statement reported a value of more than $42,000, and we plan to roll this money over into the investment plan to pay for vocational school, since our son is not eligible to attend 4 credit classes. Like other account holders, our attempt to roll over his account in early 22 is where things fell apart. We couldn't access the full account value and were cautioned by the trust to wait until the transition was complete or risk negatively impacting our account value. In January 23, we received our manual calculation. Our account is now valued at less than $26,000, barely $1,000 more than what we paid into the account and 40% less than just a year earlier. The trust decision to hold accounts hostage for over a year and then to retroactively change the contract terms and devalue all our accounts, all with no transparency, has forced us, like others testifying before you, to resort to credit cards to pay trade school tuition. This was an unimaginable and disappointing reality to face after 22 years of trusting and investing in a state guaranteed program. What is the explanation to families such as mine, whose dreams for their child's college education have taken a detour due to illness or disability, and whose hope rested in the terms of their contract, which have suddenly changed? Is this newly erected barrier for disabled students defensible in any way? What we want is for our original contract terms to be honored and our account values to be restored, and we deserve this not sometime a year now, more from now, but sorry, a year or more in the future, but now. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we go down, sir? Just want you hand the push the mic over there and tell us who you are, and just go to the end of the pin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, committee members, and thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Monica Heinlein, and I haven't been able to access my son Connor's college savings funds for the past 10 months. This is Connor in his high school senior portrait, and he is now a freshman at Towson University. And I've had to borrow money to pay for his fall and spring semesters, even though I've been investing in the Maryland Prepaid Trust for the past 14 years. In April 2022, when the 529 board put a hold on rollovers while they worked on what they claim was a calculation error fix, I was told by 529 representatives that the hold would be lifted by June 30th. Fast forward to January 2023, when the board's fix was finally revealed and posted on their website. It revealed that the board voted to retroactively change our contracts and decimate the earnings previously applied to accounts open prior to November 2021. For Connor, that's a loss of approximately $12,000. Mr. Savia, the executive director, will argue that there was no change to the contract, but he is mistaken. As Mr. Litton testified, we have 20 years worth of printed contracts that show what we are owed. We need your help to remedy the harm and damage that the 529 board's decision caused account holders. We need our account values restored to the FAFSA values reported on our 2021 annual statements, plus subsequent earnings. We need help now. I'm a Maryland public school counselor and a single mother who has sacrificed and struggled for the past 15 years to save for both of my boys' college education. I trusted the trust. I expected Connor's college funds to be available when he needed them. I've lived in Maryland all my life, and never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that a Maryland state agency would cause harm to families like mine who've sacrificed to save for our children's education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Bob Rowland. I'm a Maryland Prepaid College Trust holder. I have 3 accounts for my 3 kids. I opened my first account for my son Liam in 2006. And we used the FAFSA value from the December 21 statement to decide on where to go to school. He decided to go to James Madison. Well, after that decision, we started to inquire about, well, how do we roll over this money? And that's when this freeze happened. And then we got the runaround about it's going to be May and then June and then October. So my son decided to take a gap year because we didn't know how to pay. So he's working and we're coming up with a new plan. I want to go back and say, you know, when you take out this Maryland Prepaid College Trust plan, you don't know what your kid's going to do in 18 years. You don't know if you're going to be studying in-state or out of state. You don't know if you're going to be living in Maryland. You don't know if your kids are going to go to college. You may go in the military. The contract that we have has a lot of provisions for a lot of different scenarios that can happen. You can take the in-state tuition, you can use the money for out-of-state tuition, you can cancel your policy and get a refund, you can transfer to another 529. So we're not just buying 8 semesters of tuition. We have options depending on what our kids need and when they need it. I want to stress that, very important. And the second thing I want to stress is this manual calculation and fix. Okay, what they did is they changed how rollovers are paid out. They're stripping us of our investment earnings. Okay, so this manual calculation that we're getting done now isn't fixing anything. All they're doing is cementing the stripping of our investment earnings from us. And so we got a contract. We want the contract enforced. That's what we really want. We want some actions. Thank you, Senator Washington. You're not my senator, but you've been responsive to me. We've been hearing from writing our delegates. We've been getting really good feedback that people are hearing us, but we really need action. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you pass that on?
Good evening. My name is Tricia Stavros, and we are account holders in the Maryland 529 Prepaid College Trust. And we made critical college decisions based on the 2021 statement reflecting a FAFSA value of $81,000. Our daughter enrolled in college in the fall of 2022. And when it came time to start using these funds, we were horrified to learn that 50% of the account value comprised of our investment earnings had been erased. Sophia is attending a 6-year direct entry program for physician assistants, which was not available in Maryland. Her education holds a price tag of close to $500,000. In April 2022, the option to roll over the reported earnings on our account was taken away. 1 year of stalling has passed, and without access to these funds, our family is struggling to pay tuition. Institutions will not register students for classes or release grades when tuition is not paid. We have sent emails, left messages, and been pushed off month to month. The rules keep changing with conflicting information from representatives of this plan, forcing us to make misinformed decisions about these drastic reductions. A microscopic, erroneous Excel spreadsheet was sent to us where the value of our account is barely the same as our initial investment 15 years ago. How can this plan be permitted to change the terms at the end of our contract because it doesn't suit them? Maryland legislature needs to step in and honor its commitments and restore the 2021 FAFSA value, making us whole again. Families before us have received all their earnings, and we expect no less. Tuition bills keep coming. This is an urgent matter, and we need your help for immediate solutions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Senator Simonaire.
Yeah, just a short one. Thank you again for staying so late. This is a debacle and it's getting attention. So my question to you is, over the 10 to 20 years, there had to been investment earnings and so forth. What are they telling you where that money is now?
Go, Brian.
It's an interesting thing. They're telling us it never really existed. They're telling us that the statements that we received, that the treatment of past account holders, one of them is right here, Monica. She has 2 kids, one of whom, her older son, received a rollover plus the from inception rate of return for her child. For the rest, for her older child, that's no longer possible. But they're saying to us that we don't understand our contracts. I got to tell you, we've put thousands of hours, and that's not hyperbole. Sometimes people say thousands of hours. We've put thousands of hours into this, poring over the contracts, doing calculations ourselves, and we understand it. But what we're being told is that we don't, that the money was never really there, that all we ever agreed to was to pay you out for these 8 semesters.
So let me just ask you, because I want to keep it brief because the hour is late. Take the contract out of this question. Over the last 10 to 20 years, investments have increased dramatically. Over that time period, it's increased dramatically. For the money that you've invested, whether the contract says whatever, there has to be all these earnings.
Correct.
And
They're there. The program is overfunded 140%.
so
Okay.
they just have
They have the
excess money in the
6%.
program.
They have it. They have it. They say they have it. It's shown in their annual reports.
Okay.
Okay, in addition to that, there's 23 years history of them paying out these rollovers. This isn't anything new. What we're asking for isn't anything new. We're not asking for anything special. They've been paying these out until they changed, until they just changed.
2022.
Okay, any additional questions for any of the panelists before we get some other folks up here to the table? Okay, seeing none. Thank you all for that testimony, and I'm going to reel off some more names here. Judith O'Connor. Cayetano Santos. Martha Barillas. Becky Sakine. Let's see. Okay. Is there 2 people from the same family? Because I see another 2, Sakine. Okay, or Anthony Sakine and Becky Sakine. Are you both up? Sakine? Okay, I apologize. Sakina, okay. Okay, well, we've got 5, so let's start from my left. Tell us your name and everybody's got their 2 minutes. Okay.
Hi, I'm Judy O'Connor from Gaithersburg, Maryland, another single parent, full-time working. My dad was just 18 when he was drafted into World War II. After serving, he received his engineering degree from Ohio State, his master's from UCLA, and then he worked for Lockheed for 35 years on the most highly classified projects. He dedicated his life to his country, his work, and his family. And when he passed away in 2010, he specified that the money he so carefully saved and left for his grandsons should be used for education. So I invested it in the Maryland Prepaid College Trust. Now my younger son is 18, and he just got accepted to Ohio State, my dad's alma mater. Unfortunately, thanks to Maryland 529, we don't know if he can go, and he needs to decide by May. There is a $30,000 discrepancy between his 2021 and 2022 trust account statements. My older son, using his funds in-state at Salisbury, has a similar discrepancy. Maryland 529 relentlessly calls this a calculation error. That is not the issue. Maryland 529 has changed its contract terms to support the distribution of earnings at 0 to 1% rather than 5 to 6%. We have the contracts, the evidence is black and white. Maryland 529 also says they can't release the earnings now, also untrue. The trust is more than 130% overfunded. Per a 2003 disclosure, and overfunding greater than 130% allows distribution of the excess funds. They can do this now. Families need to pay tuition and make life-changing decisions right now. But I guess Maryland 529 is too busy hiring PR firms and dealing with board member resignations to honor their contracts, let alone to honor my children and my father. We need a work group and a resolution. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Cayetano Santos Jr. I'm a District 18 resident and have been an account holder since 2007. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. So we relied on the information provided in the trust in our December 2021 annual statement to help decide where our son would attend college. In early 2022, we even contacted customer support and confirmed our account value. It was consistent with the revised definitions of minimum benefit and earnings for rollovers described in the trust 2021 letter and the December 2021 annual statement. In 2022, the trust claimed that recalculations were needed to correct errors. These recalculations are just the result of the trust's reinterpretation of these definitions. This is effectively a retroactive policy change that is significantly reduced account values. For us, the value of a 2-year plan dropped by over $17,000. Our son began attending a Maryland State University in fall of 2022. So we've submitted claims for both the fall and spring semesters. Our reimbursements to date were not only below the minimum benefit we were promised, but based on the funds we've received to date, will not even get our full principal back from what we paid into the plan. We've had to unexpectedly pull money from other accounts to help pay for our son's education. The trust is supposed to serve our children, not take away the hard-earned money that we've saved and put away. The trust is failing just when we need it the most. The trust is backed by a Maryland legislative guarantee. So I respectfully request that you direct the trust to credit the families with minimum benefits or rollover balances reflected in their December 2021 statements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Martha Barillas, and I am an account holder and a Maryland taxpayer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to express urgency on taking corrective action now and not in 2024 or later. I wish I could have pulled my child from his college classes today to have him stand here in front of you and hear his disappointment as we explained to him that his college fund isn't going to pay out what we expected, and we don't have the full money available for the upcoming school year. We're not even getting our principal paid back. Frustration, disappointment, anger, disbelief, anxiety, and heartbroken are a few emotions I can describe thanks to Maryland 529. How can you be taking away all these parents' dreams for their kids? All the families here in person, on Zoom, those that can't attend, and those that aren't even aware yet of what's going on are being impacted negatively.
Every member in this plan has worked hard because of the dreams they have for their child's future and their education. Why is it permissible to breach the contract and leave our kids in limbo? MD 529 is not addressing the root of the problem. That is a change in policy, a breach of contract. MD 529 can try to fail our kids. We hope that the state of Maryland won't. We count on you to help us help our kids. We need our Maryland General Assembly to direct the MD 529 to honor the contracts we all signed and agreed to. Do not allow MD 529 to get away with these unilateral changes to the terms and benefit calculations of our contracts. This debacle caused by MD 529 contract changes must be fixed quickly. We don't have 12 months. Please help our kids now or before the fall 2023 tuition is due. Please direct the MD 529 board to pay the FAFSA account values in the December 2021 statements provided to all the account holders. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak this evening. My name is Becky Tusakina. I'm a long-term resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. My husband and I signed contracts in 2008 and 2012 with the intention of saving our children from the burden of college debt. I can't say anything more than other people have said better. We have the same exact story. Our board gifted stock market crash has ended up being $61,000. We are one of the 490 accounts that they have been recalculating for 5 months. We are one of those 80 that hasn't been recalculated yet. Our current statement shows we have no earnings. We have only what we paid in minus 2.5% for fees. We have less than we paid in. I want to specifically address the contract violations that people have talked about. In every contract, except the current ones, because they've changed the numbers. So if you look at 20 some years of contract and then go to the newest one, be careful. Article 7 states that everybody has the option to transfer or roll over any payments they have and receive 100% of the investment returns, whether those are good returns or bad returns, 100%. Again, thousands of people have done this over 20 years. We cannot do this. Secondly, there is Article 9, the do no harm clause that there was mentioned. The wording in that is that the board will not retroactively modify our existing contract provisions in a manner adverse to us or to the beneficiaries. They have absolutely taken brand new 2021, 2022 terms and retroactively applied them to every existing account. Further, the fund surplus, which contains the investment earnings that are, can I say one more?
Absolutely.
They are now applying that fund surplus to any account in existence on balances that were there starting October 31st, and they are paying forward a guaranteed 6% to all new accounts. We can't realize any of that, but now they have just guaranteed people with 8-year-old children that they will double or triple their returns by the time they're in college in 2030, despite the fact that the fund just had horrible returns last year of 8.5%. So they're completely disconnecting their guarantee from the investment earnings, yet denying us the earnings we already accumulated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Anthony Tusikina. I thank the committee for letting us testify. I want to start off by saying I admire your stamina. I've been here since the governor was here, but I took an 1.5 hour break and you guys have not. So that is very amazing. I really don't have much to add. You've already heard all the stories. And plus my wife just told you our personal story. I wanted to tell you about the fact that, my point of view, I'm an attorney in the financial services industry. My firm represents hundreds of investment advisors, literally. And what the Maryland 529 plan is doing is they're offering a security, and they would be, but for the fact that they're a quasi-governmental state agency, would be an investment advisor. And that kind of conduct that they've engaged in is a breach of fiduciary duty, breach of record keeping, et cetera, et cetera. If there were a regular investment advisor, the SEC would find them. They would be subject to regulatory enforcement actions and probably cease and desist orders. Plus, they would have to make everybody whole, right? The plan has told a number of the members of this group that, they're not beholden to anybody. They're not subject to the governor, the treasurer, the state regulator, and apparently, the only person that they may be afraid of is the attorney general, which they've said is the only person that can come and get us. So, usually when they discuss things like the box project, which is the 100+ boxes of documents that they've lost somewhere and then the auditor found a few years later, or they discuss the recalculation, they go into closed sessions with an attorney present. And I'm an attorney. I know exactly why board committees go into closed sessions with an attorney present, because now attorney-client privilege attaches to everything. We cannot get any of the information. We don't know who decided it, why they decided it, and how they decided it. I'm hoping that this legislature can rein in this plan, which I think is pretty rogue.
Okay, thank you. That testimony was very good, informative. Any questions for this panel or any of the particular specific panelists? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. We're going to go next. I'm going to name several additional witnesses, Jack McCarty, Daryl Claggett, Valerie Dyer, yeah. That's fine. Okay, just, take it. Why don't you grab a seat? Karen Hench and Cheryl Moss Herman, who is one of my constituents. Okay, sir, you're going to start from the left and we'll just go down and end up with Miss Herman at the end. Okay, great. Tell us your name.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon or evening. My name is Jack McCarty. I hold 3 prepaid college trust policies purchased in early 2000s for my 2 children. So I'll get right to it. This debacle, and there's no other word for it, is not a calculation error as described in the false narrative provided by the 529 executives. Instead, it is the result of the changes in the contract. The 529 executives implied that we mistook the purpose of the 529. We should not have considered them interest-bearing accounts. Despite the director's assertions, we are not naive and knew exactly what we were buying. When we opened the accounts, the type of education our children would pursue was unknown. Articles 6 and 7 contain the option for a rollover into a college investment plan. This was an essential selling point. The 529 executives said this was a 4 to 6 month issue and compared it to someone receiving one incorrect bank statement. Again, this is incorrect. The years leading up to a college decision for my daughter, we checked the account value on our account several times by submitting the request for account value form found on the 529 website. This form contained a box to check for rollovers that stated rollover, used to calculate principal, earnings, and fees associated with a rollover to another qualified plan. Why would the 529 plan have this form if the accounts were not interest burning, collecting earnings? Each time after submitting the forms, we received written statements showing each account's principal, earnings, and fees. These accounts were in line with the 2021 value at the end of the year statement from the trust. Based on these collaborating documents, we decided on our daughter's college. A few years ago, my son was diagnosed with autism. Understanding it is likely he is not likely to attend college, we placed him in a specialized school to help meet his needs. We planned on rolling the 529 trust into a Maryland Able account and budgeted based on the quoted account values from multiple data points mentioned above. With all of these data points and the wording of the contract we signed, why would we believe this statement was from the 529 was incorrect?
Did you want to finish your thought? I don't want to cut you off.
Sure. At the bottom of the 2021 financial statement and all 529 statements, there's a clause that reads, after 60 days without notice, otherwise considered correct and binding. It's 14 months later and no notice has arrived. This neglect of their own policy is an example of the 529 trust changing the rules of the leisure to the detriment of the shareholders, which is a violation of Article 9, which reads, we will not retroactively modify existing contract provisions in a manner adverse to you or your beneficiary.
Okay, thank you, sir. Why don't you pass it to the left? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Daryl Claggett, account holder since 2007, in support of Bill 475 with amendment to include revisions to Maryland's college investment plan savings for college. I grew up in Baltimore, the eldest of 7 children and the first of my family to ever attend college. My parents struggled to finance my college education. I saw that struggle and wanted to do everything I could to make sure that my children would never have to go through the same. This plan has clearly disadvantaged thousands of account holders. As an African-American single dad, I know for people like me, there's an even greater slight. Access to basic education, let alone higher education, has often eluded us in one form or another. This plan became a potential equalizer for families like mine, for children of my daughter's generation. In 2021, the plan temporarily halted transactions to install the new administrator Intuition. However, it took several months longer for the plan to reopen and accommodate my request for a new Maryland PCT UTMA account. I was told I could not simply transfer the funds into the new account. Rather, I would have to liquidate $20,000 from my existing account and then receive a $20,000 check within 2 weeks from the plan. I could then reinvest those proceeds into my new UTMA account. In brief, the plan literally lost my $20,000 they were to send me. There was no one who could explain the mishap. On top of this, they informed me that they were unable to open the new account due to technical difficulties related to transition to Intuition, which lasted into 2022. With my $20,000 still missing, the plan later recommended that I give them another $20,000 in the interim to fund the new UTMA account. Hoping for better luck, I decided to invest in the sister Maryland 529 College Investment Plan in January 2022. Several plan representatives confirmed we were eligible for the Save for College state contribution. 6 months later, I received a plan letter stating we were ineligible for that same state contribution. Once again, no one could explain why we were denied this guaranteed match. I support an amended Bill 475 to include the lesser discussed college investment plan Save for College state contribution. Prior to investing, investors should know if the state contribution will be honored.
Okay, thank you.
They still haven't gotten your $20,000.
Why don't we wait till?
Oh, yeah.
No, let's let's wait
Okay.
to the end of the panel. If anyone has
Okay. Dear members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Robert Dyer, and I'm here to tell you about my daughter Nadia's Maryland 529 account issues. When our daughter was a toddler, we paid a lump sum. We lost our son just 2 years ago. And dealing with this, they're cheating our kids. Anyway, I got this. When our daughter was a toddler, we paid a lump sum of $25,500. Our December 2021 statement showed her account at a FAFSA value of $60,101. In 2022, we were told by Maryland 529 their earnings were frozen and they were not sure when it would be fixed. We were becoming very concerned about what was happening with the account and made the decision to do a rollover with the money to our Franklin Templeton 529 plan. We were told by Maryland 529 that we could only roll over the principal because the earnings were still frozen. The rollover process was a nightmare from start to finish. We did not get access to the funds until the beginning of January 2023. We ended up having to dip into our emergency fund to pay all of 2022 out of our pocket. This has caused financial hardships for our family as well as many sleepless nights and high levels of stress. We rolled over our principal of $25,500 minus a $700 administrative fee charged by Maryland 529. So leaving us with less money than we originally had put into the account approximately 15 years earlier. Even though we did a rollover, we received a confirmation letter from Maryland 529, which was full of errors saying our refund was complete. We never requested a refund, nor did we take a refund. We feared that we lost roughly $34,600 because we did a rollover. Our online Maryland 529 account shows canceled. We have now come to realize that this was not a calculation error as we were led to believe, but a breach of contract. Maryland 529 leadership and board member changed how rollovers were paid out by retroactively reversing investment earnings. I want my rollover to be carried out based on the written contract and disclosure and based on how rollovers were calculated prior to November 2021. I want my earnings to be restored to the FAFSA value on my 12/31/2021 statement, plus the earnings accrued in 2022 and 2023. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I
sir.
appreciate it.
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
I am Karen Hench. I'm a registered nurse with a veteran with 30 years of service and a mother of 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom are in college right now. I agree with the previous speaker's amendments, and this is why. Between 2003 and 2013, I fully paid 3 Maryland trust accounts to support 8 college semesters for each of my children. AJ, my youngest son, has been studying at Cornell University since fall of 2021. If AJ didn't have his trust account, he would have had to decline admission to Cornell. Outside of school loans, the trust is the only funds that AJ has to pay for college. Currently, Cornell's tuition and fees are over $23,000 per semester, and that doesn't include room, board, and other expenses. To date, AJ's received the weighted tuition of approximately $5,200 per semester. AJ's December 2021 statement, like others, documented his trust value was over $83,000. Last month, the report value was $10,000. Without notice, $49,000 of earnings was deducted by the board, a move consistent with their longstanding cover-up of trust mismanagement and errors that taxpayers unknowingly pay for. The 2019 audit was quite revealing. $49,000, the difference, $49,000 would pay for 2 semesters tuition. Day and night, AJ studies with the goal of improving everyone's access to disease-resistant, safe, and nutritionally balanced food. He's very determined, but very stressed over the thoughtless restrictions on the trust payments. End this catastrophe by requiring the board to reestablish account holders' contractual access to all principal and interest documented in December 2021. We appreciate your time, your thoughtful leadership, service, and most of all for stopping this financial education injustice before next semester. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Herman.
Good evening, members of the committee and Senator Klausmeier. My name is Cheryl Moss Herman, and I'm here today to ask for your help and to offer my story. I purchased prepaid accounts for both of my daughters in 2001 and 2004. Following the November 2021 disclosure change and the online publication of the FAFSA value, I reached out to understand my contractually obligated minimum benefits. A January 7th, 2022 email from the prepaid explained that minimum benefit is utilized as a no less than value to ensure that prepaid customers receive earnings on their prepaid payments. That is, the value would continue to grow as earnings are accrued. In April of 22, I reached out again as my high school senior was making her final college choice. Prepaid representatives initially refused to provide me the value of my own account. Needless to say, this surprised me greatly, and I reached out to Senator Feldman for assistance. On April 21st, I was provided a minimum benefit estimate consistent with the FAFSA numbers. My account was worth $87,000, about $11,000 per semester. It was explained that the minimum benefit was calculated by applying the 6% interest retroactively to contributions compounded monthly. Our family relied on that estimate when my daughter decided to attend an out-of-state university. On a May 18th call with the then Maryland 529 Executive Director Layton, she confirmed that estimate, the methodology used, and authorized a letter which details that $11,000 per semester. My newly calculated minimum benefit is now about $50,000 less than that initial estimate. That's a loss of about $6,000 a semester. Families like mine relied on that information to make important financial decisions, and we're now being let down. I support the bill with the amendments described by Mr. Savoy. The working group proposed in the bill is just too little, too late. We need your help now. I'm ready to work with you all to find a solution that makes us whole. Only then will the Maryland 529 achieve its objective of enabling Maryland children to pursue their dreams. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the whole panel. Any questions of any of the panelists? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go with one more in-person panel, and then we're going to move to some virtual testimony after that. So listen to your name, Donna Dorman. Is Dorman here? Jamie Goldstein. Howard Griboff. Okay. And then finally, Lisa Soto, after this, well, witnesses after this will be virtual. So why don't you start right on the end there and tell us your name? Okay.
Sure. Hi. My name is Donna Dorman, and I am the mom of two of the most awesome boys any mom could ever hope for. My husband and I purchased two four-year plans in mid-2000. We understood that the plan would pay for in-state tuition with an option to roll over. As our two sons entered high school, we requested 3 different valuations over 3 different time periods. Each year showed a current value commensurate with the earnings calculations as other here have described. When our first son reached college age, we executed a rollover into the Maryland 529 savings plan and received an amount that reflected these earnings. The story changed 2 years later when our younger son began to make his college decisions. He was accepted to a Big Ten school, albeit out of state. We were not concerned by the tremendous tuition differential between in and out of state because of the previous valuations that we had obtained and by the derivative nature of the fact that our first son's actual rollover amount was consistent with prior statements. Our 1221 statement further reassured us that an out-of-state school choice would be financially possible. It too showed a consistent valuation. Just as I had done with our first son, I called Maryland 529 in the spring of 22 to request the beginning of the rollover process. As others here described, we were given the dismissive language, as others have said. When I inquired about the account's valuation, I was told to reference specifically my 12/31/21 statement. I was told in unequivocal language, quote, "Your balance will never be less than the amount on your 12/31/21 statement," end quote. Armed with that information, our son committed to an out-of-state Big Ten school. From there, our story is much like the others. In August, we were denied a rollover, but advised to withdraw a principal amount that should be less than our initial investment because you never knew what was going to happen. Hopefully, the rep said the situation would be resolved mid-fall and we will be able to roll over the funds. As we now know, the rest is history. We ask for your assistance in a very, very timely way. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Goldstein. My story is very similar to everyone else, so I will skip the repeat of that. I do want to point out that the average layperson reading, if they even read the August 21 disclosure statement that was changed, would conclude 6% interest for the first dollar into the account was what was going to be implemented. Maryland 529's program manager company personnel, intuition personnel. Presumably, they read disclosure statements, they read business rules and requirements that came from Maryland 529, and they implemented a system that in December, at least in December of 2021, paid out those values, those calculations. So that company, they are the industry leader theoretically. They were source selected by Maryland for their competency in that area, and they interpreted it the way we did. If they interpreted it wrong, how in the world, back in August of 2021, if I read that disclosure statement, would I have said, wow, this change is not going to be good for me. I have 2 months to roll my money out. None of the account holders here or anywhere would have made that conclusion. So they have reinterpreted the language of that contract. It's a bad language. It needs to be fixed. So I support the bill here. I would urge in the amendment, I mean, words matter. The bill references interest calculations. I would feel more comfortable if it's interest calculations and trust returns because that's the language in the contract dealing with this particular aspect of rollover. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, why don't
Good evening, everyone. Chair Feldman, really appreciate all the work you're working on to do this. And my name is Howard Griboff, and I am a resident of Rockville in Vice Chair Harris's area. So I'm one of
maybe Kagan. You mean Kagan?
Kagan's. Been a long day, folks. Been a long day. As an account holder since 2004 for my son Ezra, I now have $50,000 missing from my MPCT account. I appreciate your willingness to listen to all of us this late at night. We represent thousands more who have been affected by what they call the recasting. It's an unfortunate recasting of what the Maryland Prepaid Trust benefits were supposed to be. We have a contract. It includes 100% investment earnings owed via rollover. It is clear and it is binding. I'm in favor of Senate Bill 475, and I respectfully request that it be modified so that we need not wait until June 2024 for a work group to forensically investigate the actions of the Maryland 529 MPCT board. It only takes one edit and these 4 words: applied to prior years, to restore all policyholders the value accrued, disclosed to us, and owed at the time of the offending contract change for rollovers. This will quickly fix the damage that current trust participants are experiencing, especially for those like me who are paying out-of-state tuition right now. Then let the work group continue figuring out how we got here. Make the correct calculations, release our investment earnings that are owed via rollover before any more harm is done. I thank you all very much. And I thank you for moving this legislation
Okay,
forward.
thank you for your testimony. Tell us your name.
Good evening. My name is Tyson Soto. I'm currently a 6th grade student at Oklahoma Road Middle School in Carroll County. I'm testifying before you today because I'm very concerned about my Maryland 529 prepaid college trust plan account. I'm the beneficiary of a 4-year, 8-semester plan paid for students entering college in 2029. When I entered kindergarten, my single dad and I lived with my grandmother for 5 years instead of living in an apartment or purchasing a home. We did this so my dad could afford to fund my prepaid college trust plan. My dad worked overtime and extra hours at a second job in order to make sure that the funds will be there when I need them. He chose the Maryland 529 prepaid trust plan versus the Maryland 529 college investment plan because he wanted the safety and guarantee that when I grow up, I will have the option to use the money that he set aside for any college or university that I might want to attend, whether in state or out of state. I'm confused and want to know what happened to the $61,007 that was listed in my FAFSA value on December 31st, 2021 Maryland Prepaid College Trust account statement. The December 31st, 2022 account statement indicates that the only funds available are exactly what my dad paid into the account that he had purchased in 2016. My dad has paid off my contract in the amount of $52,262. Today I looked online at the cost to purchase that same 4-year university plan with 8 semesters and learned that if my dad purchased my plan today when I am a 6th grader, it would only cost $48,523. How can this be possible? What has happened to the calculations to make it so much more affordable now than 7 years ago? What has happened to the $8,744 in earnings that was posted to my account on December 31st, 2021? I do not need the funds for college for another 6 years, but definitely do not think that is fair or equitable for families that open an account today to receive a greater benefit than those kids like me whose parents purchased plans earlier in their lifetime. My dad missed spending time with me in order to fund an account that was more expensive then than now. How can a contract be changed midstream? I think that I deserve the same types of benefits that my dad, my twin aunts, and 5 cousins received as beneficiaries of 4-year university plans in the Maryland College 529 College Trust Plan. All of my family members have successfully completed college by having access to their prepaid college trust plans since its inception in 1998. My grandparents worked very hard to fund those plans.
Thank you. Excellent testimony. Any questions for any of the panelists? Yes, Senator Simon.
I want to thank you all for coming with your heartfelt stories. This is my 17th year down here, and there's a lot of topics where a lot of people come out, and unfortunately they get scheduled later in the day. And this is the first time in 17 years I've seen every single person who was called come up to the testify. So you made a compelling case to me. I know we still have one line to listen, but thank you for taking the time to stay here tonight and share your stories.
Okay, we're going to now move to, as I mentioned earlier, we do have some virtual witnesses, and we're going to start. We're in the queue. Do we have, is Julie Shields in the queue? Okay, Miss Shields, we're going to bring you up, and you've got 2 minutes to tell your story. Miss Shields, starting now.
As a mom and a Maryland public school educator, the one thing that I have no tolerance for is when I feel children are being taken advantage of. I entrusted the future education of my children, Jackson and Hannah, with the Maryland Prepaid Trust, and I believe they have been exploited. Can you please tell Jackson and Hannah why half of the money in their college account is no longer there? Can you please tell Jackson and Hannah why a law firm and a PR firm have been hired by the trust, for what purpose and with whose money? Can you please tell Jackson and Hannah if the trust has been acting in a way that represents a fiduciary responsibility to them as the contract states? Can you please tell Jackson and Hannah why the trust never contacted their parents when questions arose regarding the trust handling of their money? Can you please tell Jackson and Hannah that the trust has a large actuarial surplus and has the ability to quickly rectify this situation, but has been unwilling to do so thus far? Can you please tell Jackson and Hannah whether this is truly a miscalculation error or whether it's a false narrative that has been used to cover an abject breach of contract and for whose benefit? Can you please tell Jackson and Heather whether this is, and the children of Maryland, that you will not idly watch these violations go unanswered and that you will work towards repairing the immense damage that has been done and restoring to them what is rightfully theirs? Can you please help the children be able to trust the trust? Can you please act with the spirit that a society's destiny rests on how it treats its children? Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Shields? Okay, seeing none, let's go next to next virtual witness, Mark Wozar. Mr. Wozar, there you are, sir. Okay, you've got 2 minutes.
I'm Mark Wozar. As I've written you my written testimony correspondence, I will not be providing over duplication of effort. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to offer my thoughts as to why the reported values on the Maryland 529 prepaid college trust have declined. My favorable with amendments testimony for Senate Bill 475 goes directly to sections 1F, 1 and 2. My sons collectively have lost, depending on formula and interpretation, between $130,000 and $340,000. I only suggest with favorable amendments to Senate Bill 475. I'd also like to be part of the working group in section 1B3. How did we get here? When I compare the FAFSA balance of $86,771.29 is nowhere close to the 2023 Maryland Prepaid College Trust balance, $39,071.19. How did this occur? I submitted my written testimony. That written testimony showed the calculation from the Maryland Prepaid College Trust. On the left side of slide 2, it showed that the calculation omitted over 100 months calculation from December 2008 to July 2017. Notice that the call out on the left side of the interest rates were variable and below 6%. This does not correspond to what was previously reported in back years, nor does it correspond to what the Maryland Prepaid College Trust has on its website, nor does it correspond to Mr. Savier's remarks. It must be noted that these numbers that were reported are derived and are not susceptible for cross-check.
Okay, why don't you just kind of wrap up so we, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we talked about the contract states. Now, if this was a for-profit company, the SEC would be doing an investigation because I have my statements online. I have my contract right here. The contract is in everything. Cross-check. I have the math. The math is in literally hundreds of pages of documentation that were submitted. Please check it. Ask for the audit that you guys have asked for. If you were to take all the pages and put them end to end, you could go from Annapolis to Baltimore round trip twice. There's something
Sir,
your organization asked for an audit. Please do it. Give us our money now, 1.6% of the value. Answer any questions.
okay, thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Wozar? Okay, seeing none, we have three more virtual witnesses, and then we're gonna pick up one final in-person witness who's been here all day and we may have missed. In any event, Natasha Varnavitsky is online, hopefully in the queue. Natasha, are you on there? Okay, Natasha, you've got you got to unmute yourself. We got to unmute you. And
Yes,
yes,
I'm
you've
on,
got
and you got my last name right, and I thank you for it.
okay, you got 2 minutes.
I will make this short. I am in the same boat with everybody else. The retroactive change to the contract by MPCT cost me over $42,000. My son made a decision to attend an out-of-state school based on the December 31st, 2021 FAFSA value that was then retroactively and impermissibly changed by MPCT. I support Senate Bill 475 with an amendment that whatever action is taken must be completed by the fall of this year because people need to pay tuition now. I am forced to take the weighted average tuition payments from the trust because I need the money. And if you multiply the checks that I get by 8, it's actually less than the total amount I paid into the trust. We have been assured, and the contract assures us that we will not lose money on this deal. The 529 is backed by the legislative guarantee. The legislature now needs to do its job, step in and restore us to the value of the account as of December 31st, 2021, and it needs to happen ASAP. All the information has been assembled by Brian Savoy and the working group. We know what contractual provisions have been changed, and we know what needs to be done to remedy it. We're happy to work with the legislators to put this fix in place, and it needs to be done ASAP. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, our next virtual witness is Judith Geisler. Ms. Geisler?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Good evening, Judith Geisler. I live in Carroll County, Maryland. I opened an prepaid trust account for my daughter in 2009 when she was 5. Carrie graduated from high school in 2021 with the aspiration of becoming an aerospace engineer. She was accepted to many colleges, both in state and out of state. And in April of 2021, when we were deciding where she would attend college, we requested and received from the prepaid trust a calculation of the value of our contract. Similar to what you've heard from others, the statement showed an account value of approximately $36,000, including almost $15,000 in earnings. That statement was a very critical piece in our decision on where Carrie would attend college. And after considering what was available in our account, Carrie committed to attend an out-of-state college, Princeton University. I've been trying to complete a rollover to the Maryland College Investment Plan since August of 2022. We've taken out loans against our life insurance. We had to pay my daughter's fall tuition, and I had to borrow money again in 2023 to pay her spring tuition. I received my annual review report in January of 2023. The total figure shown for earnings and adjustments was less than $2,000, a difference of almost $13,000 or a third of my account value. And although I was told I could now complete a rollover, I'm afraid to move any money for fear of losing my earnings. And I still haven't received an explanation of why my report is missing 4.5 years of data. And after multiple requests, I still haven't received an explanation of that. The lack of communication and transparency and the large difference in earnings from the 2021 contract value calculation has put significant financial and mental stress on my family. And every month when the payment comes due, we struggle with where we'll get the money. We've had to make really difficult choices and incurred hundreds of dollars in fees and interest. And I would just in closing ask that you investigate the discrepancies in the account values and support legislative action to hold the trust accountable for providing access to the funds in the accounts, including the 6% interest accrued consistent with the rate in the contract documentation that I received. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Geisler? Okay, seeing none, our next virtual witness is Lori Delaney. Ms. Delaney? There you go. You've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lori Delaney from St. Mary's County. Thanks for letting me speak this evening. Although I could spend hours describing the details of the mess of the Maryland College Prepaid Trust, I'm going to focus on my 2 minutes on the trust we put into the Maryland, into the state of Maryland, and how that trust has been betrayed. Mr. Savia has stated many times that this was a calculation error. From all of my research, I don't believe it was a calculation error. I believe the board made a decision and executed the decision and then changed their minds. But let's assume that it was a calculation error. If that's true, then the board was either incompetent or they purposely voted on a change that would cause harm to thousands of account holders. They retroactively changed the rollover method that has been in place since the inception of the trust. They were very deceptive in how they did this. In June of 2021, the board endorsed the rate of return calculation for minimum benefits, rollovers, and refunds to be the trust's since inception rate of return for balances held prior to November 2021. Then they issued an update in the disclosure statement in August of 2021 that they were excited to announce the upcoming changes, and they had a number of process improvements planned for the account holders. Nowhere did they mention that some of the changes may have had severe detrimental impact to account holders. Isn't this program set up to help us save for our children to go to college? Doesn't it seem underhanded to make a substantial change like this and not alert us to this change? I would think you'd all agree it was a little deceitful. Now let's look at the competence in the decision-making. The new benefit and rollover calculation will provide newer account holders with a guaranteed annual return of 6%, in some cases up to 28 years, while providing zero returns to account holders who opened their accounts in early 2000s. Doesn't seem fiscally responsible. So if we believe the statements we received in December 2021 were really a calculation error, then the state of Maryland has truly failed us. Whether these decisions were purposefully made or executed in a way to hide what they were doing, or it was due to incompetence of the board, we need the state to help fix it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Delaney? Okay, seeing none, our final virtual witness is Tammy Glasser. Ms.
Glasser.
Glasser, Ms.
Hi.
Glasser, yeah, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. So as you all know, college is a big decision, and it was important to my daughter, Juliet, that she did not incur any student loan debt. So Juliet was part of our financial planning discussions on how we would pay for college, which included our MPCT accounts. Based on our 2021 statement value and a conversation we had with a Maryland 529 representative who clearly stated that our account value was based on a 6% earnings, we were able to afford the out-of-state private school she wanted. But we were told if we wanted to roll over the funds to the investment plan, we would need to wait, since MCPT was doing a system update due to a calculation error on some accounts. And because we were told the exact dollar amount and we received no notification that our account was impacted, we trusted that this information was correct. So we waited. And like others, I submitted a support form for a manual calculation and waited. Then the January 6th email came that informed us that our rollover, which was submitted 9 months earlier and still waiting to be processed, was only going to receive the 1-year treasury minus 1.2%, which for many years was zero. It's now been 5 months since I requested the manual calculation, and I have only received a report for one of my 3 accounts, but I suspect the total value to be approximately $20,000 less than what was previously confirmed. We have yet to figure out how we will make up this gap in funding. I have reached out to Maryland 529 numerous times, but not once have they responded. I feel so guilty that I let my child down. This situation has created unnecessary stress, sleepless nights, over 30 hours of doing research, writing letters, meeting with other families, and taking days off from work to attend hearings. I put my trust in the state and it has failed my family. We need your help and we need it now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the witness? Okay, seeing none, we do have one gentleman who we're gonna let testify. He's been here all day and we may have missed him on the online site. So James O'Brien, you are going to be the final witness on this piece of legislation and you have 2 minutes, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you all, and thank the honorable senators and the chair and the vice chair for hearing us parents. My name's James O'Brien. I'm retired, live in Harford County, Maryland, and have for years. Basically, my son was thinking about going to school, and we, between 2007 and 2015, bought various semesters and years in the prepaid college trust. We did so based on the promotional materials they had, that there were 2 benefits provided in this contract. And so we thought, well, he might go to an Avid State school, so it would provide something for that, not just in state. Well, as it turned out, he applied to 3 schools. One was Maryland, and he's a good student, but he isn't perfect, so he didn't get in that. But the other 2 are out of state, so that's where he's going. And therefore, the cost is more than we anticipated. I've lost with this contract change $37,000 roughly, maybe a little bit more in the value of my accounts. Basically, if I'd had those earnings, I'd be in the ballpark of the rest of his college costs. Without it, we're good for, like, he's a second semester freshman. We're good for 2 years, and then we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do from there. But I want to go to what this is. This is a breach of contract issue, flat out. It's not a calculation. Even their own independent auditor said, who did a review, said, well, this isn't a calculation issue. It's not a math problem. It isn't a formula. It's not at all. It's the abrogation of an entire article and half of the 2 benefits provided in this contract. So I'm just going to talk about the contracts is an agreement between 2 parties. And this one provides that unless legislation, regulation, or the Enabling Act changes it, it doesn't change. And there's no basis to change it based on the facts we have before us and the contracts that are here. The contract's only 5 pages long. I mean, 2014-15, but it really didn't change up through 2020-21. In other words, they added some provisions, but the key provisions I'm going to just try to get through quickly, they're the same all the way up through the 2021 contract from 07 when I started and prior to that for other people. Here's the provisions. Article 2 definitions, number 6, benefits. They're defining what the benefits are. Well, that means the benefits provided in Articles 4, which is captioned benefits, and that's the minimum benefit, and if you're going in state, and Article 6, which is the transfers, rollovers, refunds, and reduced refunds. So there are the 2 benefits that I, as I read the contract, I had in front of me. It also provides that in a paragraph titled calculations, no changes may adversely alter the rights and obligations of the parties to the contract. That's right in there. So now, having discussed the Article 4 benefits part, the Article 6 is termination, transfer, and refund terminations. On written notice, this provides that anybody can apply for a rollover. You can only do one every 12 months for the same beneficiary, can apply or for a refund or reduced refund. If you're in this contract, I'm going to try to wrap up. If you're in this contract for over 3 years for rollovers and transfers to other eligible programs, you get 100% of the earnings, which are the investment returns, not interest. They're the investment returns of the trust. Now for refunds,
Mr. O'Brien, yeah, if you could, Mr. over here, Mr. O'Brien.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, just right. Yeah, if you could just bring, some closure here, that'd be great.
Okay, now I will do that. Reduced refunds, it's 90%, but they have a thing that in general provisions changes the contracts. They can't amend unless the law or regulations they will not retroactively modify existing contract provisions. That's in the thing. Well, there haven't been any. This is a pure breach of contract, and you've heard the damage and the damage here. And the last thing I want to do, if anybody put any credence in this 126 House memo from, and not that he's a nice guy, but from the executive director, I mean, somebody else wrote this for him. If any, this answer to the House hearing, if anybody reads that, call me, because this thing is replete with misrepresentations, diversions, false comparisons, and things that aren't true. So, again, I'm for the amendment, make it earlier. And I want to thank you all for letting me go. Come late and.
That's okay. Before you, any questions for Mr. O'Brien? Okay.
It's just and
Okay.
if
Senator Washington.
if you can't answer it, maybe somebody. Are your accounts considered a parental asset for purposes of the FAFSA? So in
Yes.
other words, right,
Yes, they are. And I got those reports that the other people talked about, and that's what I based my decision.
right, because we keep hearing that this isn't actually money, that it's units of tuition, but when you apply, whatever dollar amount you have will count against any financial aid that you could get. Is that correct?
Right. And that's
Right.
one of the false things in
Yeah,
here. We didn't
yeah,
buy
just-
units of tuition. We bought that.
I just wanted that fact on the
Okay.
record. So thank you so much. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Okay, with all that, I want to again thank everybody for their patience today, and that's going to conclude the bill hearing on Senate Bill 475 and conclude our work for today. For members of the committee, just hold around before, so everybody's free to go home and do your thing, and I just need to talk to the committee real quick. Why don't we let everybody, I just wanted to make a quick announcement before. Yeah.